Chapter 1 A Divine Skill in the realm of martial arts, on the Dragon God continent. Havio Herthanas, among Garuder disciples, that Matthew Win Tao treasure hunting gone discovered an unparalleled wall cultivation technique. Is the true? An unparalleled wall cultivation technique. Could it be false? Many female cultivators in the outer sectoria Jurto become his day partners, and semi Donovan mind sharing. Goodness, I am utterly envious. In the western region, amidst he vast expands off the continent, within the lying sect, two outer disciples gathered, walking and discussing inimitedly. Their conversation reached here so many are by. Listening to their chatter, a look of envy inevitably appeared on his face. Damn it, if only I could possess a powerful cultivation technique, would havio redesteped in Toth Foundation Establishmentrium. The Unman cursed under his breath, unable to suppress a sigh. His name is Lin Yang, who had transmigrated into the shy martial fantasy world 69 years ago. In the Dragon God continent, strength and supreme. Powerful cultivators scanchater mountains, split seas, and even pluck stars from Thesky, leading lives so fun paralleled longevity, evoking envy from others. When Lin Yang first arrived in this new world, he was filled with excitement. Hebelieved had received dive in a favor and was destined to soarai, becoming a dragonaman. However, while ideals were beautiful, reality was starkly different. There was no system, no Isildur, and certainly no family legacy. His mother was Merle Yakiman woman, devoid of that typical tropes of a holly maiden from a sacred land. Lin Yang's mother had suffered complications during childbirth and tragically passed away. As forest blue relatives, noticingly owner mained. From a youngage, his cultivation talent was mediocre, and his constitution was abysmal, gaining gentry and toth lying sectus and mincy fort. Among his cohort entering the sect, several hatal redias and dead to the inner sect. Oh heavens! Why must the outreat Methis wait? Lin Yang redoubted Theski, momentarily forwards. Asa flacking else, Huazel so person devoid of power, background, and a day partner. In previous years, Aoungma named Lin Bai had emerged with lying sect, initially possessing average cultivation talent, aptitude, and constitution, much like Lin Yang. Yet, Lin Bai had an extraordinary background, with supporters wherever went. Haraseto prominence, ultimately becoming the sect's young master, embarking gonad venturies across the continent, his reputation unparalleled, non to all within the sect. Why, with Thessa messer named Lin, was his fat so vast different? As Lin Yang lamented, a melodious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Binding divine system. Binding successful. Congratulations, host the divine skill system has been successfully activated. Lin Yang paused for a minute, Thena look of excitement spread across his face. A system? His golden finger had finally arrived. Indeed, as a transmigrator, how could done Athavia system be their side? Though late, it had finally come. Had wait to full 69 years forth his moment. Suppressing ice internal excitement, Lin Yang delved into the system, eager to comprehend its functions and capabilities. Lin Yang system, area out there? Can we communicate? System dantaskafim here. If I say imnet, what will you do? Triat me to Amiel? If I say I am, will you asto borrow money? Just get the point. The system's response left Lin Yang momentarily speechless. Well, this I stem certain has personality. Without further ado, Lin Yang straightforwardly inquired, what capability is do you possess? System refresh a divine skill of verde for the host to cultivate and utilize. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's face constant lilatup with joy divine skill. It was important to note that would hint the entire lying sect, the highest tier of technique case and spells was merely of heaven rank, and those who were left behind be Theframir and Master Lin Bai. He had never heard of anything classified as divine. In the Dragon God continent, cultivation techniques, martial arts, and weapons were categorized into four heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The pinnacle was heaven rank. Additionally, there were various secret technique case and divine abilities. Secret technique case and divine abilities did not have clear in classification but were distinguished based on their potency and respective effects. What the system offered him, however, was divine. It was evident the tight would undoubtedly surpassed heaven rank. Refreshing and seedily, has it refreshed no? Lin Yang eagerly awaiteth the system's response. At that moment, a virtual panel appeared before him. Divine Skill System. Host Lin Yang. Cultivation Level Body Refinement 9th Layer Novice. Technique Yellow Rank Superior. Flame Yellow Formula Utterly Worthless. Martial Arts None. Secret Techniques None. Divine Abilities None. Forbidden Techniques None. System Skill Refresh Time 1 day. Newbie Gift Pack is being distributed. Wuldio Lakita claim it? Claim. Seeing Theno B Gift Pack, Lin Yang was overjoyed and immediate lie responded in his mind. Newbie Gift Pack claim it successfully. Congratulations, Hosti, you have obtained the Divina Martial Skill, Saint's Sword Intent. Saint's Sword Intent created bith the most powerful sword Sanofalrims, up and reaching mastery. A single strike can't save a river soft star sand bring down to sun, moon, and stars. Wow. Upon reading the description of Saint's Sword Intent, Lin Yang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. To strike with a single sword and cleaveth the sun, moon, and star show terrifying must that be? Truly, the divine skills is remarkable, bestow in upon me such a powerful and invincible divina martial skill right from the start. Just as Lin Yang marveled, the immense and old Alth Saints intent surged into his mind, causing him to faint instantly. Chapter 2 Divine Martial Skill Saints Sword Intent. As cultivators, we practitioner ways, striving to eradicate evil puppets and injustices, lest we become arrogant. Within Lin Yang's consciousness, an indistinct figure emerged dint the pitch black void of the cosmos. The figure held 12 fingers says a sword, and between him sprout dazzle grass. Raising his right hand, his awfully uttered, Saint's Sword Intent. In an instant, the small grass at his fingertips transformed into so wearing sword intent. The figures went down with his hand, and the sword light derived from the small grass illuminateth the dark cosmos, cleaving gabadum less abyssinth stir sky for him. Under this word intent, the stars along the path exploded into dust, vanishing without a trace. Whoosh! Lin Yang was suddenly jolted awake, feeling bid soft sweat pouring from his forehead. Is this Saint's Sword Intent? Breathing heavily, Heffelton overwhelming shock, swallowing hard as shimmered, so powerful, a single blade can't sever the sun, moon, and stars. Looking around, he realized that he was still within flying sect. Hequacli rose and headed towards Star Origin mountain range outside the sect, eager to stout, his divina martial skill Saint's Sword Intent. At the periphery of Star Origin mountain range, Lin Yang stood amidst a grove, gazing at his right hand, fingers poised liquisword, a peerlessly sharp sword light shimmering at his fingertips. Saint's Sword Intent. Lin Yang focused say disgazian atoringensian tree ahead, shouting, and sliced down with his right hand. Whoosh! A sword intentus robustus sagurgen griver descended, causing Feveravoid to emit mournful cries. Boom! As the sword intent struck, the toweringensian tree that required several people to burst collapsed, and the ground cracked open, revealing gashisms of viral dozen meters. Theach's extended several dozen meters further, its spower rudder lie terrifying. My goodness! Lin Yang was completely astounded as this the power unleashed. Its fardo formidable even a spirit, master-level expert would be able to this kind of combat prowess, would they? The ranks of cultivators, from lowest to highest, our body refinement, foundation establishment, spirit marshal, spirit master, spirit king, spirit sect, spirit sovereign, spirit emperor, half-step great power, great power. In his elation, Lin Yang suddenly felt a wave off fatig washoverhum. His bow dissuaded steadily, and has stumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. My cultivation level is still too low immorally at body refinement 9th layer, just an oozy off Saint's Sword Intent thas completely drained my energy. Unless break thruff Miriam, it must no trecklessly usieth Saint's Sword Intent unless absolutely necessary. Dragging his weary body, Lin Yang departed the scene. With Saint's Sword Intent in his possession, he now would hope he of entering the inner sect. Not long after Lin Yang left, Agripov disciples from flying sect arrived at the location. Their purpose was to venture at the outer Star Origin mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts Sandiern's points for cultivation resources. Stop! As 3 individuals approached, the leader raised a hand to halt the others, gazing in shock at the deep chasm in the ground. What in the world? Goodness! What happened? When Wekameher yesterday, this chasm wasn't there. Thetwa behind him looked at the vast chasm, their faces reflecting astonishment. The leading man furrowed his brow, solemnly stating, "A superpower fuel expert must have a fought here. Let's leave, we won't enter the mountains to hunt beasts today." "But Brother Chong, we're just a few points Hortoff being able to exchange 4 foundation establishment pills." The man behind hesitated, reluctant to give up so easily. "I trust Brother Kionk's judgment a few days de la one thort." "Safety first," replied neither female companion. He King nodded slight line remarked, "Point scan burned at 10 time, Butin Nesla for singular. Should we inadvertent lie trespass within, encountering thought format above or Saris wrath, nanio fushelscape." The attendant's expression darkened very well. Thethredi parted from the location without a trace of hesitation. In Thierwake, several Bachesov disciples from various sects arrived, Ali Adjer Toventurin to the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts, Yeti Ach was dawned bethab for them. Lin Yang concealed himself beneath a waterfall in the mountains, recuperating his strength. And Herlader, Lin Yango Penetices, fully restored. Gazing at the mountains ahead, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Thualof Saints sword eyes exceeding la formidable single strike haster in Edma Vitalite. If I can brain I through my corentrium, issued Beeble to endure several more strikes. Lin Yang mused, reflecting gaunt the system's good lie skill, which weighs and did overwhelmingly potent. It was not mere lith power of Teskill itself, but rather theme honor in which the system imparted that divine ability, directly instill in Jitwit Hinyai Mossif be divine enlightenment. There was no need for arduous training or study. He could simply wield to sif had master edits in sekeldhood, asthoff thesensency off saints swordways omitted within Yisri blood. The mito fagid le martial artist tremendous, and its consumption is correspondingly vast. It must devise a method to enhance my vital yendrium to sustain execution off such tanks. Lin Yang sighed, having lingered at the 9th level off body refinement triumph for an extended duration. Relying solely on Tianhuang Tang for cultivation, Abrainai through would require at least another 3 months. iPhone lie the system could refresh agad li cultivation method form. However, there is no need to rush the system refreshes agad li skill daily, any am bound to encounter god li cultivation method eventually. When Thadim comes a will be able to swift liacinto foundation establishment trium, increasing my vital lie while so absorbing the spiritual energy of Yavin and earth. At that point, when I executeth Saint's sword intent, it shall be different tath of a released, it will not deplete me but disnergen and effel swap. Lin Yang sighed, pondering the intertwined nature fortunae and misfortune. Without an elevation in his real man lacking the accumulation of spiritual energy within, attempting to wield Saint's sword intent to inevitably exhaust his physical energy. Continue to cultivate, striving for breakthrough. Lin Yang began to circulate Tianhuang technique, endeavoring to penetrate Teth foundation establishment trium. 2 horse lapsed. Lin Yang ultimate like Hansetti dindied, it was futile. The barrier soft as realm stood like a formidable wall, utterly unyielding in the short term. He examined the system panel. Godly skill system. Host Lin Yang, 9th level off body refinement. Cultivation method yellow rank upper grade. Yanhuang technique Wooderly subber. Martial technique saints sword intent godly. Secret arts none. Divine powers none. Forbidden techniques none. Skill refresh time 12 hours. Chapter 3. I cultivate the way of heaven, thus I shall be unrivaled in the outskirts of the Xingyun mountain range. Lin Yang settled himself here, unhurried to return to the sect, instead choosing to remain and diligently refine his saint's sword intent. For an entire day? Lin Yang engaged in this practice, continuously utilizing the towering ancient trees and some low-tier ferocious beasts of this mountainous region to hone his skills and adjust his condition. It was nearly time. He had now mastered the necessary control. Lin Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. He exerted his full strength to unleash the saint's sword intent, but with his current cultivation at the 9th layer of body refinement, it would completely drain his energy in a single attempt. However, he had now learned to control the intensity, and invoking the saint's sword intent no longer left him utterly exhausted. It was not a full force activation, but rather a natural manifestation. Consequently, the might of this divine level martial technique had correspondingly diminished. To prevent himself from being drained, he could only employ a version of the saint's sword intent with minimal power. Yet even so, in combat, he was still capable of engaging opponents beyond his level. Defeating strong foes at the Foundation establishment stage was hardly a challenge, and if he were to exert himself fully, even those at the spirit martial stage would find him a formidable adversary. Lin Yang was acutely aware of the immense power of this divine-level martial technique, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. If only his cultivation level were to rise. Such worries would be alleviated. Calculating the time, it had been nearly a day. He wondered what kind of divine-level skill the system would refresh for him this time. As his thoughts delved into the system, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Yang. The divine-level skill had been refreshed. Heavenly Tao Scripture, divine level. Would you like to extract it? Lin Yang's heart leapt with joy. Extract.in an instant. A vast reservoir of memories surged into Lin Yang's mind. Perhaps due to the immunity he had gained from his last experience, he surprisingly did not faint this time as he explored the Heavenly Tao Scripture in his mind. Elation filled his heart. Indeed, what one desires often comes to fruition. He had been in dire need of a cultivation method, and here was an unparalleled scripture. Heavenly Tao Scripture, Supreme Divine Level Cultivation Method. Cultivate the way of heaven, harness all things in the world for oneself, ascend to the ninth heaven, gaze down upon all, commanding multitudes, none dare defy. Annotation. The Heavenly Tao Scripture is utterly unremarkable, summed up in just 2 words, unrivaled. The cultivation of the Heavenly Tao Scripture consists of 20 tiers, corresponding to the 20 great realms of cultivators, each of which can be deemed unrivaled, with combat prowess that shines among the masses. Looking down upon both past and present, the Heavenly Tao Scripture, named after the very principle of heaven, one need not ponder deeply to grasp its terrifyingly perverse nature. Lin Yang marveled as he read the annotation of the Heavenly Tao Scripture, which simply stated, unrivaled. Truly, it was plain and unadorned. With the acquisition of the Heavenly Tao Scripture, Lin Yang could hardly contain his eagerness to begin. As he activated the scripture, an invisible pressure of the way of heaven emanated from his body, silencing the surroundings to an eerie stillness. Even the sound of the wind was rendered inaudible. All things in the world lay beneath the way of heaven. In its eyes, they were mere fodder. This was the ultimate oppressive force of the Heavenly Tao Scripture, a sensation of pressure stemming from the depths of his soul. As the scripture operated, all tangible and intangible substances around Lin Yang fell silent, subsequently offering up their innate powers in sacrifice. Visible streams of energy began to flow into Lin Yang's body. Spiritual energy, the power of laws, the essence of life, and much more. This was no longer a simple absorption of the world's energy. It was a passive acceptance of the energy being poured into his body. Most importantly, under the influence of the Heavenly Tao Scripture, these energies had already been purged of all harmful impurities and violent attributes, eliminating any concerns of future repercussions that could destabilize his foundation. Originally, Lin Yang had been at the 9th layer of body refinement. Now, as the scripture circulated, the influx of heavenly energy propelled his cultivation to new heights. He swiftly broke through from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 1st layer of foundation establishment, then to the 3rd layer, 5th layer, 7th layer, and finally, he reached the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm. In one breath, he surged through 2 major realms to arrive at the spirit martial realm, and not just that, but at the 5th layer. Such a terrifying speed, if known to others, would undoubtedly leave them astounded and speechless. The Heavenly Tao Scripture was indeed a monstrous existence, frightening beyond measure. As Lin Yang sensed his newfound state of cultivation, even he was taken aback. It was not that he could not continue to advance, but rather that the surrounding energy of heaven and earth had been entirely absorbed. Before his eyes lay a desolate landscape, as though he had entered a realm of utter silence and death. This scripture was truly tyrannical, compelling all things to sacrifice their energies. Truly worthy of the name Heavenly Tao. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. No wonder it bore no distinguishing features, as only the term unrivaled could encapsulate its essence. Now that he had broken through to the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm, he was fully qualified to enter the inner sect. Moreover, Lin Yang's mind had briefly entertained the notion of leaving the sect. After all, having mastered the supreme method, he would receive divine-level skills every day. remaining within the sect would only hinder his development. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the Liang sect had cared for him for so many years. To take advantage of their goodwill and depart after acquiring such a treasure, solely for personal gain, would be akin to burning bridges after crossing them. Lin Yang did not consider himself a paragon of righteousness. But neither was he one to forget his benefactors. The Liang sect had treated him well, and should the opportunity arise in the future, he too would care for the sect, just as the former young sect master Lin Bai had done. Furthermore, although he had broken through to the spirit martial realm, he was still merely a small figure in this vast continent. He still needed to rely on the great tree that was the sect. Once he grew stronger, he would return the favor and support the sect in turn. As Lin Yang practiced the heavenly Tao scripture, he gained a deeper understanding of the cyclical nature of the Tao, the interconnectedness of cause and effect, and the relentless flow of life. All actions have a corresponding law, and all things are governed by the Dao. To become a true powerhouse, it is not enough to possess a formidable cultivation method or martial technique. One must also have a genuinely powerful Tao heart, a heart that does not stray from its true intent. Only with such a heart can his path of cultivation advance unfettered, sweeping through obstacles like a hot knife through butter. Saint's sword intent? Lin Yang extended his fingers like a sword, unleashing a beam of sword energy that cleaved through the air. Thunder rumbled as the earth cracked, ancient trees toppled, and stones shattered in an instant, revealing a chasm before him. Now, with a mere casual strike, he could match the full force of his previous Saint's sword intent. At last, he no longer had to worry about the side effects of employing the Saint's sword intent. Lin Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Having reached the 9th layer of body refinement, he could only unleash it fully once, but now, after executing such a powerful strike of the Saint's sword intent, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. His foundation had become sufficiently solid. A smile spread across Lin Yang's face, a hint of an indescribable curve at the corners of his mouth. After 2 days away, it was time to return to the sect. Upon checking the system panel once more, the relevant information had indeed changed. Divine level skill system. Host, Lin Yang, Spirit Martial 5th layer. Cultivation method, Heavenly Tao scripture, divine level, martial technique. Saint's sword intent, divine level, secret techniques, none. Divine powers, none. Forbidden techniques, none. Skill refresh time, 1 day. Chapter 4. The shock of the outer sect disciples in the Liang sect. The inner sect assessment took place once a month. When Lin Yang returned to the sect, the most discussed topic among the disciples was the inner sect assessment. Occasionally, he could overhear some strange tales from disciples who had ventured outside. Hey, have you heard? There are super strong beings appearing in the outskirts of the Xingyuan mountain range. Super strong beings? What cultivation level are we talking about? To be called a super strong being, it must be at least at the Spirit Master level, reaching the Spirit King realm. Spirit King, is that true? As far as I know, many of our elders haven't reached that level, right? How could they be called super strong beings? I heard from someone that they witnessed a super strong being in battle, cleaving the earth with a single strike, creating a chasm. It was utterly terrifying. Wow! To split the earth with a single strike, that's indeed the kind of power a Spirit King level cultivator could wield. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Yang couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. A single strike that could cleave the earth. Wasn't that something he could easily accomplish now? Did that mean he had already reached the level of a super strong being at the Spirit King realm? It seemed he had underestimated his own combat power. Lin Yang murmured to himself. Regaining his focus, he made his way to the registration area for the inner sect assessment. The assessment was set to take place the following day, and if he delayed his return any longer, he might miss it. After registering, Lin Yang proceeded to the Ziyuan Hall. The Ziyuan Hall was where the sect's resources, stipends, and tasks were distributed. Having broken through to the spirit martial realm, he was now eligible to receive cultivation resources corresponding to that level. Esteemed elder, I have come to collect my stipend resources. Here is my identity token. Upon arriving at the Ziyuan Hall, Lin Yang slightly cupped his fists in respect to the responsible elder. Collecting your stipend now? The disciples of the sect already collected their stipends at the beginning of the month. Why have you only come now? The elder stationed at Ziyuan Tang was perplexed as he accepted the identity token from Lin Yang. scrutinizing the information inscribed upon it. Lin Yang, body refinement 9th layer, outer sect disciple, salary, 10 low-grade spirit stones per month, already received. Furrowing his brow, the elder gazed at Lin Yang and inquired, "Have you not already claimed this?" The disciple, indeed, had received the resources allotted for the body refinement realm, yet he had now advanced to the spirit martial realm. Lin Yang clasped his fists, displaying utmost respect for the sect elder, and patiently responded, "You have reached the spirit martial realm?" The elder's brows arched slightly at this revelation, his gaze shifting towards Lin Yang with a hint of peculiarity. Among the outer sect disciples, very few attained the spirit martial realm. Those who did had ascended to the ranks of the top 10 disciples, of whom the elder was well aware. None bore the name of the individual before him. The only plausible explanation was that this young man, Lin Yang, had experienced a breakthrough within the past month. The details recorded on the identity token were explicit. At the beginning of the month, Lin Yang had indeed claimed his disciple's salary, which was allocated for the body refinement realm. Thus, it followed that this lad had consecutively advanced through 2 major realms in a single month. If this was not a manifestation of extraordinary talent, it could only be attributed to some fortuitous encounter. Contemplating this, the elder's gaze towards Lin Yang transformed once more, akin to that of an artisan beholding an uncut jade. "Demonstrate your realm to me, if you please." Lin Yang nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further words, and proceeded to comply. A formidable aura erupted from his being, unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the spirit martial realm. Indeed, indeed. The elder observed Lin Yang's cultivation with nods of approval, declaring, "You are certainly at the spirit martial realm. Here are your resources, take them." "Thank you, elder." Lin Yang accepted the resources and promptly turned to leave. Within the Liang sect, hierarchy was strictly enforced, and the distribution of salaries adhered meticulously to the disciples' cultivation levels. A disciple at the body refinement realm was entitled to receive merely 10 low-grade spirit stones per month, while those at the foundation establishment realm could claim 100 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1 medium-grade spirit stone, along with 1 second-grade medicinal pill. Disciples at the spirit martial realm were eligible for 10 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 second-grade medicinal pills. With the resources in hand, Lin Yang returned directly to his humble abode, a modest stone cottage. The outer sect disciples resided within Qitian Peak, allocated according to their cultivation levels, ascending from the lowest to the highest. Previously, as a disciple of the body refinement realm, Lin Yang could only inhabit the lowest tier, confined to a stone dwelling. Observing the 10 medium-grade spirit stones he had received, Lin Yang did not hesitate. He immediately activated the Tian Dao Jing to absorb their essence. Moments later, he had completely absorbed the 10 medium-grade spirit stones, and even the 10 second-grade medicinal pills fell victim to his voracious appetite. Alas, his cultivation still stagnated at the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm. It seems that to achieve another breakthrough, I shall require an immense amount of energy, Lin Yang mused as he continued his cultivation. Not wasting a moment, however, within the confines of the sect, he exercised greater restraint in wielding the Tian Dao Jing than he had within the Star Yuan mountain range. Yet, Lin Yang underestimated the extraordinary nature of the Tian Dao Jing. Even with his utmost control, the surrounding spiritual energy surged uncontrollably towards him, forming a swirling vortex of power. This spectacle left the other outer sect disciples at the foot of the mountain utterly astonished. They gazed in disbelief at the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy enveloping Lin Yang's stone cottage, their mouths agape in shock. What is happening? Why is all this spiritual energy converging upon him? Who is this person that can absorb such a vast quantity of spiritual energy at once? I know him. He is Lin Yang, a disciple at the body refinement 9th layer. The body refinement 9th layer? How could that possibly incite such a commotion? Could he possess a unique physique? If that were the case, the upcoming inner sect assessment would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Each of the top 10 outer sect disciples was exceptional in their own right, and it was rumored that some possessed extraordinary physiques. When such individuals clashed, they would surely shine with unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 5. By Jian, Qing Yi, Lin Yang. The vortex of spiritual energy swirling above Lin Yang's stone cottage continued to grow increasingly outrageous. Initially, the vortex enveloped only Lin Yang's dwelling, but now it expanded to encompass one stone house after another. At the foot of Qitian Peak, an extraordinary vortex of spiritual energy formed, relentlessly spreading and now engulfing dozens of stone cottages. With the spiritual energy within a radius of several miles rushing madly into the vortex, the onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, paralyzed by fear. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is terrifying. Surpassing even the top 3 among the outer sect's strongest, Lin Yang was destined to achieve renown. How could a disciple at the body refinement 9th layer possibly withstand such a deluge of spiritual energy? The crowd was awestruck and bewildered. Simultaneously, the commotion caused by Lin Yang attracted the attention of the disciples atop Qitian Peak. As they all peered downward, they too were rendered speechless by the sight unfolding before them. Atop Qitian Peak, 3 robed cultivators stood, observing the increasingly absurd vortex of spiritual energy below, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of intrigue. Among them, a handsome young man clad in a flowing robe and holding a white fan leaned against a large rock, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld the spectacle below. Bai Jian, it seems your position as the top outer sect disciple is in jeopardy. The speaker was Lin Yang, ranked 3rd among the top 10 outer sect disciples. Unlike his companions, Lin Yang often kept a low profile, rarely showcasing his martial prowess outside the sect, which was why he ranked below the other 2. However, they were well aware of Lin Yang's formidable combat abilities, which were far from ordinary. They had simply not yet had the opportunity to engage in battle. This was evident from the strange blood-colored markings imprinted upon the white robe he wore. Rumored to be associated with an extraordinary technique known as blood-burning art. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Bai Jian clenched his right fist, confidence radiating from his expression. If he participates in tomorrow's inner sect assessment, I will show him what absolute dominance truly means. Lin Yang, surprised, inquired, You intend to partake in this inner sect assessment? Bai Jian glanced at the vortex of spiritual energy below, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With such a formidable opponent, it would be a significant regret not to confront him. With a snap, Lin Yang closed his folding fan and stood upright, exclaiming, If that is the case, I shall join as well. How could I miss out on such an intriguing affair? He then turned to the sword-wielding woman who had remained silent, smiling as he asked, What say you? Qing-yi, with an air of aloofness, did not respond but continued to gaze at the ever-expanding vortex of spiritual energy below, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Such a massive vortex of spiritual energy was causing the clouds beneath to ripple, threatening to affect their position as well. When had such a powerful figure emerged from the outer sect? Moreover, the 3 of them were entirely unaware of this development. I shall participate, Qing-yi declared, cradling her sword against her chest, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the vortex below. What a remarkable proposition, Lin Yang praised. With the 3 of us joining forces, what challenge could we possibly not overcome? However, he added, this young man's strength likely rivals that of the 3 of us. We must devise a strategy. As if anticipating his words, Qing-yi disregarded him entirely, turning coldly away with her sword in hand. Bai Jian, too, paid him no mind and began his own cultivation. With both of them ignoring him, Lin Yang was left exasperated. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Bai Jian replied. I merely wish to cultivate and consolidate my strength. Rest assured, it is not that I do not wish to hear your chatter. Qing-yi dismissed him with a curt, boring. Lin Yang, who held the 3rd rank among the outer sect disciples, was a figure of remarkable charm and elegance, admired by many as the epitome of a favored child of heaven within Liang's sect. However, in the eyes of these 2, he felt utterly overlooked. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he lamented, I know you both must be envious of me. After all, I am brimming with wisdom and unparalleled handsomeness, regarded as the most handsome among the disciples of Liang's sect. At that moment, Bai Jian vanished in a flash, leaving behind only an afterimage as he departed. Seeing this, Lin Yang's body froze in place. Immediately after, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Formidable beyond measure. What I detest most in life is when others ignore me while I am speaking. A thunderous sound erupted as a terrifying aura erupted from him, forming a shockwave that swept in all directions, scattering the clouds before him. It seemed he was genuinely enraged. Bai Jian glanced back, secretly relieved that he had escaped quickly. Who? He's reached the 6th level of Lingwu. Such incredible speed. Truly worthy of the Tian Dao Jing. The ascent in realm is as effortless as eating and drinking. Lin Yang emerged from his meditative state, opened his eyes, reined in his aura, and rose to head towards the martial arts arena to test his combat prowess. However, upon pushing the door open, he was astounded by the scene before him. A large crowd of outer sect disciples surrounded his door, densely packed, numbering at least several hundred. Each person was pointing and muttering about him, cursing and gossiping. Lin Yang looked at this scene, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Why were these people gathered outside his residence, and what did they want? Is he Lin Yang, truly a dragon among men? I recognized him at a glance. His talent is extraordinary, a rare genius in cultivation. Wow, he's so handsome. If only I could be his partner. What a joke. You, a rough and uncouth man, dreaming of such things? Lin Yang. Hearing the whispers around him, Lin Yang was certain they were discussing him. What was going on? He was baffled, unsure of the situation. Nevertheless, he couldn't dwell on it. He simply wished to head to the martial arts arena to assess his strength. Chapter 6. Testing at the martial arts arena. Lin Yang gazed at the crowd, blocking his doorway and sighed in resignation. It seemed he couldn't leave. Bending his legs, he exerted force beneath him, propelling himself like a rocket, soaring into the sky. Only a crater and a multitude of cracks were left in his wake. Wow! Such innate divine strength. The force from that kick could shatter a mountain. The height he achieved was enough to reach the summit of Chi Tian Peak. What realm was he in to be so extraordinary? He didn't know, but he was certain he had yet to reach the realm of a spirit master. As spirit masters could already fly through the air, he was merely relying on his leg strength to travel. Lin Yang leaped up, his body shooting skyward at incredible speed, resembling a rocket ascending. At the summit of Chi Tian Peak, Lin Yang clenched his fists in anger when suddenly, a figure burst forth from the clouds on his right. Turning to look, he saw a face even more handsome than his own. Instantly, Lin Yang's eyes widened. Lin Yang also noticed Lin Yang's presence. Their gazes locked, both astonished by each other's looks. A thought simultaneously blossomed in their minds. There is indeed someone more handsome than me. In an instant, Lin Yang's figure vanished into the clouds, his body tracing a parabolic arc before landing on the white jade plaza of the outer sect. With a thunderous crash, dust filled the air, creating quite a commotion. What was that? I think I just saw something fall from the sky. Could it be a heavenly treasure? Curiosity piqued, the crowd gathered around. Once the dust settled, there was nothing left but a deep pit. Lin Yang arrived at the martial arts arena, ready to thoroughly test his combat strength. The martial arts arena was a designated place for the Liang sect to assess the disciples' abilities. It featured combat platforms, testing areas, and training chambers. Lin Yang approached the testing area, where dozens of people were lining up to take their turn. Ahead lay a vast open space with a massive bronze lock and a wooden man's alley, the two testing items designed to measure strength and speed. Within the inner sect, there were additional tests to assess talent, physique, spirit, and more. However, in the outer sect, only simple strength and speed tests were available. Sun Jian lifted a first-level bronze lock, showcasing a force of 10,000 pounds. Zhou Xiang traversed the 30 wooden men's alley in an instant. As the elder in charge of recording results spoke, two outer sect disciples emerged from inside. 10,000 pounds of strength, impressive. Thus far, the strongest is the current outer sect champion, Bai Jian, who lifted an 8th-level bronze lock, achieving a strength of 80,000 pounds. Completing 30 steps in an instant is already considered above average. The fastest was Qing Yi, the second strongest, who covered 100 steps in a moment. The elder nodded slightly at the results, acknowledging that several disciples in this batch showed promising potential. Next, Deng Chao, the named disciple, stepped forward, saluting the elder before entering. He approached the enormous stone pillar with the bronze lock, gripping the clasp and beginning to exert force to lift it. If he could sustain the effort for 10 breaths, he would be deemed to possess a strength of 10,000 pounds. Each first-level bronze lock weighed 10,000 pounds, and there were 30 such stone pillars, each with an additional lock, reaching a maximum weight of 300,000 pounds. However, no outer sect disciple had yet managed to lift it. "Lift for me," Deng Chao roared as he exerted all his might, veins bulging on his forehead and arms. The bronze lock wobbled but ultimately remained on the pillar. Deng Chao's eyes widened as he summoned his spirit power, bellowing, "Lift!" At that moment, the bronze lock began to rise slowly. But his face turned crimson, and he ultimately could not last 10 breaths. The lock slipped from his grasp and fell heavily back onto the pillar with a thud. The elder in charge of recording results announced impassively, "Deng Chao, insufficient time, failed to achieve 10,000 pounds of strength. Goodness. Deng Chao is at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, yet he couldn't endure for even 10 breaths. This test is ridiculously difficult." Many disciples behind him changed color, unable to contain their complaints. "Difficult? Of course, you all think it's hard." A derisive voice rang out from the back. A tall, burly man swaggered forward, preparing to test. "It's Black Whirlwind Li Kuei." Li Kuei had come to test as well. Being at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, everyone wondered how many bronze locks he could lift. Upon seeing him, the crowd quickly parted. Lin Yang observed Li Kuei approaching, his brow furrowing slightly. Did this fellow intend to cut in line? Satisfied by the awe-filled gazes directed at him, Li Kuei relished the attention. However, just as he took a few steps forward, a young man in green blocked his path. The young man was none other than Lin Yang. "Kid, what do you think you're doing blocking me?" Li Kuei glared, his massive frame exuding an intimidating presence. Lin Yang didn't even glance at him, coldly replying, "If you want to test, go to the back of the line." "You want me to wait in line?" Li Kuei was taken aback, pointing at himself as if he had heard the greatest joke. He burst into laughter. "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you tell me to wait? Who are you? Is your father Li Gang? What gives you the audacity to cut in line? All the other disciples are waiting patiently. And you waltz in expecting to jump ahead. What's wrong? Do you have hemorrhoids and can't wait?" Lin Yang replied coolly. If this person continued to be unreasonable, he had no qualms about teaching him a lesson about manners, regardless of who you are. "You cannot skip ahead of me." Insulted, Li Kuei's anger flared. "All right, kid, I see you're itching for a fight. Let us see how much strength you have." Stepping back, Li Kuei swung his fist, a massive blow accompanied by a fierce wind, aimed directly at Lin Yang's face. To act so brazenly in front of the elder was truly audacious. However, the elder merely observed, remaining silent, clearly allowing the situation to unfold. Regardless of right or wrong, everything ultimately came down to strength. In this world, the one with the mightiest fists dictated the truth. Chapter 7. 300,000 pounds of strength. As Li Kuei's fist, as large as a sandbag, descended upon him, Lin Yang's expression darkened instantly. The Foundation Establishment disciple dared to act so recklessly before him. This was tantamount to seeking death. The fierce wind rushed towards him, and Li Kuei wore a triumphant grin, while Lin Yang stood his ground, immovable as a mountain, forgetting even the most basic instinct to evade. To outsiders, Lin Yang appeared as though he had been petrified, utterly at a loss. Bang! As the opponent's fist was merely an inch away from Lin Yang's face, he made his move. Clenching his own fist, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! A formidable gust of force erupted from the collision of their fists, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Li Kuei let out a cry of anguish, his feet stumbling backward as he retreated a full 7 or 8 steps before finally coming to a halt. Li Kuei looked up at Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with unabashed resentment. His right hand was fractured, while his left hand clutched his injured arm, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. "You wait, kid." In his fury, Li Kuei did not lose his composure. He recognized that he was no match for the youth before him. With a scathing remark, he turned to leave. Lin Yang, unfazed by Li Kuei's threat, remained indifferent. Regardless of what retaliation might follow, he was prepared to face it all. This confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. When one possesses great power, fear of anything diminishes. Surrounding them, numerous outer disciples gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Lin Yang has actually defeated Li Kuei. exclaimed one. Who is this, brother? He defeated a cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation establishment with a single punch. Another remarked, he must possess at least the strength of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. When did such a formidable figure emerge in the outer sect? Why was I unaware of this? I know him. His name is Lin Yang, an outer disciple. However, I recall him only being at the 9th level of body refinement before. How could his combat prowess have surged so dramatically in such a short time? The elder responsible for registration and oversight of the area couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Lin Yang. This lad, neither arrogant nor servile, did not display any smugness even when praised. His calm demeanor and impressive strength marked him as a rare talent. Clearing his throat, the elder continued, the test proceeds. Next participant. Following the minor commotion with Li Kuei, the crowd had quieted significantly, and there was no longer any malicious queue jumping. One by one, the results of the outer disciples were announced. Zhang San, 100 weight of copper lock, 10,000 gene of strength, 25 steps in an instant. Lic, 20,000 gene of strength, 40 steps in an instant. Wang Wu, 20,000 gene of strength, 35 steps. Next, Lin Yang. After a long wait, it was finally Lin Yang's turn. Stepping forward, he clasped his fists in respect to the elder before striding directly into the testing arena. The crowd behind him cast eager glances, all curious to gauge the strength of the one who had repelled Li Kuei with a single blow. 30 massive stone pillars loomed in the arena, each representing a weight of 10,000 gene. Lin Yang approached the first copper lock pillar, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. Then, he walked past 1, 2, 3 pillars, ultimately arriving at the 20th. What? He dares to challenge the weight of 200,000 gene. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they observed Lin Yang approach the 20th pillar. Each disciple held their breath, anticipating whether he possessed genuine strength or was merely putting on a show. Firmly gripping the copper ring, Lin Yang heaved upward. The copper lock emitted a crisp sound as it began to rise slowly from the ground. It's rising. It's really rising, gasped one spectator. This is a staggering 200,000 gene. Legend has it that even the young of ancient ferocious beasts possess only a strength of 100,000 gene. How has he achieved 200,000? The crowd collectively held their breath. Hoping Lin Yang could maintain the lift for 10 breaths, it felt as if Lin Yang's test was more significant than their own, and they were invested in his success. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 10 breaths. Thud. The copper lock struck the stone pillar with a thundering sound. The crowd fell into silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Indeed, applause. Excellent. Remarkable. He has truly lifted it, breaking the outer sect record for strength. Now set at 200,000 gene. Lin Yang's name will surely resonate far and wide. At that moment, even the elder in charge of registration was taken aback. 200,000 gene of strength. What manner of being is this lad? Just as he prepared to announce Lin Yang's strength, he froze. Lin Yang had not halted. He continued toward the remaining pillars. The elder's jaw dropped, and his breath quickened. He wouldn't dare challenge the ultimate strength of 300,000 gene. Would he? Indeed. Lin Yang passed several more pillars, arriving at the final 300,000 gene copper lock pillar. In that instant, silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to utter a word. Never before had anyone dared to directly challenge 300,000 gene. Without further ado, Lin Yang adjusted his breath, gripped the pulling ring, and began to lift the copper lock. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from Lin Yang's arms as the 300,000 gene copper lock ascended like a towering tree. Standing 30 meters high at that moment, the copper lock, now elevated 30 meters above the pillar, emitted a vibrating sound as it began to rise further. Lift, Lin Yang commanded, his expression fierce, his voice resounding. A tempest of energy surged forth from within him, forming a wild gust of wind that swept through the surroundings. With a powerful heave, Lin Yang raised the 300,000 gene copper lock above his head. Using only one arm, my goodness. He has truly lifted 300,000 gene, and with a single arm, gasped the crowd. This is terrifying. Is he even human? What kind of monster is Lin Yang? The onlookers were left in a daze, some even collapsing to the ground in shock. The registering elder stood agape, frozen in place. Has it been 10 breaths yet? A faint voice broke into his thoughts, drawing his attention back. Looking up, he saw Lin Yang speaking. His face unflushed and breath steady. The elder nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, indeed. 20 breaths have passed. Chapter 8, Outer Sect 8th. Huang Long, the registering elder, announced loudly. Lin Yang, 300,000 gene of strength. Next test. The Wooden Man Alley.in the arena. Over 100 wooden figures, each approximately 2 meters tall, were arranged throughout the space. The test required participants to navigate through these wooden figures without being touched. Any contact would result in disqualification. Lin Yang entered the Wooden Man Alley. The figures began to move swiftly. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, he transformed into a blur. Vanishing from sight, Lin Yang glided effortlessly among the wooden figures. In just one breath, he emerged on the other side of the alley. Another perfect score, with the elder's booming voice announcing, Lin Yang, 100 meters in an instant. The crowd was left astounded. This is monstrous, perfect scores in both strength and speed. His speed seems even greater than Qingyi's 100 steps in an instant. Lin Yang is on the path to fame. Quick, let us go acknowledge our elder brother. With Lin Yang backing us, who would dare to provoke us in the outer sect? The outer disciples behind him gazed at Lin Yang with eyes gleaming like treasure seekers. As Lin Yang exited the testing arena, he approached the registering elder and clasped his fists in respect, saying, Elder, I take my leave. The elder nodded slightly, watching Lin Yang's departing figure with a look of approval. His strength is formidable. He is neither arrogant nor servile, and he shows respect to his elders. Such humility and courtesy make him a truly exceptional disciple. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. The might of one's fist is all that matters. Many prodigious disciples are fiercely independent, which has fostered a formidable generation of youth, often characterized by their arrogant demeanor, to the extent that they forget even the most fundamental etiquette of respecting their elders. It is rare to find a disciple like Lin Yang, who possesses such a mature disposition. As soon as Lin Yang departed from the testing grounds, he found himself besieged by a group of outer disciples, who eagerly insisted that he accept them as his underlings. Lin Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had no desire to carry any dead weight, as it would only hinder his journey to become stronger. At that moment, Long Gu was there. Just then, Li Kuei returned, accompanied by a youth clad in white. Li Kuei stood respectfully beside the young man, pointing at Lin Yang as he spoke. The youth in white nodded slightly and assured. Rest assured, I will restore your honor. Anyone who dares to harm my Huang Long will undoubtedly face consequences. Huang Long approached Lin Yang and called out loudly, You there? Is it you who struck Li Kuei? Lin Yang, ensnared by the outer disciples, was already exasperated. Hearing Huang Long's voice instantly captured his attention. Who do you think you are, speaking to our leader in such a manner? Have you lost your mind? To Lin Yang's surprise, before he could respond, one of the outer disciples boldly spoke up as if claiming Lin Yang as his subordinate, rebuking the intruder. I am Huang Long. The youth in white raised his chin, fixing his gaze on the disciple who had spoken, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Huang Long, the 8th strongest among the outer disciples. The disciple's face paled upon hearing the name, and he promptly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the individual before him, ultimately focusing on Li Kuei at his side. A smirk crept onto his lips. He had deduced the purpose of their visit. It was I who struck him. What do you intend to do about it? Lin Yang retorted, unafraid, for he recognized Huang Long as merely an outer disciple at the second level of spiritual martial arts. One strike would suffice to vanquish him. Very well, upon hearing my name, you dare to be so arrogant? It appears you possess some strength. Huang Long chuckled, but his expression quickly darkened as he continued. Today, I shall not bully you. You sever one of my subordinates' arms, and in return, you shall forfeit both of your own. Otherwise, I will ensure all 4 of your limbs are broken. I do appreciate your directness. Lin Yang replied, shaking his head and smirking. Allow me to witness the strength of your underling's vengeful leader. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Yang clenched his fist and hurled it towards Huang Long's face. What? As Lin Yang's formidable punch approached, Huang Long's expression changed dramatically. He hastily raised his hands to block. With a resounding crash, Huang Long was sent flying, landing over 20 meters away. Lin Yang coldly remarked, "Rubbish." He had no intention of wasting time with such trivial matters and began to walk away. "Stop right there!" Huang Long roared, leaping to block Lin Yang's path. Lin Yang frowned. This man was truly incorrigible. He retorted angrily, "Get out of my way. Prepare to receive my attack." Huang Long shouted, charging at Lin Yang. In an instant, Lin Yang moved with ghostly speed, closing the distance between them, then raised his foot and kicked out. With a thunderous impact, Huang Long was sent hurtling backward, flying 100 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth, his aura clearly diminished and gravely injured. Lin Yang transformed into a blur, appearing beside the fallen Huang Long, and coldly stated, "Were it not for the sect's prohibition on killing, you would now be nothing more than a cold corpse." Huang Long's face flushed with rage. Lin Yang's contempt for him, an 8th-ranked outer disciple, was infuriating. Another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, this time born of indignation. Lin Yang, uninterested in further listening to this individual's drivel, moved swiftly, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he vanished from the scene. After departing from the testing grounds, Lin Yang fell into deep contemplation. The outer testing grounds could not ascertain my limits. I must wait to enter the inner sect to discover that. With the cultivation techniques I currently practice, even without employing divine martial arts, I can claim invincibility among my peers. I have both the techniques and martial skills, and a divine skill will refresh daily. What I currently lack is not extraordinary techniques, but resources, substantial cultivation resources. The cultivation of the heavenly path scripture demands a vast amount of resources to accumulate. Thus, my only concern moving forward is this: the issue of cultivation resources. Diving into the system, Lin Yang inquired, "System, is there any possibility of refreshing cultivation resources?" The system replied, "Only divine skills will refresh, once daily, with no provision for cultivation resources." Lin Yang nodded in understanding. As expected, the system would not provide resources for cultivation. He must acquire them himself. Hopefully, there will be more resources available within the inner sect. Lin Yang refocused his mind and began preparing for the inner sect assessment the following day, striving to secure the best possible rank. For the higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. Chapter 9. The inner sect assessment competition. The next day, the inner sect assessment commenced in earnest. The outer disciples of the Liyang sect numbered in the tens of thousands, and over 5,000 disciples were participating in this round of inner sect evaluations. From a distance, the sight was a spectacular throng. A sea of bodies. All disciples gathered in the White Jade Plaza, awaiting the commencement of the assessment. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes shot forth from within the sect, ultimately hovering above the crowd. The elder in black stroked his beard, surveying the multitude of disciples below. "I am Elder Heiyu, the overseer of this assessment. I shall now announce the rules. Point 1. The inner sect assessment occurs monthly, with only the top 100 participants passing each time. Point 2. The assessment consists of 2 phases. The preliminary selection and the top 100.3. Rankings are determined by a point system. The higher the points, the better the ranking, with updates displayed on the record stone tablet ahead. Point 4. During the assessment, killing is strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties from the sect, which may also affect their respective families. Disciples, take heed. Point 5. Once the Grand Formation's restrictions are lifted, the assessment shall begin. Upon concluding his remarks, Elder Heiyu began to weave intricate hand seals, raising his hands high above his head. Point 2. Massive surges of spiritual energy erupted from his being. Soaring into the heavens, an energy shield slowly descended from the sky, enveloping the entire White Jade Plaza. The Grand Formation was activated. With its initiation, the competition officially began. Attack? Let us temporarily ally and navigate through the preliminary phase together. The top 100 spots shall belong to me. There must be a place for me among the inner sect disciples. Get lost. In an instant, various cries of battle reverberated through the vast expanse, shaking the very mountains and rivers. Were it not for the existing restrictions, these tumultuous sounds might have led one to believe that a life-and-death struggle was unfolding. Lin Yong stood upon the White Jade Plaza. Observing the fierce battles erupting around him, with a focused mind, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, commencing his grim harvest of heads. Elder Heyu had made it abundantly clear. Ranking would be determined through a point system. To secure a higher rank, one must acquire points, and the sole means of doing so was to eliminate the outer disciples nearby. Among the participants in the assessment, the majority were at the body refinement stage, followed by those who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Last were the formidable beings of the spirit martial stage, the sixth level of the spirit martial stage. Those capable of withstanding Lin Yong were indeed few and far between. He weaved through the throngs of disciples like a wraith, claiming one life with each step and eliminating groups with a single punch. In his wake, a vacuum formed, an area where none dared approach within 10 meters, truly embodying an invincible presence that could slay gods and Buddhas alike. Simultaneously, in another region, a similarly eerie scene unfolded, where three powerful individuals had united. 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man was tall and robust, exuding a pressure that was palpable. The man to his right wielded a folding fan. Tall and slender, with a constant smile that conveyed the demeanor of a refined gentleman. The final woman held a long sword, her blade sweeping through the air, effortlessly vanquishing a large wave of foes. Together, they created a vacuum zone that extended over 30 meters, even more terrifying than Lin Yong's. These three were none other than the top 3 among the outer sect's 10 strongest, Bai Jian, Qing Yi, and Lin Yong. Likewise, other cultivators at the spirit martial stage faced little to no competition, each establishing their own vacuum zones. High above, Elder Heyu monitored the scene, and these individuals stood out starkly in his eyes. The preliminary selection lasted a full incense stick's worth of time before concluding. Of the original 5,000 participants, fewer than 1,000 remained. These individuals would undergo a second elimination round, also limited to the duration of an incense stick. This process would continue in rounds until only 100 remained, marking the end of the selection. The second round of eliminations commenced swiftly. Lin Yong furrowed his brow. Such complexity required that he swiftly eliminate some competitors. This time, Lin Yong was serious. "Saint sword intent," he murmured, raising his right hand above his head and delivering a strike towards the crowd before him. He minimized the damage of the Saint sword intent, utilizing less than 10% of its power to execute this divine technique. Boom. Even with such restraint, the power unleashed was terrifying. The sword light extended for dozens of meters, striking the ground of the White Jade Plaza and causing it to erupt violently. All disciples within 10 meters of the sword light were eliminated, each spitting blood and sustaining grave injuries. Elder Heyu, observing from the sky, immediately noticed Lin Yang's display. As he beheld the sword light, his pupils constricted slightly, murmuring, "What technique is this? Such formidable destructive power. Sword light? Sword technique. It seems our Liang sect lacks such a sword intent technique. This youth possesses remarkable strength. Even from this distance, I can sense the oppressive aura he emanates." In Elder Heiyu's eyes, he attributed Lin Yang's oppressive presence to the sword intent technique, when in fact it was the result of Lin Yang cultivating the Heavenly Tao scripture. The pressure of the Heavenly Tao suppresses all beings. Everything in the world exists beneath the Heavenly Tao, independent of one's cultivation level. No matter how supreme one might be, they too would feel the weight of the Heavenly Tao. With Lin Yang in earnest mode, the number of eliminations surged rapidly, and his points escalated accordingly. Soon, Lin Yang's score placed him among the top 10, ultimately securing the 4th position. Upon glancing at the ranking stone tablet and discovering his place, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. "Despite my efforts, I am still only 4th. Although I have suppressed the power of the Saint's sword intent to a minimum, it is not something an ordinary stronghold can surpass." These 3 are intriguing. Lin Yang noted the names of those above him, Bai Jian, Qing Yi, and Lin Yang. Had Lin Yang encountered them, he would surely recognize Lin Yang as the young man he had previously seen at the peak of Qitian Mountain. As if influenced by Lin Yang's exertion, the other spirit martial cultivators also unleashed their full power, striving to elevate their ranks. Before long, this round was halted by Elder Heyu, who called from above, "Everyone, cease combat. The top 100 have been determined. We shall now proceed to the second stage of the competition, the contest for the top 100 rankings. The contest for the top 100 rankings would no longer be a simple selection process, but rather a series of one-on-one duels. Also ranked by points. The victor would claim half of the opponent's points, and the winners would continue to battle amongst themselves while the losers would face off, ultimately determining the final rankings. Chapter 10. Be low-key in life. High-key in action. The contest for the top 100 rankings commenced with a draw for the arena battles. Labels numbered 1 to 50 were drawn. Those who drew the same number would face off as a group. 50 arenas were prepared simultaneously. Lin Yang stepped forward to draw his label. 18. Elder He Yu lifted the protective barriers, finally settling atop the arena's high platform, proclaiming, "All disciples who have drawn their labels, please proceed to the corresponding arenas for the competition." I drew number 50. Who asked that? Damn it. I drew number 3. I have to battle Yin Yang. I want to forfeit. The top 3 positions corresponded perfectly with the trio of Bai Jian, Qing Yi, and Lin Yang. What abysmal luck. Himph. Yielding before the fight even begins shows a lack of a strong mindset. You're impressive. Shall we swap? No swaps. I drew number 18. Who else drew number 18? A man's shout drew Lin Yang's attention. He glanced at the person, noting he was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Boom. Without a word, Lin Yang stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, his body soaring like a sharp sword, landing solidly on Arena 18. The commotion he created immediately attracted a multitude of gazes. Upon seeing Lin Yang land on his arena, the man holding label 18 stumbled backwards several steps, clearly frightened. Why is my luck so terrible, facing off against Lin Yang who has amassed so many points? His cultivation must be at the spirit martial stage. This match is as good as lost. The man's face darkened considerably, yet he steeled himself and ascended the arena. Yielding without a fight was not in his nature. Even if he couldn't win, he had to give it a shot. If he didn't even dare to attempt, how could he ever grow stronger? Elder He Yu announced. All contestants, take to the arenas. The match begins. Lin Yang regarded the man stepping onto the arena with a faint smile. Clasping his hands together, "Senior brother, please show me your guidance." The man paused, then solemnly nodded. In the next moment, his gaze hardened as he reciprocated, "Junior brother, please guide me." With that, he charged at Lin Yang with a fierce cry. At the 8th level of Foundation establishment, his strength was formidable, his strikes powerful, and a faint golden hue enveloped his skin. This was the golden light body refinement technique. Faced with the man's assault, Lin Yang remained unmoving, like a mountain. Just as the opponent's fist was about to land, he shifted slightly, dodging the blow, and simultaneously, his right fist struck the man's abdomen. Clang! A crisp sound of collision resonated, as if Lin Yang's fist had struck steel, producing a metallic clang that echoed through the air. Gasping, the man instantly spat blood, his body flying off the arena. The golden light that had surrounded him vanished in an instant. With a single punch, Lin Yang shattered his golden light body refinement technique. "Thank you for your mercy." The man struggled to his feet, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang returned the gesture, smiling. "I was merely fortunate to win against my senior brother." The man turned on his heel and departed, dismissing Lin Yang's words with utter disregard. In a single punch, he shattered his own protective spell. If he truly believed this was merely a stroke of luck, it would be the height of folly. When someone graciously offers an escape route, to stubbornly refuse and continue to challenge them would be the epitome of embarrassment. With a single move, he was defeated, and there was no doubt that Lin Yang possessed the strength of the spirit martial realm. He accepted his loss without resentment. On other stages, battles raged on. Some, like Lin Yang's, concluded swiftly, while others featured opponents of equal prowess engaged in a fierce stalemate. As Lin Yang descended from the arena, he observed the ongoing duels, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. The clash of diverse martial arts, techniques, and even mystical spells provided invaluable insights for cultivation. Lin Yang was not the type of spoiled heir who took advantage of others. Despite possessing a system, he did not let it inflate his ego or lead him to believe he was invincible. He understood the wisdom of recognizing that there are always those stronger than oneself. His guiding principle in life was to maintain a low profile in his personal conduct while achieving greatness in his endeavors. After the incense had burnt down, The first round of competition concluded, with Lin Yang still holding the fourth position. A glance at the top three competitors confirmed their victories. Bai Jian, Qing Yi, and Lin Yang stood out, each excelling in their respective arts, one in boxing, another in agility, and the last in swordplay, all at the spirit martial 8th and 9th levels. Even within the same realm, these three radiated an aura of invincibility, making them formidable opponents. Lin Yang licked his lips, feeling a surge of anticipation at the prospect of facing them. Heard over the arena, He Yu declared, "The first round has concluded. We shall now commence the second round of draw." The draw began, with competitors from ranks 1 to 50 grouped together to determine the top 25. This time, Lin Yang drew the number 6 tag. He Yu announced, "Competitors, take the stage and commence battle on the 6th platform." Lin Yang faced an opponent who was a cultivator at the 9th stage of foundation building. Without hesitation, he launched into action, delivering a clean, swift punch that decisively ended the fight. He then stepped down from the platform. Observing the battles of others, his focus remained primarily on Bai Jian, Qing Yi, and Lin Yang, as they were the only ones among the competitors worthy and capable of challenging him. Suddenly, Lin Yang's attention was drawn to a commotion on the 19th platform. Two rather unsightly men were entangled in a grotesque struggle. One was attempting to poke the other's eye, while the other was reaching for his opponent's most sensitive area. The scene was utterly distressing. Lin Yang noted that both men were of comparable strength, one at the 7th level of foundation building and the other at the 8th. Before long, the first man screamed in agony, "Ah, it's breaking. Let go, quick." The second man, meanwhile, was groaning, "My eyes, they're bleeding." Both men, despite their evident strength, resorted to such base tactics in their attempts to undermine one another. Ultimately, they wept and wailed, yet neither was willing to relent. "I'll count to 3, and we both let go." "Okay, point 1, 2, 3. Neither released their grip. "Damn you for T." Lin Yang smiled and jumped down from the arena. "Gao Xian's abilities and temperament are commendable. If she does not meet an untimely end, she might very well become a formidable ruler in the future." Just as Lin Yang was passing by Gao Xian, she called out to him, "Could you tell me the name of that move you just executed?" Lin Yang was taken aback. What he had just performed was merely a simple technique of channeling spiritual energy to create a fist strike, hardly worthy of a name. Not wanting to discourage her earnest inquiry, he quickly fabricated a name: Heaven and Earth, 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the one and only fist. Gao Xian was momentarily stunned. Was there really a technique with such a lengthy title? Lin Yang discreetly glanced at her, and upon seeing her serious expression, he felt utterly speechless. Goodness, this girl actually believed him. He hastily made his escape. Soon, the next round of the competition commenced, this time to determine the top 3 contenders. The drawing began. "Ha ha ha, I declare myself the child of destiny. You have no objections, do you? Once again, I have a bye." Chao Yang's lewd laughter echoed once more. Lin Yang could only shake his head in disbelief. This lecherous fellow's luck was truly outrageous. It was clearly a conspiracy, a blatant injustice. Damn it, it was truly vexing. He had long wished to teach this scoundrel a lesson, yet every time, he was granted a bye. For a practitioner at the 8th level of foundation establishment to reach this stage was indeed rare. Luck is a part of strength. There is no need for envy. The crowd below was on the verge of losing their composure, eager to rush up and give Chao Yong a swift kick. This lecherous man had somehow managed to scrape his way to 4th place. Chapter 12. Defeating the Outer Sex champion. Next up was the battle to determine the top 3 contenders. There were a total of 7 participants, excluding Chao Yong. Only 2 remained, while Lin Yang's target was the trio of Bai Jian. Only these 3 could compel him to unleash his true strength. Lin Yang smoothly drew the number 1 tag, and his opponent was Bai Jian. Upon ascending the arena, Lin Yang regarded the burly man before him with a faint smile. "Lin Yang, senior brother, please bestow your guidance." Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, opting for no superfluous words as he instantly shifted his state to its peak. As his right foot pressed down on the arena, the ground cracked, creating a substantial indentation. Bai Jian initiated the assault. Lin Yang smirked, refusing to retreat. He transformed into a blur and charged forward. Boom! The clash of their fists unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending dust swirling into the air. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, both combatants launched into a fierce offensive almost simultaneously. Their strikes landed with resounding thuds, echoing like distant thunder as they exchanged blows. Their movements reached a pinnacle of speed, becoming mere phantoms that collided incessantly on the arena. Below the stage, the spectators watched in a daze, struggling to keep pace with the rapid exchange. These two are incredibly strong. I can understand Bai Jian's prowess, being a top-tier expert at the 8th level of spiritual martial arts. But this Lin Yang has taken me by surprise. How could he match Bai Jian blow for blow? Why have I never heard of this person in the outer sect before? Indeed, I share your confusion. Logically, someone of his caliber should be among the most recognized in the outer sect, yet his name has remained obscure. Hemph, do you think everyone is like you, overly ambitious? Some choose to remain low-key, concealing their true abilities. Who could ever discover them? Who do you think will emerge victorious from this clash? I believe Bai Jian will win. After all, he is the champion of the outer sect, and his strength is undeniable. He has built his reputation through sheer might. I beg to differ. Watch closely. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while the battle on stage descended into a stalemate. Bang! Bai Jian exerted force with his right arm, delivering a punch that struck Lin Yang's arms, causing him to stagger backward. The two momentarily separated, standing opposite each other. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. Although his cultivation had risen, he lacked the requisite combat experience and skills. His only martial art was merely the saintly sword intent. Bai Jian, on the other hand, had fought his way to the top, possessing an abundance of combat techniques and diverse martial arts at his disposal, making his attacks unpredictable and difficult to counter. Lin Yang mentally berated his own lack of combat skills. Yet Bai Jian was equally astonished, furrowing his brow as he faced Lin Yang. After battling for so long, he still couldn't gain the upper hand against his opponent, whose techniques, though clearly lacking finesse, were surprisingly effective. It was as if he were facing a newborn, devoid of combat experience. This revelation shook him to his core. A novice could contend with him so fiercely. He was at a loss for how to gain any advantage. This person will be a formidable rival on my path ahead. If he were to master various martial arts and combat skills, wouldn't that mean I would be overwhelmed by him? Come again, Bai Jian shouted, charging forward once more. Lin Yang did not hold back. Opportunities to spar with the outer sect's champion were rare, and he intended to glean as much as he could from this battle. Thus, they continued their fierce exchange, the duration stretching on as the other matches concluded while they remained locked in combat. Below, Lin Yang and Qing Yi stood together, having both triumphed over their respective opponents. Their attention was riveted on the ongoing battle. Lin Yang remarked, fanning himself with a folding fan, "It seems Bai Jian has genuinely encountered a worthy opponent. Although this person is only at the 6th level of spiritual martial arts, his robust foundation rivals that of Bai Jian's 8th level, truly a rarity." Qing Yi fixed her gaze on Lin Yang, coldly asserting, he lacks the necessary combat skills and experience. Within 50 exchanges, he is bound to lose. Lin Yang was taken aback. Surely you jest? You believe he will lose? I had high hopes for him. On the stage, Lin Yang refrained from employing the Heavenly Dao Classic or Saintly Sword intent, choosing instead to test how long he could endure against Bai Jian with only his cultivation. Now, he recognized the widening gap. Bai Jian's onslaught intensified. If Lin Yang did not push back soon, he would find himself on the losing end. You are strong, but you lack combat experience and skills. This match is yours to lose. Bai Jian taunted, unleashing a fierce barrage. Not necessarily, Lin Yang retorted with a scoff, activating the Heavenly Dao Classic. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, shifting the once one-sided battle in his favor. Lin Yang began his counterattack, launching a relentless offensive that left Bai Jian struggling to defend himself. What just happened? Only moments ago, Bai Jian was dominating Lin Yang. How could the tides have turned so swiftly? What a strange occurrence. Could it be that Bai Jian is deliberately holding back? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Even Lin Yang and Qing Yi furrowed their brows, perplexed. On stage, Bai Jian was in dismay. He had been on the verge of victory when, in an instant, Lin Yang unleashed an immense pressure that left him trembling. This was the weight of the Heavenly Dao. Although Bai Jian was formidable, hailed as the first of the outer sect. He was still merely a minor practitioner of spiritual martial arts. How could he withstand the weight of the heavenly Tao? Boom. Lin Yang unleashed his full power, delivering a punch that sent Bai Jian crashing off the arena. Elder He Yu immediately declared the result. Lin Yang wins. The arena fell into silence. Faced with such an outcome, everyone was momentarily stunned. Bai Jian had been defeated so inexplicably. Chapter 13. The Ancient Ten Fiends Treasure Technique. Kuanping Method. The top three contenders had emerged: Lin Yang, Lian Yang, and Qing Yi. The three would now face off in pairs to determine their final rankings. Elder He Yu announced the rules. Before Lin Yang could ascend the arena, Lian Yang spoke up first. Elder, I shall forfeit. I accept third place. Elder He Yu was taken aback. He had never anticipated someone would concede at such a moment. Lian Yang chuckled. He is already bested Bai Jian. I certainly cannot compete. Elder He Yu nodded in tacit agreement, subsequently directing his gaze towards Qing. Qing Yi's demeanor was indifferent. She uttered not a word and ascended the arena directly, drawing forth her long sword and pointing it menacingly at Lin Yang. With a smile, Lin Yang followed suit. Stepping onto the stage, he glanced at the cooldown timer for his system skills, which was about to reset, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Observing the serene beauty before him, Lin Yang flexed his wrist and remarked, "Apologies, but I am pressed for time. Let us settle this in one move." This proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the spectators. How audacious! He dared to assert that he would defeat Qing Yi with a single strike. Although Qing Yi ranked behind Bai Jian, her prowess was not to be underestimated. How could he make such a claim? Bai Jian, observing Lin Yang atop the arena, furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that his earlier battle was not executed with full strength? Now, did he intend to reveal his true capabilities? Qing Yi scoffed, "Arrogant fool, behold my sword." Seeing this, Lin Yang shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, he extended his fingers as if they were a sword, and a brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertips. "Saint's sword intent. Slash!" Lin Yang shouted, as his right hand descended towards Qing Yi, causing the sword light to expand exponentially. The brilliance of the sword light was overwhelming, resembling the might of the heavens. As it surged forth to cleave through the air towards her, boom! With that strike, the arena trembled violently, unable to withstand the sheer force for even a moment before collapsing into ruin. The earth quaked fiercely, causing the entire Jade White Plaza to sway precariously. Elder He Yu, witnessing this chaos, was taken aback, hastily invoking a spell to activate the protective formation. However, just as the sword light was about to descend upon Qing Yi's head, it abruptly dissipated into nothingness. As for Qing Yi, she stood paralyzed, frozen in place, her back drenched in cold sweat. Upon witnessing the ferocious sword light, a sense of helplessness and a chilling dread of death enveloped her. She felt she could not resist, could not contend, and could only await her demise. That was the thought that consumed her at that moment. "Consider it a victory for me," Lin Yang's voice rang out, laced with gentleness and a hint of mirth. Snapping back to reality, Qing Yi looked at the smiling figure before her and finally clasped her fists in acknowledgement. "I concede." Below, the crowd had their eyes wide open, scarcely daring to breathe. The sword intent had been terrifying. Even they felt their bodies prickling with pain, as if they could disintegrate at any moment. This only emphasized the ordeal that Qing Yi had endured. "My goodness, that is a powerhouse," came the voice of the lecherous man, Chao Yong, from the back, his mouth agape in astonishment at Lin Yang's formidable display. As the competition concluded, the awards for the inner sect disciples were distributed. The first prize consisted of 100 medium-grade spirit stones, 10 second-tier breaking mirror pills, and 10 second-tier spiritual herbs. The rankings of the pills and herbs corresponded to a system of 10 levels, with higher levels indicating greater value. After receiving his rewards, Lin Yang entered the inner sect without a backward glance. Elder He Yu, wishing to call out to him, realized in dismay that the young man had already vanished from sight. He had hoped to take Lin Yang as his disciple. The boy's combat prowess and talent were truly remarkable and warranted further study. Shortly after Lin Yang departed, several figures emerged from the inner sect. "Hey you, the competition has concluded. There are some promising candidates this time. I wish to select one as my disciple." How boastful. You always choose first. It's my turn this time. Selecting disciples is not merely about looks but strength. My prowess is undeniable, so why not choose first? Is that so? How about we settle this with a few exchanges? As the figures alighted, a male and female elder began to bicker, leaving a group of inner sect candidates passing by utterly stunned. The elders were so brazen, disregarding their own status. Elder He Yu's expression darkened as he regarded the two. Xiong Fei, O Yi Luo, can you not cease your quarrel? At last, they halted their bickering, and Elder He Yu continued. Selecting disciples is a mutual choice. You may choose any elder, or like the first-place victor Lin Yang, enter the inner sect directly without selection. Upon hearing this, the other elders shifted uncomfortably. He Yu, are you saying the first-place winner has fled? Xiong Fei inquired, astonished. What a pity, O Yi Luo added. Elder He Yu found himself at a loss for words regarding these two carefree individuals, who seemed to have no regard for their own identities. He promptly stated, aside from the first place, the rest are still quite commendable. Their talents and combat abilities are not inferior to those of the top contender. Lin Yang remained oblivious to the fact that entering the inner sect would lead to being selected as a disciple by the elders. However, even if he were aware, he would undoubtedly choose to evade such an offer. What could elders provide him? In a short time, his own strength would surpass theirs. What could they teach him? Techniques, martial arts, or arcane secrets? He could acquire all of these through the system, and they would be of the highest caliber. Thus, the notion of a master held little appeal for Lin Yang. It was entirely superfluous. Having obtained his identity token and located his residence, Lin Yang swiftly settled down to meditate, retrieving his rewards. 100 medium-grade spirit stones, 10 second-tier breaking mirror pills, and 10 second-tier spiritual herbs. Medium-grade spirit stones were considered the standard currency within the inner sect, with one being equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. The pills and herbs were similarly classified. Second-tier grade was effective for both foundational and spiritual martial realms. Lin Yang activated the Tian Dao Jing and began to absorb the resources in mere moments. The spirit stones, pills, and herbs transformed into pure spiritual energy, flooding into his body. The Tian Dao Jing technique was forceful and domineering. Unfortunately, for an ordinary disciple, these rewards could have facilitated a breakthrough of 2 or 3 small realms. Yet Lin Yang only managed to ascend one small realm, elevating his cultivation to the 7th level of the spirit martial realm. The fragmented spiritual energy contained within these resources was reduced by more than half by the Tian Dao Jing technique, resulting in only a single small realm breakthrough. It seemed that he would have to worry about cultivation resources once more. Lin Yang sighed, then focused his mind, delving into the system. The time for daily skill refresh had arrived. On the system panel, a line of red text stood out prominently. Current divine skill refreshed. Ancient Tin Fiend's treasure technique, Kuanping method. Would you like to extract? Upon seeing this divine skill, Lin Yang's eyes brightened. The Kuanping method, filled with joy, he declared, extract. Chapter 14. Forbidden Domain. The Ancient Tin Fiend's treasure technique is a divine art possessed by the Ancient Tin Fiends. The Ancient Tin Fiends are beings comparable to the Celestial Kings. Such powerful entities could effortlessly crush those at the Emperor level with a mere finger. The might of their divine arts is beyond comprehension. To possess the Ancient Tin Fiend's treasure technique is indeed remarkable, Lin Yang rejoiced. The Kuanping method represents the epitome of speed in the world. Mastering the Kuanping method signifies mastering unparalleled swiftness. And its combat prowess is equally extraordinary, embodying an invincible stance, as the ancient saying goes. In the northern abyss, there is a fish named Kuan. The Kuan is so vast that its length is unfathomable. Transforming into a bird, it is called Pong, and the Peng's wings are equally immense. When it flies in anger, its wings resemble clouds that hang low in the sky. Such an ancient behemoth possesses a divine art of unparalleled might. Lin Yang mused that the prestige of the Kuanping method might even surpass that of the Saint's sword in tint. This is the power of the Ancient Tin Fiends, Dian tales from his past life. The Emperor of the Wilds swept through the realms with unparalleled might, relying on the Kuanping method. Lin Yang murmured to himself, if I were to master it, my combat strength would surely ascend to new heights, and perhaps even step into the forbidden domain would not be beyond reach. The The Forbidden Domain refers to a stage of combat prowess. Cultivators defy the heavens. With each realm they ascend, their combat strength surges exponentially. A significant leap in realm leads to a fundamental transformation in power. Those capable of fighting beyond their level are undoubtedly exceptional talents. The Forbidden Domain describes those formidable beings who can engage in combat across 5 minor realms. Lin Yang exited the hall and stepped outside, immersing himself in the Kunping method. Boom! In an instant, Lin Yang's body shot skyward, and a pair of wings formed from spiritual energy unfurled behind him. He soared through the heavens, relishing the sensation of the brisk wind against his face. Flying is a privilege of those in the Spirit Master realm, yet now, as a spirit martial practitioner, he could fly with the Kunping method, achieving incredible speed. The experience was simply sublime. At this moment, Lin Yang felt akin to a child who had discovered a cherished toy, reveling in the exhilaration brought forth by flight. His body soared effortlessly, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. Gazing downward at the sect below, he took in its entirety in a single glance, the distribution of towering peaks and magnificent halls vividly unfolding before him. Sensing the diminishing flow of spiritual power within him, Lin Yang's joy surged anew. The consumption of spiritual energy by the Kunping technique was significantly lower than that of the Saint Sword Intent. This allowed him to unleash this extraordinary divine skill without reservation. Truly, the Kunping technique was remarkable, possessing unparalleled speed while exhibiting minimal consumption of spiritual energy. Such a technique undoubtedly deserved the title of a divine skill. Transforming his body into a radiant arc, Lin Yang departed from the sect. He had already grasped the swiftness of the Kunping technique, and now was the moment to test its true power. Arriving at a forest outside the sect, Lin Yang clenched his right fist, channeling the Kunping technique to unleash a devastating strike towards the earth below. Buzz! A beam of fist radiance erupted from Lin Yang's fist, morphing into a tangible ray of light that descended upon the forest floor. Boom! The ground trembled as a fissure appeared, widening relentlessly, the earth on either side rising dramatically. Where the tangible ray passed, it carved out a chasm of abyssal depths. Hiss! What a terrifying technique! Its might formidable beyond compare, even surpassing the Saint's Sword Intent by several degrees. Observing the devastation wrought beneath him, Lin Yang could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was essential to note that this was merely a casual attempt, not a full display of his strength, yet it had yielded such a shocking spectacle. At this moment, I have undoubtedly stepped into the realm of the forbidden. I can effortlessly traverse 5 minor realms in battle without the slightest strain. Lin Yang conducted a rough assessment of his combat prowess. Currently, he stood at the 7th level of Spirit Martial Realm, capable of contending with formidable opponents at the 2nd level of Spirit Master without falling behind. Every day, I receive a refresh of a divine skill. Once I accumulate a sufficient number of divine skills, even using them recklessly could annihilate high-tier powerhouses without the need for a protracted struggle. The mere thought of future confrontations ignited a fervor within Lin Yang, filling him with immense anticipation. Divine skills, whether they be techniques or martial arts, or even supernatural arts, could serve as trump cards for all cultivators, representing their ultimate moves, and he would possess a repertoire of such ultimate moves. Even a mere initiation of these techniques would be perceived as a climactic culmination by others. Imagine, when facing an opponent, they unleash their ultimate move right from the outset, without pause or repetition. Confronting such an adversary would evoke a profound sense of frustration, as one would scarcely gain any advantage. The mere contemplation of such scenarios thrilled Lin Yang tremendously. Even before his opponent made a move, he would activate his invincible battle mode. This approach was scarcely befitting of a fair contest. Currently, I lack not in techniques or martial skills. What I truly require is practical experience. Only through the continuous accumulation of combat experience and skills can I ensure that my confrontations are seamless and effective. Furthermore, there lies the issue of cultivation resources. With a thought, Lin Yang made his way back to the sect. He intended to visit the Ziyuan Hall to undertake some sect missions, thus accumulating combat experience while also reaping substantial rewards and resources. Within the sect, completing tasks would yield points, which could be exchanged for various items such as techniques, martial skills, supernatural arts, secret methods, weapons, and elixirs. Upon arriving at the Ziyuan Hall, Lin Yang began to peruse the missions released by the sect. The missions were categorized into 5 tiers, with increasing difficulty corresponding to the levels of Foundation Establishment, Spirit Marshal, Spirit Master, Spirit King, and Spirit Sovereign. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of Spirit Marshal Realm, he was eligible for Tier 2 missions. As he flipped to the Tier 2 mission section, a series of tasks materialized before his eyes. Tier 2 mission: hunt the unicorn and acquire its horn. Quantity unrestrained, with each horn worth 20 points. This task is issued by the sect's refining hall. Tier 2 mission: collect flame sungrass, reward of 50 points. Tier 2 mission: assist in transporting sect supplies, reward of 40 points. Lin Yang scrolled through, realizing that the point rewards for Tier 2 missions were rather meager, averaging only a few dozen points. After a rough estimation, he calculated that 10 points could be exchanged for a Tier 2 elixir. The total points earned from completing a single mission would scarcely suffice to fill his needs. The rewards for Tier 2 missions were insufficient. He turned his gaze to the Tier 3 missions. Lin Yang's attention fell upon the task list corresponding to the Spirit Master Realm. Tier 3 mission list: hunt the Nether Tiger and retrieve its core for trade. Reward of 500 points. Harvest the Dragon Spring Fruit, earning 200 points per fruit, quantity unlimited. Tier 3 missions were exclusively for cultivators of the Spirit Master Realm, and the rewards were substantially higher, often in the hundreds. This was decidedly more lucrative than Tier 2 missions. I shall choose these two. Lin Yang promptly accepted the 2 tasks: hunt the Nether Tiger and harvest the Dragon Spring Fruit. With the mission tokens in hand, he exited the Ziyuan Hall. Who is this person? He has taken on 2 Tier 3 missions simultaneously. I do not recall seeing him within the inner sect. I recognize him. He is Lin Yang, the top candidate in the recent outer sect to inner sect assessment. Judging by his cultivation level, he is merely Spirit Marshal. How dare he accept Tier 3 missions meant for Spirit Master level cultivators? Within the Ziyuan Hall, numerous disciples came to accept tasks in hopes of earning sect points. Lin Yang, with his Spirit Marshal cultivation, taking on 2 Tier 3 missions, sparked considerable commotion. Such lofty ambitions? The elder responsible for overseeing the Ziyuan Hall glanced at Lin Yang's departing figure and sighed softly. Having left the Ziyuan Hall, Lin Yang prepared to head directly to the Xingyuan mountain range. Junior brother, hold on. At that moment, a voice called out. Stopping Lin Yang in his tracks, a male and female cultivator approached him. Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? The male spoke. Junior brother. It is like this. I noticed you just accepted the task to hunt the Nether Tiger in the Xing mountain range. And I thought we could travel together. We are forming a team, and we wondered if you would join us? Not interested, Lin Yang replied curtly, preparing to turn away. Although both individuals were at the Spirit Marshal realm, their prowess was only at the 4th or 5th level, placing them in a different league altogether. For him to accompany them was merely a means for them to exploit his strength. Ah, junior brother, you won't be working for free. There's a points reward, the male persisted, blocking Lin Yang's path once more. Noticing Lin Yang's furrowed brow, he quickly explained, you see, our group consists of over a dozen members preparing to hunt the unicorn in the Xingyuan mountain range. But out in the wild, unforeseen dangers are inevitable. If we encounter formidable beasts, we would greatly appreciate your assistance, and we are willing to share a significant portion of the points with you. Buying peace with money? Lin Yang smirked. If he could earn some points in the process, it wouldn't be so bad, he inquired. Where are your people? Junior brother, just ahead. Hanyu beamed, leading the way while introducing himself. Junior brother, my name is Hanyu, and this is my sister. Hanling, may I ask your name? Lin Yang replied succinctly, Lin Yang. Oh. So you are Lin Yang. My apologies for my earlier rudeness, Hanyu said, clasping his fists with a smile. Lin Yang waved a hand dismissively and said, here's the deal. I will accompany you into the Xingyuan mountain range. Should we encounter powerful beasts, I will handle them. And I will take 60 of the points. If we do not encounter any formidable beasts, I will only take 20 of the points. However, I will not assist you in hunting the unicorn. How does that sound? Hanyu was elated. Everything will be at your discretion, junior brother. Then let us proceed. Lin Yang nodded slightly, recognizing Hanyu's keen insight. If the other party were to refuse, he would simply turn and leave without a moment's hesitation. Why should he burden himself with these encumbrances when he could roam freely? Upon arriving outside Bayou Square, Lin Yang spotted Han Yu and Han Ling, along with their group of 12 individuals. Among them, Han Yu was the most formidable, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th tier of Lingwu. The others were mostly fledgling disciples who had just entered the Lingwu realm. It was no wonder they had only taken on the most basic level 2 task, hunting unicorns. Lin Yang joined the group without encountering any opposition, indicating that Han Yu had likely conferred with the others beforehand about inviting a skilled practitioner from the Lingwu realm to oversee them. On the outskirts of Xingyuan mountain range, Lin Yang and the 13 members of Han Yu's party began their search. Unicorns, notorious beasts that roamed the periphery, were numerous, resembling gigantic bears with their entire bodies covered in white fur and a single horn protruding from their heads. This horn was among the rarest of medicinal materials, leading to no restrictions on the quantity of unicorn horns that could be harvested. This made such tasks appealing to many lower-tier Lingwu practitioners. Found one. There's one over here. I have one too. Attack. Everyone, be cautious. We are here for training and must not lose our lives soon. The sounds of battle erupted, the roars of beasts intermingling with the clashing of weapons. Lin Yang, however, chose to sit atop a large rock, entering a meditative state to cultivate the Tian Dao Jing. The cultivation of Tian Dao Jing knows no confines of realms. As long as one possesses sufficient energy, one can strive to transcend boundaries. The limitations imposed by realms are utterly inconsequential before the Tian Dao Jing. Threads of energy from the heavens and earth began to converge upon Lin Yang's body, ultimately flowing into the spiritual sea within his abdomen, perpetually settling and accumulating. When a practitioner transitions from body refinement to the foundation establishment realm, they can condense their energy sea within. This energy sea resembles a layer of clouds swirling within the abdomen. Upon reaching the spiritual martial realm from the foundation establishment, this energy sea transforms into a vast pool of liquid energy, termed the spiritual sea. The higher the realm of a spiritual martial practitioner, the larger their spiritual sea becomes, which in turn correlates to increased combat prowess. Lin Yang was unaware of the exact nature of his own spiritual sea. He merely knew it resembled a vast lake, immensely expansive. As the energies of heaven and earth continuously flowed in, the area of his spiritual sea gradually expanded as well. After a short incense stick's worth of time, the sounds of battle outside began to subside, prompting Lin Yang to exit his meditative state. The cultivation of Tian Dao Jing is incredibly domineering. Should he unleash his full power, the entire area would be devoid of life in an instant, as his current strength did not yet allow him to traverse this realm unchallenged. Lin Yang remained restrained in front of others, suppressing Tian Dao Jing to a minimal level. Senior brother, the unicorns here have been dealt with. Let us move on to the next location. Han Yu approached Lin Yang and greeted him. Lin Yang nodded slightly. You all go ahead. I will join you shortly. What is so impressive about him to be so arrogant? Murmured Han Ling, observing Lin Yang's aloof demeanor. Sister, do not speak disrespectfully of your senior brother. Brother, I am just saying, he does nothing yet still reaps our rewards. But he is a powerful figure safeguarding us. You only see him doing nothing because we can handle these unicorns without encountering danger. If we were to face a formidable beast, senior brother Lin Yang would surely intervene. Brother, would you trust just anyone to come to our aid? If danger truly arises, he might be the first to flee. Oh, just trust your elder brother. Listening to the siblings' chatter, Lin Yang could not help but smile bitterly, shaking his head before following them. Chapter 16. The Unicorn King. Suddenly, the mountains trembled, and a deafening roar from a fearsome beast echoed, causing the ground beneath to quake violently. Brother, be careful, Han Ling shouted, lunging toward her brother. In that instant, a massive, snow-white figure lunged forward. Thankfully, Han Ling reacted swiftly, tackling her brother to the ground. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. This was the Unicorn King, a formidable entity equivalent to a spiritual master. The onlookers gasped in alarm. We've hunted too many unicorns, and now we've disturbed the Beast King. It's over. Everyone, run. The Unicorn King is comparable to a spiritual master. We stand no chance. Flee! The Unicorn King roared, blocking their path and charging towards Han Yu and the others. Sister, run. I'll hold it off. Han Yu sprang to his feet, sword in hand, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister. "Brother, I want to leave. I want to fight alongside you." Han Ling resolutely stood beside her brother. "Run!" Han Yu shouted angrily as the Unicorn King bore down upon them. He raised his sword, charging forward. "You beast! I'm right here. Come at me!" Han Yu roared, propelling himself forward with all his might, leaping high and aiming his sword at the Unicorn King's eye. With a resounding thud, a massive white paw swatted him away. Despite its colossal size, the Unicorn King was remarkably agile, its speed and reflexes surpassing those of Han Yu and his companions. Seeing the audacity of this human insect, the Unicorn King let out a furious roar, raising its massive foot to stomp down upon Han Yu. Should it connect, he would be reduced to mere pulp. "Brother!" Han Ling cried out, rushing forward with her sword to save him. With a swift thrust, Han Ling ambushed from behind, her sword piercing into the Unicorn King's body. "Roar!" The Beast King howled in agony. Its massive form began to thrash violently, each stomp of its feet causing tremors in the ground, producing thunderous booms. Han Ling, gripping her sword, attempted to slice open the Beast King's back. However, her cultivation level was too low, and her strength insufficient. In the next moment, Han Ling was flung away by the thrashing Unicorn King, her body crashing heavily against a towering ancient tree, snapping it in half. The sheer power of the beast's struggles was terrifying. The Unicorn King writhed, its back muscles forcing the sword out of its body, turning to glare at the human girl before it. This human ant had wounded it. It demanded retribution. Its claws, thicker than millstones, descended upon her with lethal intent. "Sister!" Han Yu roared in despair, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Yet, he was gravely injured, barely able to stand, let alone continue fighting. In that critical moment, as the Unicorn King's paw descended, a dazzling sword light erupted, massive and fierce, almost matching the beast's own form. The sword light surged forth at an unimaginable speed, piercing through the Unicorn King's body. Boom! The force of the sword light was ferocious. After piercing the Unicorn King, it continued unabated, shattering ancient trees along its path. The ground could not withstand the terrifying power of the sword light, rumbling ominously. Ultimately, the earth split open, revealing a stunning chasm. After cleaving 100-meter deep gorge into the ground, the sword light finally dissipated. Thump! The Unicorn King, resembling a small mountain, collapsed, blood gushing from its body like a stream. It was dead. The Unicorn King had been slain in one strike. With a swift motion, Lin Yang appeared beside Han Ling, lifting her up and asking, "Are you all right?" Han Ling stared blankly at Lin Yang, seemingly in shock either from the Unicorn King's ferocity or from the awe of Lin Yang's recent display. Seeing that she was unharmed, Lin Yang turned his attention to Han Yu, checking his injuries. His spine was fractured, several ribs broken, and his abdomen had been pierced by a branch, resulting in severe wounds. Sighing at the seriousness of the injuries, Lin Yang began to mend them. The spine was repaired, the broken ribs rejoined, and the bleeding in the abdomen was temporarily halted. However, complete recovery would require a substantial period of rest, likely 10 to 15 days, and would necessitate medicinal assistance. Without such remedies, recovery could take months, even up to half a year. Given the severity of his injuries, it would be best to conclude this hunting mission early and return to the sect. Lin Yang assisted his counterpart to rise and uttered a few words. Upon seeing her elder brother, Han Ling finally reacted, hastily rushing over to support Han Yu, inquiring with concern, "Brother, are you all right?" Han Yu shook his head and turned to Lin Yang, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your timely rescue." Lin Yang merely shook his head, signaling them to return. "You should go back. I must proceed to fulfill my mission." After leaving this remark, Lin Yang's body shifted, propelling him into the air. This was not flying, but rather a powerful push from his feet that made him appear as if he were soaring, akin to a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. Once he confirmed he was out of Han Yu's line of sight, a pair of wings formed from spiritual energy erupted from his back, and he headed towards the depths of the Xingyuan Mountains. Senior brother Lin Yang is incredibly strong. Han Yu gazed at Lin Yang's vanishing silhouette, unable to suppress his admiration. "Han Yu, Are you okay? Let's head back. This time, they were fortunate that senior brother Lin Yang intervened. Otherwise, our group would undoubtedly have perished here. The group gathered around, staring at the corpse of the Unicorn King sprawled on the ground, as well as the abyss stretching over 100 meters deep, collectively gasping in horror. Such terrifying power. Even a formidable spirit master would find it difficult to achieve this, wouldn't they? Not just difficult. It is utterly impossible. Only a powerful cultivator at the Spirit King realm could accomplish such a feat. Yet, senior brother Lin Yang is merely at the Spirit Martial realm. Despite his cultivation being confined to the Spirit Martial realm, his combat prowess rivals that of a Spirit King level expert. Incredible, the group marveled in astonishment. Hey, what are you all doing? Come help. Han Ling fumed, puffing her cheeks. With her brother gravely injured, she found it intolerable that these so-called friends were still debating other matters, in the face of danger. Those she regarded as companions had fled faster than anyone else, while it was Lin Yang, whom she had underestimated, who came to their aid. These people are outrageous. I must sever ties with them. Chapter 17. Beast King, Black Demon Spider. Due to Han Yu's grave injuries, he and his party were ultimately compelled to leave the Xingyuan Mountains and return to their sect. Lin Yang, however, continued his search alone within the mountains. His targets were the Nether Tiger and the Dragon Spring Fruit. The Nether Tiger was a true Beast King, possessing formidable strength comparable to that of a Spirit Master. An adult Nether Tiger was equivalent to a Spirit King level expert. This Nether Tiger is not to be compared with a mere Unicorn King. I must tread carefully. Lin Yang descended into the forest, relying on his physical prowess to traverse the terrain. Although the Kuanping technique transformed into spiritual wings consumed little energy, it still required some he needed to conserve enough strength to confront the Nether Tiger. Lin Yang delved deeper into the Xingyuan Mountains, eventually crossing the outer boundaries to enter the true inner sanctum of the range. Here, the wilderness was pristine, teeming with countless fierce beasts, with Beast King-level experts ruling over their respective domains. As Lin Yang strolled through the forest, he observed his surroundings, a frown forming on his brow. It is eerily quiet here. Not even a whisper of wind or rustle of grass. Something is amiss. A sense of wariness surged within him. Just as he lifted his foot, a chilling glint descended from above his head. With reflexes honed by danger, Lin Yang swiftly evaded. With a thunderous crash, the moment he vacated his position, a spider leg, dark as ink and glimmering with a frigid sheen, plunged into the earth, splitting it apart and sending debris flying. The Black Demon Spider. The sight of this fearsome beast made Lin Yang's pupils constrict. The Black Demon Spider was on par with the Spirit Master level expert, and an adult Black Demon Spider rivaled the Spirit King, marking it as a Beast King level creature. The one before him loomed large, towering like an ancient tree at 20 meters in height. Clearly, it was already an adult. Goodness, to encounter a Beast King level Black Demon Spider right away. The inner sanctum of the Xingyuan Mountains is indeed exhilarating. Lin Yang fixated on the Black Demon Spider, his expression not betraying fear but rather excitement. Though not his primary target, this creature was a being of Beast King caliber, replete with treasures. With a screech, the Black Demon Spider emitted a furious roar, its piercing voice nearly shattering eardrums. Raising its razor-sharp legs once more, it lunged at Lin Yang. With a swift movement, Lin Yang dove into the spider's underbelly, evading the relentless strikes that fell like blades, each impact shattering the ground with tremendous force. "Let me show you my sword," Lin Yang shouted, entering the spider's blind spot beneath its abdomen, fingers poised like a sword. A brilliant sword light burst forth, soaring into the sky. The blade pierced the Black Demon Spider's body, eliciting a shriek of agony, though it did not cleave it in two in pain. The spider launched a frenzied counterattack. To it, this human ant was merely akin to a subordinate. Yet this insignificant being had managed to wound it. With a sudden flash, Lin Yang's form shimmered as spiritual wings sprouted from his back, greatly enhancing his speed as he ascended above the Black Demon Spider. "This will be your end," he bellowed, exuding a terrifying pressure. Boom! The overwhelming force crashed down, pinning the Black Demon Spider to the ground, its body trembling in submission. The weight of the heavenly Tao was formidable. Even a Beast King-level beast like the Black Demon Spider was subdued in an instant, prostrating itself beneath the immense pressure, which surpassed even that of a Beast Emperor, emanating from the very depths of its soul and bloodline. It was utterly incapable of resistance, reduced to the status of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Slash! Lin Yang commanded, raising his hand above his head to point towards the heavens. A colossal sword light, as thick as a small mountain, materialized, rumbling. As the sword light descended, the earth quaked, and the forest swayed. The Black Demon Spider emitted a terrified wail, attempting to resist, but its body simply would not obey. Even the most basic spiritual attack was beyond its capability, its internal energy having been suppressed to a stagnant pool of lifelessness. With a chilling shriek, the Black Demon Spider's body was cleaved in two by the sword light, its essence dissipating, leaving only its head and a few scattered legs. Lin Yang descended, standing before the giant head of the Black Demon Spider. Fingers poised like a sword, he sliced through its cranium. Moments later, a white, irregular crystal stone fell from within. This was the beast core of the Black Demon Spider, the size of a fist, containing the essence of the creature, a fusion of its blood and energy. This Beast King core should be worth a 4th-grade medicinal pill, sufficient for me to break through to a minor realm. Lin Yang wasted no time, sitting down to cultivate, activating the Heavenly Tao scripture to begin absorption. The beast core floated before Lin Yang, releasing tendrils of white mist that flowed into his body, extracted by the Heavenly Tao scripture as the purest form of energy. After a brief moment, the entirety of the Beast King core was absorbed. I have broken through to the 8th level of the Spirit Martial Realm. Lin Yang felt the shift in his cultivation, a hint of melancholy crossing his eyes. This Black Demon Spider was already a Beast King, comparable to a human Spirit King. Yet, this singular Beast King core, despite its immense energy, had only allowed him to advance a minor realm. If a regular cultivator had obtained it, they could have broken through 4 or 5 minor realms, even potentially challenging the Spirit Master realm. Progress must be gradual. The Heavenly Tao scripture extracts far too much energy. I wonder how much more vast energy will be required for future breakthroughs. However, considering it from another perspective, the energy that remains is of the purest quality, establishing a solid foundation for my growth, devoid of flaws, which will greatly benefit my future advancements. Lin Yang pondered, reflecting on the principle of the Heavenly Tao, which takes from the excess to replenish the insufficient. As his thoughts delved into the system, the panel refreshed once more. Divine Skill System. Host, Lin Yang. Spirit Martial 8th Level. Cultivation Method. Heavenly Tao Scripture Martial Technique. Saintly Sword Intent. Secret Technique. None. Divine Ability. Kuan Ping Method. Forbidden Technique. None. Not bad. I now possess 3 divine skills. A smile graced Lin Yang's lips as he absorbed the core of the Black Demon Spider and set off once more towards the inner reaches. He was determined to seek the lair of the Nether Tiger. Chapter 18. The Nether Tiger King. Deep within the Xingyuan Mountains, he found it. A shadow stealthily emerged from behind a large boulder, revealing an immense cavern ahead. At that moment, the sounds of deep slumber resonated within, echoing like thunder, deafening in their intensity amidst the surrounding silence of the forest, devoid of any other fierce beasts. This was the lair of the Phantom Tiger. The figure concealed behind the stone was none other than Lin Yang. Through his senses, he discerned the presence of 2 adult Phantom Tigers, their strength comparable to that of a Spirit King, alongside several weaker auras, presumably the cubs of these formidable creatures. Lin Yang pondered his strategy. Encountering a single adult Phantom Tiger would already stretch his limits. Their innate ferocity and combat prowess far surpassed that of a Beast King like the Black Demon Spider. If one were to categorize Beast Kings, the Black Demon Spider would be ranked as a lower-tier Beast King, while the Phantom Tiger belonged to the elite tier. Moreover, facing 2 adult Phantom Tigers together would undoubtedly be more terrifying than confronting 2 Spirit Kings united. Determined to devise a plan to separate the 2 tigers, Lin Yang withdrew to a distance of 1,000 meters, observing the situation. One day passed, then another, yet the 2 Phantom Tigers showed no signs of emerging. Frustration welled within him. Did they not hunt for food? After 2 days of waiting, he found himself in solitude. Logically, with cubs to care for, the tigers should have ventured out to hunt. Had they perhaps prepared their provisions in advance for the winter? Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, one of the phantom tigers had recently given birth to 3 cubs, rendering the mother particularly vulnerable. Thus, the male phantom tiger remained close, guarding her. The initial days of Lin Yang's arrival would have been the optimal time to strike, but he had missed that opportunity. Frustrated by their inactivity, Lin Yang resolved to force them out. He soared into the sky, channeling the heavenly Tao scripture, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth. A resounding hum filled the air as a torrent of energy converged from all directions, visibly manifesting as waves of power that surged into Lin Yang's being. His aura began to ascend rapidly. Within mere moments, the heavenly Tao scripture's overwhelming absorption of energy had already begun to disturb the phantom tigers within their lair. At that instant, a colossal black-striped white tiger emerged from the cave, its presence radiating a unique aura befitting a beast king. Lin Yang's heart surged with joy as he intensified the operation of the heavenly Tao scripture, expanding its range. The phantom tiger king, sensing something amiss, unleashed a furious roar, its massive paw striking the ground and releasing a wave of potent golden energy that countered the encroaching power of the heavenly Tao scripture. Suddenly, a pair of broad wings sprouted from the tiger's back, lifting it into the air as it surveyed the forest below, seeking to uncover the audacity of the interloper in its domain. Seeing the phantom tiger king take to the sky, Lin Yang felt elated and promptly ceased his manipulation of the heavenly Tao scripture. The Tiger King's earlier resistance had been intentional on Lin Yang's part, designed to prevent overwhelming the creature and scaring it away. "Greetings, brother White Tiger. How fare thee?" Lin Yang called out, unfurling his own wings and waving at the Phantom Tiger King from a distance of 1,000 meters. The Phantom Tiger King, upon spotting the diminutive human cultivator daring to appear on its territory, exhaled a hot breath in indignation. Rage coursed through it, yet it refrained from pursuing Lin Yang, as a high-ranking beast king. It had developed intelligence rivaling that of a typical human. The appearance of this seemingly insignificant human cultivator was suspicious, especially given the vulnerability of its mate. It was plausible that this was a cunning ploy to lure it away. Humans often indulged in deceit, and with its mate in need of protection, it resolved to remain cautious. With its icy gaze fixed upon Lin Yang, a flicker of intrigue passed through its eyes before it turned away. Dismissing the human entirely, Lin Yang was taken aback. "What is happening? Am I being ignored? Does it perceive me as merely a trivial threat?" The thought seemed plausible to Lin Yang. Otherwise, this brutal Phantom Tiger King would not overlook him as potential prey. "Since you underestimate me, allow me to broaden your horizons." Lin Yang scoffed, unwilling to let an opportunity slip away. "Saint Sword Intent," he exclaimed, unleashing a formidable sword aura aimed directly at the retreating Phantom Tiger King. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the forest as powerful energy obliterated the landscape. The Phantom Tiger King swiftly returned, wings flaring as it soared into the sky, its cold eyes now ablaze with fury. "Human, you seek death," a voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind, a telepathic communication that startled him. A talking beast king? No, this is a transmission of divine consciousness, a true apex predator among beast kings. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the Phantom Tiger King launched its attack. With a powerful flap of its wings, its massive form transformed into a streak of white light, closing the distance to Lin Yang in an instant. Its colossal paw descending upon him, so fast, Lin Yang gasped, activating the Kunping technique to evade the onslaught. With the Phantom Tiger King, it envisioned the human being reduced to a mist of blood. Yet, just as its paw was about to strike, Lin Yang vanished into thin air. "What?" it marveled, stunned that a mere human cultivator could possess such speed. "This white-haired beast is formidable. This human is a troublesome opponent." Both Lin Yang and the Phantom Tiger King stood at a distance, each fully aware of the gravity of the confrontation. Resounding roar erupted, shaking the forest as the Phantom Tiger King lunged at Lin Yang. "Kunpeng technique," Lin Yang chanted, forming hand seals to summon the power within, unleashing a massive fish that charged towards the Phantom Tiger King. "What? That's a Kuan!" The Phantom Tiger King quaked at the sight of the great fish. With a thunderous crash, the two collided. The spiritual power dissipated, and the Phantom Tiger King staggered back, one of its wings broken and a paw injured, suffering significant damage from what had been a mere clash. In an instant, the Phantom Tiger King turned to flee. It recognized that this human cultivator, wielding the legendary Kuanping technique, was beyond its capabilities. Further confrontation would surely lead to its demise. Trying to escape? Lin Yang's eyes gleamed as he swiftly formed the seals for another Ku and I in an instant. A second Kuan burst forth from his body, transforming into a bird. The Kuanping took shape, its wings unfurling as it sped towards the Phantom Tiger King, intercepting it effortlessly. With the unparalleled speed of the Kuanping and Lin Yang's full exertion of the technique, even the Phantom Tiger King, a creature rivaling a spirit king, could not evade capture, finding itself swiftly pursued. Faced with the imposing figure of the Kuanping, the Phantom Tiger King was left dumbfounded. In the next moment, it turned to face Lin Yang, dropping to its knees and beseeching, "I beg you, spare me." Sensing the Beast King's plea, Lin Yang chuckled, "Spare you? Would that not thwart my mission?" The Phantom Tiger King trembled at Lin Yang's words, bowing once more and transmitting, "I implore you, let me live. I offer my servitude. If you truly intend to kill me for my core, would you grant me a few days' reprieve?" Is this Phantom Tiger King truly so fearful of death? Listening to the transmission from the other party, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. The king of the Nether Tiger was taken aback but did not refute that it understood that escape was futile, yet it vowed that even in death, it could not expose its wife and children. This human had clearly stated his intentions, which were to obtain the beast core. If he discovered the existence of its family, he would undoubtedly kill them to seize the core. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I am willing to become your servant or even your steed. I beseech you, Senior, show mercy. The king of the Nether Tiger repeatedly bowed, its massive head striking the ground, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. This was the posture it wished to convey, making the human before it believe it to be a cowardly creature. Only in this way could it ensure that its plea for mercy would not raise suspicions and jeopardize its family. Lin Yang glanced at the Beast King kneeling before him and smiled. The Nether Tiger clan was inherently ferocious and possessed formidable combat prowess. As a Beast King, it was accustomed to battle and bloodshed, with its combative nature deeply ingrained in its essence. How could such a regal Beast King fear death? If they were afraid of death, they would not be known as the King of Beasts. After surveying the cave behind the Nether Tiger King, Lin Yang chuckled. "All right, you need not feign humility any longer. Would the Nether Tiger clan truly fear death? Your actions are likely motivated by a desire to protect your family from exposure. Am I correct?" The king of the Nether Tiger trembled, its eyes revealing a shade of despair. It was disheartened. This human had seen through its intentions. How pitiful! Lin Yang sighed and said, "Even your ferocious clan knows that one would willingly face death for the safety of their family. How could I heartlessly slay you? Let us proceed in this manner. In consideration of the mercy of heaven, I offer you two choices. First, you may serve as my steed for a time, and in return, I shall spare your life. Second, I could simply kill you and take your beast core. Rest assured, regardless of your choice, I shall not harm your family." Upon hearing this, the king of the Nether Tiger was overjoyed. "I willingly choose to become my master's steed. One life, one death. It was a choice even a fool would understand." Lin Yang nodded and addressed the beast. "Very well. I shall grant you time to bid farewell to your family. Do not attempt to flee. You must know that I could easily pursue and slay you." The king of the Nether Tiger nodded repeatedly, responding, "Thank you, master." Lin Yang waited in that place, allowing the king of the Nether Tiger to return. "Ah, I am truly too soft-hearted. In my previous life, I would have surely been awarded the title of a 5-star citizen for such compassion," Lin Yang mused. The beast core of the Nether Tiger King was worth 500 points. However, given that the reward was limited and the sect mission required only one, Lin Yang found himself indifferent to the prospect of killing the beast. After all, there was still the task of acquiring the Dragon Spring Fruit, which offered a reward of 200 points without any quantity restrictions. This was Lin Yang's contingency plan for points. Moreover, when he returned to the sect, riding the king of the Nether Tiger, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. The image of his triumphant return to the sect brought a smug smile to Lin Yang's face. Within the sect, even the elders had never taken a beast king as a mount, let alone a disciple like himself. The mere thought of such a scene filled him with glee. Suddenly, two low growls echoed from the cave. Lin Yang felt a twinge of guilt. I have forcibly torn them apart. I truly am wretched. After silently chastising himself, he resolved not to retract his decision. Master. The king of the Nether Tiger emerged from the cave, approaching Lin Yang and lowering its noble head. Observing the beast's injuries, Lin Yang inquired, "Are your wounds serious?" The king of the Nether Tiger quickly shook its head, replying, "It is nothing grave. I shall recover in due time." "Very well, then let us depart," Lin Yang said, moving to sit atop the king of the Nether Tiger's head. "Master, where shall we go?" the king of the Nether Tiger asked. Lin Yang replied, "Take me to find the dragon spring fruit." At this, the king of the Nether Tiger stumbled slightly, nearly plummeting from the sky. Lin Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter?" The king of the Nether Tiger hastily responded, "Master, the dragon spring fruit is guarded by the Blackhorn Dragon. We may not be a match for it. The strength of the Blackhorn Dragon far exceeds that of ordinary beast kings." Lin Yang smiled and said, "What, do you lack confidence in me?" The king of the Nether Tiger shook its head vigorously. "Not at all, but the Blackhorn Dragon has recently ascended in power and is now comparable to your human spirit realm. Master, can you handle it?" Spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 20. True Dragon Treasure Technique. A Blackhorn Dragon surpassing the level of a beast king. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Currently, he was at the 8th level of the Spirit Martial Realm, 2 major realms below an existence of the Spirit Realm level. Indeed, it would be difficult to contend with. "Master, do you think we should still proceed?" The king of the Nether Tiger communicated, "Of course. We must go." Lin Yang, perched atop the Tiger King's head, smiled slightly. "Is it not merely a being of Spirit Realm caliber? Once I break through a major realm, I shall be able to handle it." The king of the Nether Tiger retorted, "Is a breakthrough as simple as that? It is not as easy as eating or drinking. Moreover, you speak of breaking through a major realm. Let us first venture to the outskirts of the Blackhorn Dragon's domain." Lin Yang commanded, "Yes, master." With the master's orders, it dared not disobey. Although provoking the Blackhorn Dragon was akin to courting death, not doing so would mean facing Lin Yang's wrath, which was equally perilous at least by going. It might prolong its life a little longer. As a dignified beast king, why must my fate be so miserable? The king of the Nether Tiger lamented internally, feeling a sense of despair. With a powerful flap of its wings, the pair began their journey toward the territory of the Blackhorn Dragon. Half an hour later, "Master, we have arrived." The king of the Nether Tiger descended, and Lin Yang observed the primeval mountain range before him, which appeared markedly different from other regions. Here, the air was thick with a heavy aura and mist. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere was also more concentrated than in other areas. This place is rich in spiritual energy. It must harbor heavenly treasures, perfect for my breakthrough. You shall guard me. Lin Yang promptly sat down on the ground, preparing to break through. "Yes, master," the king of the Nether Tiger replied, vigilantly watching the surroundings, acting as a steadfast guardian. Heavenly Tao Scripture. Lin Yang sat cross-legged, channeling the Heavenly Tao Scripture to commence his cultivation. A tremendous pressure emanated from his body, instantly spreading outwards and affecting a radius of 10,000 meters. "What is this?" The king of the Nether Tiger, closest to Lin Yang, immediately sensed the overwhelming pressure, vast and boundless. Even the king of beasts found itself kneeling before this force. It felt as if the pressure originated from the depths of its soul. The king of the Nether Tiger was filled with dread. Its master possessed terrifying abilities. Previously, when the master dealt with it, he had not even unleashed his full strength. "Master," the king of the Nether Tiger transmitted. Its expression contorted in agony, as it found itself prostrated on the ground, its body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yang opened his eyes and glanced at the Nether Tiger. "I apologize. I almost forgot about you." The oppressive force he had exerted on the king of the Nether Tiger instantly dissipated. allowing it to breathe a sigh of relief and shakily rise. Rumbling sounds echoed as the surrounding mountains trembled. Within the 10,000-meter radius, all energy and vitality rapidly converged towards Lin Yang. Even the birds flying overhead were not spared. Upon entering this area, they swiftly plummeted to the ground, their essence and life force rapidly depleting and transforming into pure energy that rushed toward Lin Yang. All around, the environment mirrored this phenomenon. Life energy swiftly vanished. The once lush ancient woods withered in mere moments, their leaves turning brittle and their branches dim. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be siphoned away in an instant. What a monstrous technique! The irresistible pressure felt as if it were the will of the heavens, forcibly extracting the energy of the world and the life essence of beings. The king of the Nether Tigers stared at Lin Yang, who was engrossed in his cultivation, its tiger eyes wide with disbelief. It had never witnessed such an outrageous technique. Even beings of the Emperor Beast level would likely struggle against this pressure. Absorb! Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine light shot forth from his gaze, instantly absorbing all the energy in this realm. Boom! Meanwhile, Lin Yang's aura began to ascend steadily, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Spirit Martial. Then to the peak of the 9th layer, he broke through. He has now entered the realm of the Spirit Master. The constraints of the vast realm seemed to vanish as if they were mere illusions, allowing Lin Yang to seamlessly transition into the Spirit Master realm. Now, with this newfound strength, he felt confident in battling formidable adversaries at the 8th or 9th layer of the Spirit King. Lin Yang opened his eyes, assessing his combat prowess. Previously, he could contend with a Beast King comparable to a Spirit King while still within the Spirit Martial realm, easily subduing it. Now, having broken through a major realm, even if he were to face a Spirit sect, he felt assured he could escape if necessary. To ensure absolute certainty, he decided to cultivate the 2 newly acquired divine skills first. During the 2 days spent waiting for the Nether Tiger King, his divine skills had refreshed twice, and he had extracted them, yet refrained from practicing to avoid alarming the Nether Tiger King. Delving into the system, 2 waves of formidable memories surged into his mind. Divine Skill, Primal 10 Fiends Treasure Art, True Dragon Innate Divine Ability, True Dragon Technique, Divine Skill, Hand of the Celestial, Divine Skill System, Host, Lin Yang, Spirit Master, First Layer, Cultivation Method, Heavenly Tao Scripture, Martial Technique, Sage's Sword Intent, Secret Technique, Hand of the Celestial, Divine Arts, Kunping Technique, True Dragon Technique, Forbidden Arts, none. The personal attribute panel refreshed once again, indicating that Lin Yang had successfully absorbed the 2 latest divine skills and could utilize them at will. The True Dragon Technique, alongside the Kunping Technique, was classified as an innate divine ability of the Primal 10 Fiends. Lin Yang's eyes gleamed with intensity. With the addition of the True Dragon Technique, his combat power would ascend to a new level. Even low-tier Spirit Sect opponents could be challenged now. His current combat prowess transcended ordinary forbidden realms, for any one of the divine skills could amplify his strength several-fold. Within the same realm, he could be deemed invincible, let alone the fact that he possessed such an abundance of divine skills. Whether it be the Kunping Technique or the True Dragon Treasure Art, either could incite bloodshed and relentless conflict among the factions. Lin Yang mused that his power had likely entered the realm of Divine Forbidden. He murmured softly, the Divine Forbidden Realm, a category within the Forbidden Realms. Yet its power is even more terrifying. The minimum threshold for entering the Divine Forbidden Realm is the 8th Forbidden. Above that are the 9th and 10th Forbidden. The 10th Forbidden represents a level of power capable of disregarding vast realm gaps, allowing one to battle across major realms. Lin Yang felt that his current strength surpassed even the 10th Forbidden, though he was uncertain what lay beyond it. True Dragon Treasure Art? Lin Yang's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and countless golden rays began to converge within his palm. Finally, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ground was blasted away, creating an unfathomable chasm. This punch appeared no different from an ordinary strike. Yet it contained the profound essence of the True Dragon Treasure Art, rendering its power incomparable. Observing from the side, the Nether Tiger King widened its eyes in shock. Chapter 21. Hand of the Celestial. The fist radiated a terrifying power. Lin Yang withdrew his fist and swiftly formed intricate seals with both hands, in an instant. A golden true dragon burst forth from his body, soaring into the sky and spiraling gracefully to a dragon. A true dragon! The Nether Tiger King trembled in awe, staring at the dragon soaring above. Although aware that it was merely a manifestation of magic, it could still sense the overwhelming dragon might emanating from it. Lin Yang gazed at the true dragon in the sky, a slight smile gracing his lips. The true dragon treasure art is complete. Truly, the divine system is remarkable. It required only extraction for immediate use, eliminating the need for time-consuming cultivation. Thank you, my dear system. Lin Yang expressed his gratitude inwardly. System. No need to flatter me. Lin Yang. The true dragon treasure art has been successfully manifested, and its might exceeds my expectations. Following this, he began to conjure another divine skill. Hand of the Celestial. The Hand of the Celestial, through great magic, harnesses the power of the celestial deities to vanquish all foes. Come forth. Lin Yang briefly familiarized himself with the skill, then rapidly formed seals with his hands, shouting decisively, boom. In that moment, the sky darkened, thick clouds rapidly coalescing into a swirling mass, ultimately forming a passage resembling the heavens. A radiant light cascaded down from the passage. In the next instant, a colossal, pristine white hand materialized, resembling a true mountain in its might, descending upon them, boom. Where it passed, the void shattered, air exploded, and sonic booms echoed as waves of pressure rippled outward. The might of the divine, the might of the deities. The Nether Tiger King, gazing at the enormous, jade-like hand descending from the heavens, was rendered speechless, its legs trembling uncontrollably. It was astonished that a beast king could be so profoundly shaken. Master, we must flee. The Nether Tiger King could not contain its panic as the enormous hand drew nearer. However, just as the colossal white hand was about to descend a mere inch above Lin Yang's head, it abruptly halted and dissipated into thin air. The Nether Tiger King was once again left dumbfounded, its mouth agape, unable to articulate the shock that filled its heart. Was all this truly the work of its master? Swallowing hard, it found itself overwhelmed by the sheer power of its master. Surely, he must be the scion of a forbidden family or the progeny of an exalted holy land. How else could someone of such youth possess mastery over so many divine techniques? It was simply inconceivable. Quite impressive, Lin Yang remarked, a smile forming on his lips as he stood up, lightly touching the ground with his feet and gradually ascending into the air. Now a spirit master. He could soar through the skies. Perched atop the head of the Nether Tiger King, he gently patted it, saying, "Why are you just standing there? Let us set forth and slay that black-horned dragon." "Yes, master." The Nether Tiger King snapped back to reality, excitement bubbling within. With its master wielding such an array of divine abilities and having recently broken through to the Spirit Master realm, it was entirely reasonable to easily traverse two major realms to slay a wicked dragon. The Nether Tiger King was eager to witness that exhilarating moment. Half a stick of incense later, the Nether Tiger King arrived at a waterfall deep within the forest. This waterfall cascaded down 1,000 feet, its currents roaring mightily, forming a deep, shadowy pool below, unfathomable in depth. The waters flowed out from the pool, creating a rapid river. Dragon spring fruit trees. Upon arrival, Lin Yang's gaze was instantly captivated by the fruit trees flourishing at the edge of the deep pool. In the clearing beside the pool stood 3 fruit trees, each laden with vibrant, alluring fruits. These fruits were strikingly colorful, resembling small gourds, smaller at the top and larger at the bottom. Yet the upper ends bore the shape of dragon heads. These were indeed dragon spring fruits. Each fruit was equivalent to a mature 4th-rank spirit herb, and there were 3 trees brimming with them. It was a veritable cornucopia, with the quantity exceeding 1,000 fruits. Lin Yang couldn't help but beam with joy, exclaiming, "One dragon spring fruit can be exchanged for 200 points. With this many, I am set to strike it rich." Saying this, he soared into the air, heading towards the 3 fruit trees. In his hand, a small storage pouch materialized. The storage pouch contained a spatial realm capable of holding numerous items. This pouch had been provided by his sect long ago. and Lin Yong had never replaced it since. Within the sect, one could exchange points for a high-grade spatial ring, which could hold several times more than the storage pouch. However, Lin Yong had never acquired any significant treasures worth keeping, let alone cultivation resources. Anything he obtained was swiftly utilized. Thus, till now, his storage pouch remained empty. In Lin Yang's words, if I can't even fill a storage pouch, why bother exchanging for a higher-grade spatial ring? I'd rather use those points to acquire some cultivation resources. With fingers poised like swords, fine beams of sword light shot forth from his palms. Swish, 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 one by one, dragon spring fruits were severed and fell to the ground. Lin Yong darted about, appearing on the left one moment and on the right the next, reveling in the bountiful harvest. Master, master! The Nether Tiger King's voice called out softly from behind. Hey, little white tiger. Come over and help me. Let us gather the fruits together. Lin Yong shouted at the shadowy Tiger King. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he froze in place. For a black-scaled dragon head had appeared behind him, heaving with an imposing size akin to a house, quietly gazing at him from beneath the water's surface. The Black-Horned Dragon. Lin Yong raised an eyebrow and waved his hand towards it. Greetings. A powerful gust of breath surged forth, striking Lin Yang's face, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Merely a breath could conjure such a fierce wind. Terrifyingly potent. Damn it! Spraying saliva all over me. How rude. Lin Yong brushed off the moisture from his clothes and turned back to continue harvesting the dragon spring fruits. The Black-Horned Dragon, witnessing this seemingly neurotic human cultivator completely ignoring its presence while brazenly plundering the fruits, was filled with fury. It opened its dark maw, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the mountains, a sound both intimidating and powerful, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Yong unleashed a sword light that swept toward the dragon's head. The Black-Horned Dragon's pupils constricted in an instant. This human insect dared to attack it, seeking death. The Black-Horned Dragon rose from the depths of the pond, its colossal body dominating the waterfall's cliff, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, to Lin Yang's surprise, this Black-Horned Dragon was not a true dragon, nor even a proper flood dragon. Its massive form was merely a segment of a serpent's body, with two diminutive claws sprouting from its interior. With a hum, a pair of black, fleshy wings unfurled from its back, lifting its enormous body into the air, resembling an unidentifiable creature, save for its dragon head. The other features of its body bore a striking resemblance to the Western dragons Lin Yong had seen on television in his past life. Roaring, the Black-Horned Dragon opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a beam of dark divine light toward Lin Yong. With a swift movement, Lin Yong dodged, and behind him, the ground trembled as earth and stones flew, the land cracking under the force of the dragon's might. How audacious for a Western dragon to be so insolent, Lin Yong cursed, asserting, "Let me show you what a true dragon is." He formed hand seals with both hands. True dragon treasure art, a golden dragon silhouette coalesced and burst forth from Lin Yang's body, rapidly expanding in size until it was nearly equal to the Black-Horned Dragon. You little human, what kind of sorcery is this? The Black-Horned Dragon's heart raced in astonishment at the sight of the golden giant dragon. It had remained dormant here for a millennium, transforming into a flood dragon, yet had not fully evolved. This human cultivator, with a mere flick of his wrist, had summoned a golden dragon in the air. Exerting an overwhelming pressure that suppressed its very bloodline, It was convinced that the secret art wielded by this human was a treasure of the true dragon clan. It had to possess it. If it could cultivate this technique, it would undoubtedly hasten its own transformation into a true dragon. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Lin Yong smirked, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he uttered a single word, "Go." The golden dragon roared and charged toward the Black-Horned Dragon. The two colossal dragons clashed in the sky, their roars creating terrifying sound waves that reverberated across the landscape, silencing the surrounding mountains and subduing all beasts. The air was thick with a dreadful aura, emanating from both dragons, imposing a powerful bloodline suppression. Numerous ferocious beasts, even the beast kings, could only cower on the ground, trembling in fear. Such overwhelming pressure, Is there a beast stronger than the Beast Kings battling? An Emperor-level beast? How terrifying. Even at such a distance, we can feel this immense force stifling our spiritual power. In this primordial forest, not only were there ferocious beasts, but also many human cultivators honing their skills and seeking adventure. Even those several dozen miles away sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from this battle. Truly a being surpassing the Beast King level, comparable to a human spirit sect master. Even under my true dragon treasure art, it is not at a disadvantage. Lin Yang was profoundly astonished. Yet, compared to his astonishment, the shock within the Blackhorn Dragon was akin to a surging river, never settling. A mere human cultivator at the Spirit Master realm was nothing more than an insect in its eyes. Yet, this human summoned treasure could contend equally with a fifth-tier ferocious beast. This solidified its resolve. Such sorcery could only be regarded as supreme treasure. It must possess it, if one divine skill could not subdue you. Then two. If two failed, then three. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy as he declared, I shall see how much you can withstand, little mudfish. He pointed as if wielding a sword, directing his finger toward the heavens. Dazzling sword beam erupted, slicing through the air toward the Blackhorn Dragon. Sacred sword intent. With a swift sound, the sword light flickered and pierced through the dragon's wing, severing it and turning it to ashes. The Blackhorn Dragon emitted a pained roar, glaring at Lin Yang from afar. Human vermin, I shall kill you. The Blackhorn Dragon charged forward, yet the Golden Dragon barred its path, continuing the fierce battle. With the aid of the sacred sword intent, the Blackhorn Dragon's wing was severed, granting the Golden Dragon the upper hand. You wanted my treasure? Here, take it. Kunpeng technique. Lin Yang chuckled coldly, forming seals with his hands once more. A shadowy giant Kuan appeared from within him, soaring into the sky and transforming into a Kunpeng, joining the fray. The Kunpeng let out a high-pitched cry, its wings thrumming as its body became a golden streak. Charging toward the Blackhorn Dragon. The Kunpeng moved with blinding speed, and the Blackhorn Dragon barely had time to react. With a sharp sound, the golden streak sliced through the Blackhorn Dragon's body, cleaving it in two. What? How is this possible? The Blackhorn Dragon's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and confusion at it. A fifth-tier ferocious beast, a being comparable to a human spirit sect master, had fallen to the hands of a mere human child. Was it destined to perish here today? A wave of fear surged within it this moment. Akin to the shadowy Tiger King before, it began to entertain thoughts of retreat, unwilling to continue the fight. This human was simply too strange. Though possessing merely the first level of the Spirit Master realm, the sorceries it unleashed were overwhelmingly powerful, each technique rivaling the true dragon treasure ARTIT, was as if he wielded an arsenal of invincible moves. How could it counterattack? There was no opportunity. With a splashing sound, the two halves of the Blackhorn Dragon's body fell into the deep pond, and it seized the chance to swiftly dive into the depths, attempting to escape. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. Want to leave? Have you asked me? He raised his right hand to the sky, fingers splayed, then swept his hand downward with a press. Boom! The heavens darkened as a spiral passage filled the sky above, and a massive, pure white hand emerged from the passage, descending upon the fleeing Blackhorn Dragon. The hand of the divine, a true invocation of divine power to vanquish foes. With a thunderous crash, the hand descended, cleaving the river below, sending water and stones soaring 100 meters into the air. The enormous black dragon head floated upward, its eyes now devoid of spirit yet still wide open. Filled with resentment, the Blackhorn Dragon was dead. Is this all? How dare you boast? Lin Yang's lips curled into a cold smile as he moved closer, cradling the dragon's head in his palm before descending to the ground. Lin Yang landed, holding the dragon's head, which was as large as a small house. Behind him, the shadowy Tiger King stared in awe, utterly speechless. It was dead. Even the fifth-tier ferocious beast, the Blackhorn Dragon, had perished at the hands of its master. How powerful could its master truly be? The shadowy Tiger King was filled with shock and curiosity regarding Lin Yang's true combat prowess. Even in combat against the fifth-tier ferocious beast, he bore not a single wound, dispatching it with seemingly effortless ease. akin to an adult playing with a child. Just as the shadowy Tiger King pondered, Lin Yang's gaze fell upon it, causing the creature to shudder with fear. Lin Yang addressed it. Go and gather all the remaining dragon spring fruits into this storage pouch. With that, Lin Yang tossed the storage pouch to it. Yes, master. At this moment, the Yumei Tiger King appeared exceedingly docile and obedient. With a vigorous flap of its wings, it soared towards 3 dragon spring fruit trees, diligently toiling to pluck the fruits from their boughs. Lin Yang sat cross-legged before the dragon's head, his finger poised like a sword, unleashing a stream of sword chi that cleaved through the dragon's head, retrieving the beast core nestled within. Gazing at the formidable beast core, which was as large as a bowl, a smile crept onto Lin Yang's face. He pondered whether this 5th-grade beast core could aid him in breaking through to the next minor realm. Without further delay, he activated the Celestial Dao Scripture and commenced absorption. After a brief moment, the 5th-grade beast core suspended before Lin Yang disintegrated into black ash, dissipating into the air. The absorption was complete. However, he had not achieved a breakthrough. Though he had yet to transcend, he had reached the mid-stage of the first level of Spirit Master. It seemed that hunting another 5th-grade beast and refining its core energy would likely suffice for him to ascend to the second level of Spirit Master. 2. 5th-grade beast cores were necessary for him to break through by a single minor realm. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. It appeared that his ambition to reach the Spirit King realm within a short span would face considerable challenges. That moment, the Yumei Tiger King returned, announcing, Master, all the dragon spring fruits have been harvested. Please verify, Master. The Yumei Tiger King presented the storage pouch before Lin Yang. Upon receiving the pouch, Lin Yang probed inside and, after a glance, nodded slightly. The harvest was commendable. Boasting over 1,200 fruits, he extracted 10 dragon spring fruits and tossed them to the Yumei Tiger King. You are currently injured. Absorb these 10 dragon spring fruits for healing. The Yumei Tiger King was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. It resolved to diligently serve Lin Yang henceforth, hopeful for more rewards in the future. Previously, it had harbored some resentment and anger due to the need to protect its wife and children. But now, all grievances had vanished from its heart. Hurry and absorb and refine. Once you are done, you may accompany me back to the sect, Lin Yang called out to the jubilant Yumei Tiger King. Yes, the Yumei Tiger King replied, promptly swallowing 6 dragon spring fruits, leaving 4 for later. Dragon spring fruits were quite rare. Although they were only graded at 3, their abundance made a few sufficient to rival the effects of 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Thus, the dragon spring fruit tree was esteemed as a 4th-grade spiritual tree, with the fruits frequently regarded as 4th-grade spiritual fruits. Although their true rank was merely 3, their efficacy was comparable to that of 4th-grade spiritual herbs, making such elixirs a rarity. Naturally, the Yumei Tiger King intended to reserve some for its family. Lin Yang observed the Yumei Tiger King's little antics and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, You need not concern yourself with saving for your family. Feel free to absorb and refine. Here, take these 10 dragon spring fruits for your wife and children. He then produced another 10 dragon spring fruits for the creature. Lin Yang ensured that he would not shortchange those who were loyal to him, even if they were merely mounts. Such generosity would foster unwavering loyalty, preventing any treachery from lurking behind. The Yumei Tiger King, having been forcefully subdued, still needed to cultivate a deeper trust in Lin Yang. This gesture would, in a way, increase Lin Yang's favor in the Yumei Tiger King's heart. Thank you, Master. I shall serve you with all my might in the days to come, the Yumei Tiger King expressed gratefully. Enough, enough. You have been thanking me all day. My ears are growing calloused. Now, hurry and absorb. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, he classified the dragon spring fruits, keeping 1,000 for himself and setting the remaining 180 aside. Surely, this bounty of dragon spring fruits will aid my breakthrough? He mused. He activated the Celestial Dao Scripture once more. With a series of pops, the dragon spring fruits floated before him, exploding into streams of concentrated spiritual energy that converged into his body. Upon introspection, Lin Yang discovered that the size of his spiritual lake had once again increased. At the center of the lake, a golden figure appeared, seated in meditation, the manifestation of his ascent to Spirit Master. This golden figure had taken shape when he first broke through to the Spirit Master realm. As the external spiritual energy flowed in, the majority was absorbed by this golden figure, with only a fraction trickling into the spiritual lake. Nevertheless, even that was sufficient to enlarge the lake significantly. Suddenly, the golden figure seemed to have absorbed enough energy. Its form expanded considerably, from the size of a sesame seed to that of a walnut. He had broken through to the second level of Spirit Master. Lin Yang opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Turning to the Yumei Tiger King, he noticed it was still in the process of refining and absorbing energy. Although its quantity was less than a tenth of his, its speed lagged by several dozen times. Indeed, the benefits of the celestial Dao scripture were remarkable. Lin Yang felt elated, realizing the disparity in their cultivation paths. Quickly, we must hurry. The commotion from the earlier battle originated from this vicinity. I wonder if I can seize an opportunity, Lin Yang thought, his ears twitching as he detected movement several hundred meters away. 8 individuals were approaching their location. How intriguing that human cultivators dare to venture here, he thought with a smirk, not dwelling on it for too long. Turning his gaze back to the severed dragon's head, Lin Yang licked his lips and murmured to himself, having been in this world for so long, I have yet to taste beast meat. I wonder what it is like. Chapter 24. Midway Robbery. Chen Country. A flickering flame rose along the riverbank. Lin Yang procured a sturdy branch, fashioning it into a makeshift grill, and began to chop the black-horned dragon's head into smaller pieces, skewering them and placing them upon the grill to roast. As the flames intensified under Lin Yang's spiritual energy, the dragon head sizzled and oozed oil. Regrettably, he had not brought any seasoning, so he resolved to make do with what he had. While turning the dragon head over the flames, he mused, "This is my first experience with roasted dragon head in this fantastical realm. I wonder how it will taste." In the thicket 100 meters away, a group of 8 concealed themselves, observing the riverbank. When they spotted a human cultivator seated by the river, they were momentarily taken aback. How can there be a human cultivator here? What is he cooking? Is that a dragon's head? Is that the head of the black-horned dragon? Quick, look! The adjacent dragon spring fruit tree indicates that this must be the black-horned dragon's territory. But why are all the fruits gone? The sounds of battle earlier originated from this area. Look closely. There is half a dragon head beside that person, its size comparable to a small house. It must be the black-horned dragon. Could it be that he was the one who felled the black-horned dragon? The group was struck with awe. What kind of human cultivator possesses the strength to slay a black-horned dragon? The leader of the group, Chen Guo, remained silent, his sharp eyes fixated on Lin Yang by the riverbank, his brow furrowing slightly. This doesn't add up. Chen Shixiang, what seems off? Someone queried from behind. Chen Guo scrutinized Lin Yang, who was engrossed in roasting meat, and explained, he is merely at the Spirit Master level. How could he possibly have slain a black-horned dragon, a beast that has advanced to 5th grade? That creature is even stronger than typical beast kings, rivaling human spirit sect experts. Upon hearing this, the group came to a realization. Indeed, he is only at the Spirit Master level. How could he cross 2 major realms to slay the black-horned dragon? Perhaps he, like us, heard the commotion and stealthily approached, hoping to scavenge some spoils? That seems likely. Otherwise, it makes no sense. The powerful adversary who fought the black-horned dragon likely deemed the dragon's corpse unworthy of their time, hastily harvesting the dragon's spring fruits before departing. As the group exchanged their thoughts, they felt they had grasped the situation. Look, there is a Yumei Tiger King beside him, a Beast King-level creature. It appears to be injured. This is our chance, with 7 of us Spirit Masters and Brother Chen. A Spirit King, we can seize this opportunity, indeed. Both the Yumei Tiger King and the Blackhorn Dragon are immensely valuable treasures. Brother Chen, take action, brother, the decision is yours. We shall follow your lead. The 7 individuals behind Chen Guo could no longer remain still. At this moment, they were practically itching to rush forward and seize this remarkable opportunity. In their eyes, Lin Yang was merely a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Spirit Master realm. Such a feeble cultivation base hardly seemed worthy of this grand fortune. A glint of sharpness flickered in Chen Guo's eyes, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Lin Yang, being a mere second-level spirit master, posed little threat. The only source of their apprehension was the ominous phantom tiger, whose impressive size indicated it had already reached adulthood, possessing power on par with the Spirit King. However, the beast was currently injured, presenting them with the perfect opportunity to strike. "Let us do it." Chen Guo gritted his teeth, a fierce glint erupting in his gaze. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. This rare opportunity was not to be missed. Their purpose in coming here was precisely for this. Charge. With a commanding shout, Chen Guo led the 7 spirit master experts forward. At this moment, Lin Yang, engrossed in roasting meat, slightly raised his brow and, upon glancing up, spotted the 8 individuals leaping towards him. Nevertheless, he paid them little mind, continuing to tend to the dragon head over the flames. Despite the enhancement of the flames through his spiritual energy, the meat remained stubbornly undercooked and tough. "Kid, who are you? Whom do you serve? What brings you here?" One of them barked sharply as they confronted Lin Yang, their demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Lin Yang looked up and replied coolly, "I am Lin Yang from the Liang sect, here for training." "The Liang sect?" The response left the group momentarily stunned. Chen Guo chuckled. "Ah, so we are the same sect. Junior brother, you are indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon the corpse of the Blackhorn Dragon." Another chimed in, "Junior brother, since we are all from the same sect, should we not share in the fortune? Might you allow us a taste of the Blackhorn Dragon's delicacies?" A third added, "Surely, you would not refuse?" "Would you?" Yet another pressed, "Junior brother, what is the situation with the Beast King healing beside you? Why not slay it?" The cacophony of voices overwhelmed Lin Yang, giving him a headache. He frowned slightly, regarding the group before him, and coldly stated, "Cease your prattle and tell me, what is it you truly desire here? Fortune should belong to those fated to possess it. I observe a connection between the Blackhorn Dragon and the Phantom Tiger King with us. I wonder, junior brother, could you part with it?" Chen Guo continued to speak with feigned amiability. After all, they were all disciples of the same sect, and it was not yet time for blades to be drawn. "Do you wish to snatch my treasure?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile creeping onto his lips, fully aware of their intentions. The murderous intent radiating from them was almost palpable. Yet, due to their shared sect affiliation, they were merely biding their time, seeking a pretext to act. "Listen well, you are nothing but a waste at the second level of Spirit Master. We are being courteous in our conversation. Do not mistake kindness for weakness. If it were anyone else, we would have already slain you where you stand. Spare us the nonsense, kid. If you wish to live, hand over your treasures and depart." Some among the group could no longer restrain themselves. "Oh, it seems negotiation is off the table," Lin Yang remarked, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the group, smiling. "I'm afraid I find this item quite splendid, so I cannot part with it. You seek death. Attack, eliminate him." In the world of cultivators, there were rarely grand principles or justifications. If one disapproved, they would act without hesitation. This was not within the sect, and even if they killed, they would not face repercussions. With a series of unsheathing swords, 3 members of the group charged forward. "Kid, prepare to meet your end. Enter the Yellow Springs, and in your next life, remember to have better insight." The 3, all at the 5th or 6th level of Spirit Master cultivation. Sword through the air, swords drawn, diving towards Lin Yang. In contrast, Lin Yang remained seated, focused on roasting his Blackhorn Dragon head. Just as the swords were a mere half-meter from Lin Yang's forehead, a deafening roar erupted. A powerful aura surged forth, sending the 3 assailants tumbling back. The Phantom Tiger King had awakened, rising to its feet, massive claws stepping forward to shield Lin Yang, its wings unfurling protectively behind him. With a mighty roar, the Phantom Tiger King glared down at the 8 humans before it, exuding the demeanor of a king surveying his subjects. How dare these insignificant cultivators attempt to harm its master? They were truly courting death. Not good. The Phantom Tiger King has revived. Its injuries are mended. This Beast King is protecting him. Has he tamed it? A Spirit Master taming a Beast King? How could that be possible? What do we do now? Chen Guo, we need you to take action. The others, witnessing the emergence of the Phantom Tiger King, immediately turned pale. Chen Guo's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, the blade humming as it sliced through the air. You three, continue your assault on this one. The rest, join me to slay this beast king. Understood. Attack? The group split into two, charging towards Lin Yang and the Phantom Tiger King. Had they all merely been spirit masters, they would have fled at the sight of the Phantom Tiger King. However, with Chen Guo among them, a spirit king, their combined strength gave them the confidence to confront the beast. Kill! The group surged forward, their roles clearly defined. The three leading the charge sought to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Yang. Yet, they had severely underestimated the Phantom Tiger King's might. With a powerful flap of its wings, it instantaneously appeared before one of the disciples, raising its massive paw and striking down. The unfortunate disciple, with only spirit master level cultivation, stood no chance against the Beast King's attack, instantly reduced to a mist of blood. A low growl emanated from the Phantom Tiger King, a warning to the others. Anyone wishing to harm Lin Yang would first have to contend with it. The remaining members were left aghast at the sight. Chen Guo seized the moment, swinging his sword to unleash a beam of slicing energy directed at the Phantom Tiger King. Since Lin Yang was directly behind it, the beast did not evade. Instead, unleashing a beam of divine light from its mouth that collided with the sword energy. With a thunderous explosion, clouds of dust filled the air. Everyone, gather together. We must slay this beast king and avoid being separated. Chen Guo's voice rang out. Kill! In an instant, 7 individuals and 1 beast clashed in a fierce battle. The air crackled with sword energy and the roars of the beast echoed through the clearing. The Phantom Tiger King moved with the grace of a tiger among sheep, its body transforming into a streak of rainbow light as it darted through the crowd with breathtaking speed. It could sense that, aside from Chen Guo, the only human capable of withstanding its attacks, the others were no match for it. Thus, it focused its onslaught on the remaining spirit master disciples. A mere brush would leave them severely injured or worse. However, in its fervor to attack the other disciples, it overlooked Chen Guo, a spirit king. As it engaged the others, Chen Guo exploited the opening to deliver several deep gashes along the beast's back. Roar! Kill! Maintain your positions. It cannot hold out for long. Chen Guo bellowed, redoubling his efforts, becoming the primary force against the Phantom Tiger King, eager to exploit its injuries and finish it off at the riverbank. Lin Yang sat on the grass, finally observing the succulent, perfectly roasted dragon head before him. Gently blowing on it, he tore off a piece and tasted it, savoring the tender meat that infused him with a rich surge of energy. Quite delectable, though it could use a touch more seasoning, he mused, before shifting his gaze back to the battle unfolding above, enjoying the spectacle while indulging in his roasted meat. Not bad at all. He nodded, assessing, the Tiger King has indeed surged in power following its recovery. It must be the effect of the Longquan fruit. Immediately, Lin Yang chuckled, realizing that the Chen Kingdom was attempting to launch a fatal strike against the Nether Tiger King at this moment, hoping to take advantage of the Tiger King's injuries to capture it. Unfortunately, their calculations were flawed. Fierce beasts are inherently tough-skinned and resilient, and this applies even more so to the Beast Kings. The robustness of their constitution far exceeds that of human cultivators of the same realm. As long as the injuries are not fatal, they pose no significant threat. Moreover, the Nether Tiger King is a top-tier Beast King. Having consumed the Longquan fruit, which further augmented its strength, its power is now comparable to a human spirit king at the 7th or 8th level. In contrast, the Chen Kingdom boasts only a spirit king at the 3rd level, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with the Tiger King. Bang! Just as Lin Yang shook his head in derision, Chen Guo's complexion shifted dramatically. The Nether Tiger King delivered a powerful slap to his face. Despite Chen Guo's attempt to defend with his sword, the overwhelming force akin to a mountain sent him crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Chen Guo's mouth, his face reflecting sheer terror. He could not comprehend how, despite having inflicted injuries, the opponent still possessed such formidable combat prowess. Beast, die! The other disciples, witnessing the scene, shouted angrily, rushing to rescue Chen Guo. The outcome was predictable. With a series of swishes, the Nether Tiger King effortlessly turned several of them into a mist of blood. They were simply not on the same level in terms of speed alone. The Nether Tiger King crushed them, pinning them to the ground. Roaring, the Nether Tiger King dispatched the weaker foes and flapped its wings, soaring toward the fallen Qianghua. These individuals dared to lay hands on its master. It intended to shred them to pieces. Its massive claws descended like the heavens themselves upon Qianghua, rapidly enlarging in his sight, leaving him pale with dread. It was over. He would perish here today in despair. Qianghua lost all will to resist. Enough! Spare his life! At that moment, Lin Yang's voice rang out just as the tiger's paw was about to land on Qianghua's forehead. Chapter 26. A shock to all. The voice echoed, halting the tiger's claw just above Qianghua's forehead, preventing it from descending. At that moment, Lin Yang clapped his hands, rose, and approached Qianghua, looking down at him. With such meager strength, you dare to attempt a robbery in the chaos? Qianghua's face flushed red with humiliation. You rely on the Beast King to fight for you. What right do you have to be so arrogant? If you were to face me, I could slay you with a single sword strike. Lin Yang, observing Qianghua's unyielding arrogance at this juncture, shook his head and sighed. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Turning his back on Qianghua, he assumed the demeanor of a recluse and declared, I offer you a chance to live. Surrender all that you obtained during this excursion, and I shall spare your life. Qianghua glared furiously. You dream. Swish! The moment his words fell, a sword beam, as thick as a thumb, pierced through his forehead. Oh, why can't you understand? It is better to live in disgrace than to die honorably. As long as you live, there are infinite possibilities. Lin Yang approached, rummaging through Qianghua's belongings, eventually retrieving a spatial ring. Upon probing its contents, a faint smile emerged on Lin Yang's face. There were indeed quite a few valuable items: 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, over 30 third-grade herbs and pills, and some beast cores, mostly second-grade, with a few third-grade cores. However, there were none of the coveted fourth-grade beast cores. The remaining items included some martial arts manuals and 2 fourth-grade longswords. He decided to keep the cultivation resources but discarded the tattered manuals and broken swords. In a swift motion, Lin Yang gathered all the items, tossing the manuals and weapons into the river. These items were of no use to him. Keeping them would only invite trouble, so it was better to dispose of them. Here, this third-grade pill is for you. Lin Yang produced a third-grade pill and tossed it to the Nether Tiger King, as a reward for its earlier efforts in battle. The Nether Tiger King was elated. Thank you, Master. Although the third-grade pill held little value for it, it would be immensely beneficial for its mate and cubs. After collecting the spoils and redistributing them, Lin Yang donned the spatial ring on his finger and began to refine the resources. As the heavenly Tao scripture circulated, within a mere 10 breaths, the spirit stones, herbs, and pills were entirely absorbed. Still at the second level of Spirit Master. No breakthrough, Lin Yang sighed. Such a vast quantity of cultivation resources would typically suffice for an ordinary Spirit Master to ascend 2 or 3 small realms. Regrettably, for him, it was barely enough to breach a single small realm. It seemed that as 1's realm advanced, the resources required for further breakthroughs increased exponentially. Let us depart. Follow me back to the sect. Lin Yang rose, lightly tapping his toes as he gracefully landed atop the Nether Tiger King's head. Witnessing Lin Yang absorb and refine an entire heap of cultivation resources in such a short time, the Tiger King felt a renewed sense of no wonder its master was so extraordinary. An abundance of resources was consumed in mere breaths, and yet he had not even advanced a small realm. This demonstrated just how substantial his foundation was. His formidable combat prowess was well-deserved. With a flap of its wings, the Nether Tiger King soared into the sky, rushing toward the outer perimeter. The Tiger King communicated telepathically. Master, I wish to return and see my wife and cubs. Lin Yang nodded, agreeing as it was on the way. Swish! The Nether Tiger King transformed into a streak of rainbow light, vanishing into the horizon. Lin Yang could distinctly sense that the Tiger King's speed had increased significantly since their arrival. It seemed the Tiger King had been longing for its family during their time out. A short while later, the Tiger King returned to its lair, leaving Lin Yang with the Longquan fruit and pills, confirming that its wife and cubs were safe before finally departing. As the Tiger King exited the cave, Lin Yong spotted a white tiger accompanied by 3 cubs standing at the entrance and gazing in his direction. Seeing this warm family disrupted by his presence, Lin Yong felt a pang of guilt. In that moment, he too longed for home. Unfortunately, whether in his past life or this one, he seemed to be alone, solitary in his journey. Now, he was left with only martial arts and the path of cultivation as his companions. "Master, let us return." The Nether Tiger King approached Lin Yong. Nodding, Lin Yong leapt onto the tiger's back, unable to resist the urge to stroke the Tiger King's fur. Perhaps having a Beast King companion wasn't so bad after all. At that moment, the seated Tiger King felt quite peculiar, even breaking out in goosebumps. What was going on with its master? People usually pet cats, but he was petting a Tiger King. Moreover, he couldn't seem to stop. What was this madness? It was a male tiger, not a female. Thankfully, after a while, Lin Yong ceased his petting, allowing the Tiger King to exhale in relief. Boom! With a flap of its wings, the Nether Tiger King accelerated, swiftly heading toward the outer edges of the Xingyuan mountain range. Within the periphery of the mountain range, numerous disciples from various sects were out on their training excursions. They all looked up at the sky. What is that? A tiger, as robust as a small house, strode forth. That was a Beast King. With wings spread wide and adorned with black and vibrant patterns, it was the Nether Tiger King, as a 4th-grade fierce beast. It belonged to the Beast King level, typically dwelling within the inner regions of the Xingyuan mountain range. Why had it suddenly ventured to the outskirts? Look, the direction the Nether Tiger King is heading seems to be toward our sect. Wait, there's a figure on its back? Hiss! Someone has managed to tame the Tiger King and make it their mount. Who is this person? To have subdued the Tiger King, they must be an extraordinary figure of the spirit sect. The Tiger King, known for its pride, rarely submitted easily. For this individual to have tamed it as a mount was nothing short of miraculous. How enviable to have such a powerful and majestic beast as a steed. Don't envy. When we become strong enough, we too can tame a Beast King as a mount. Lin Yong arrived at the entrance of the Liang sect. As soon as he reached the location, the mountain gate's protective formation was triggered, and elders emerged to inquire about the situation. This was due to the gate-guarding disciples witnessing the appearance of the Beast King, mistakenly believing it was an invasion. In response, Lin Yong turned to the elder and clasped his fists, explaining, "Elder, this Nether Tiger King is my tamed mount and is not here to invade the sect. The Beast King is a mount? Disciple? Elder?" Chapter 27. The 5-rank breaking mirror pill. The elder and a group of gatekeeping disciples wore expressions of utter bewilderment. It was evident that they could hardly believe it. A disciple with merely the cultivation of a spirit master had actually tamed a Beast King as a mount. Wasn't this sheer nonsense? However, Lin Yang's subsequent actions rendered everyone speechless. He reached out to stroke the Beast King's head, and instead of resisting, the creature closed its eyes, displaying a look of utter contentment. This was unmistakably a manifestation of the bond between a master and pet. Little did anyone know the depth of the Beast King's psychological turmoil. How could the proud king of beasts find himself relegated to being petted like a mere pet? It was indeed a disgrace in the realm of Beast Kings. Elder, since it is your mount, you may bring it inside. However, you would do well to restrain your mount. After all, it is a Beast King. If it causes any trouble within the sect, you will bear the responsibility. Lin Yong nodded and replied, "I understand, Elder. Let us proceed." "Thank you." With a leap, Lin Yong once again mounted the Beast King's back, patted its head, and called out, "Let us go." The Beast King spread its wings and soared directly into the sect. Behind them, a crowd gazed at Lin Yong's retreating figure, their eyes brimming with envy. To subdue a Beast King as a mount was indeed a display of tremendous prestige. Envy surged within them. Lin Yong was the first to return to his dwelling, instructing the Beast King to stay put before heading to Ziyuan Hall to submit his tasks. This time, he had accepted 2 tasks, hunting the Nether Tiger and harvesting the Dragon Spring fruit. However, having captured the Nether Tiger as his mount, he had essentially failed that task. Only the final one remained, the task of harvesting the Dragon Spring fruit. Upon arriving at Ziyuan Hall, Lin Yong patiently waited in line. The disciples before him were few, mostly submitting minor tasks and earning meager points. Finally, it was Lin Yang's turn. Elder, these are the 2 tasks I accepted. I regret to inform you that I have only completed one. Lin Yang presented his task token. The elder took it, glanced at it, and nodded, saying 2 third-rank tasks. Completing one is no small feat. Which one did you manage? Upon seeing this, Lin Yang produced the dragon spring fruit. I harvested the dragon spring fruit. The elder nodded and stated, 1 dragon spring fruit yields a reward of 200 points. Elder, I have a bit more. Lin Yang replied. More? Indeed, he said, as he retrieved all the dragon spring fruits from his storage bag. The sight of them piled up across the floor left the elder utterly dumbfounded. Wah, so many? How many did you actually harvest? The elder stared at the mountain of dragon spring fruits before him, his mind spinning in disbelief. Wow! Lin Yang's action immediately drew the attention of other disciples present. Goodness! This person is incredible, having harvested such a vast quantity of dragon spring fruits. The dragon spring fruit has specific growing regions, and crucially, these heavenly herbs are typically guarded by ferocious beasts, and the guardians are no weaklings. If memory serves, the guardian of these dragon spring fruits is the Blackhorn Dragon Beast King, rumored to have broken through long ago and become a 5th-rank ferocious beast. What? A 5th-rank ferocious beast? Comparable to a spirit sect expert. How is that even possible? Lin Yang harvesting such a plentiful amount of dragon spring fruits must have certainly attracted the attention of this 5th-rank beast. How could a disciple at the spirit master level escape from a beast on par with a spirit sect cultivator? This was utterly absurd. A crowd of disciples, there to receive or submit tasks, displayed looks of shock and curiosity, all wondering how Lin Yang had accomplished this. Lin Yang smiled nonchalantly and said, Not too many, precisely 1,000 pieces. Upon hearing this number, the elder's heart raced uncontrollably. 1,000 pieces. That translates to a reward of 200,000 points. To date, no disciple at the spirit master level has managed to accomplish such a feat in one task and earn so many points. The elder steadied his excitement and began counting. The final count indeed totaled 1,000 pieces. The elder stroked his beard and declared, Lin Yang, for harvesting 1,000 dragon spring fruits, your reward is 200,000 points. The moment the elder's words fell, the hall erupted in astonished exclamations. What a monster! 200,000 points. If it were me, I couldn't gather this much even if I worked on tasks until the end of days. To think he accomplished such a feat in a single task. Lin Yang's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the inner sect, securing him a place of significance. Damn it, I'm so envious. Lin Yang accepted his identity token, glancing at the 200,000 points infused within, and smiled slightly. Holding the token, he turned to head to the potion exchange. Elder, I would like to exchange for some pills. Lin Yang said, presenting his identity token. The elder, looking at Lin Yang with a cheerful smile, replied, Choose whatever you wish. Just moments ago, Lin Yang had exchanged 1,000 dragon spring fruits for 200,000 points, which the elder had witnessed firsthand. A disciple of such caliber was indeed a rarity. Outstanding individuals are always in demand, especially within a sect. Lin Yang nodded, picked up a pill catalog from the table, and began to peruse. The catalog contained a plethora of pills, some for healing, some to aid breakthroughs, and others to detoxify, with various styles represented. The grades of pills range from first to higher levels. First-rank pills, primarily for disciples in the body refinement stage, worth single-digit points. Second-rank pills, aimed at foundation establishment cultivators, priced in double digits. Third-rank pills, mainly for spirit martial cultivators, costing in the hundreds. Fourth-rank pills, primarily utilized by spirit masters, which is Lin Yang's current level, priced in the thousands. Fifth-rank pills, as the grade of the pills ascends, the target users change correspondingly. Generally, a first-rank pill corresponds to the first level and gradually increases. However, there are indeed low-level cultivators who consume higher-grade pills. After some contemplation, Lin Yang's gaze finally settled on the fifth-rank Breaking Mirror pill. 1 Fifth-rank Breaking Mirror pill costs 10,000 points. With his current points, he could purchase 20 at once. Chapter 28. A further breakthrough to the fourth layer of Spirit Master. Your cultivation is at the Spirit Master level, so fourth-rank pills would be more suitable for you. The elder at the pill counter, observing Lin Yong flipping through the catalog, kindly reminded him. Lin Yong returned the catalog to its place, looked at the elder, and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, elder. I have made my choice." The elder raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, what pill do you desire?" Lin Yong smiled and replied, 25th rank breaking mirror pills." "What?" The elder was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Yong with confusion as he reconfirmed. "Are you certain you want 25th rank breaking mirror pills at once?" Lin Yong nodded, his gaze resolute. The breaking mirror pill could aid him in his breakthrough. Containing an abundance of spiritual energy unlike other pills, it was precisely what he needed. The elder initially intended to dissuade him, but upon seeing Lin Yang's determined expression, he relented. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not speak further." With that, the elder turned and retrieved 25th rank breaking mirror pills, placing them into a jade vial. Inside this vial lay precisely 25th rank breaking mirror pills. Lin Yong accepted the vial, glanced inside, and confirmed that it was indeed filled with the pills. "Neither more nor less, exactly 20 to thank you, elder. I take my leave." Lin Yong clasped his fists, stowed the jade vial in his spatial ring, and departed. As they watched Lin Yang's retreating figure, the crowd within Ziyuan Hall cast envious glances. When will I ever be as carefree as senior brother Lin Yong? It's utterly enviable. Earning 200,000 points in one go is simply astonishing. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond our comprehension. To think he could spend 200,000 points in a single transaction. Lin Yong, the senior brother, is so handsome. I wonder if he has a companion on his path? Wake up, you flirtatious little minx. Even if he doesn't have a partner, he could never be interested in you. Why not? I can be adorable, dignified, and even a lowly. I can call him master or daddy. Lin Yong held a medicinal pill and returned to his dwelling. That moment, the king of the Nether Tiger was resting on the ground, having little understanding of the human world. However, it was aware that remaining stagnant would only invite trouble, especially with its master yet to return. Thus, it decided to pass the time by sleeping. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Upon opening its eyes, it was thrilled to see its master had returned. "Master, you are back!" exclaimed the king of the Nether Tiger, filled with excitement. Lin Yong nodded slightly and presented a 5th grade breaking mirror pill to the Tiger King, saying, "This 5th grade pill is just what you need. I wonder if it will help you break through. Consume it and strengthen your power." The Tiger King stared in awe at the round, glistening pill that emanated an enticing fragrance. It was overwhelmed with joy. Realizing that following Lin Yong was undoubtedly the right choice, as it could live in luxury without worry, T had barely begun to absorb the effects of the dragon spring fruit when its master gifted it another pill. And a 5th grade one at that. This was perfectly suitable for a beast king like itself. "Thank you, master." The king of the Nether Tiger immediately swallowed the 5th grade breaking mirror pill and began to refine it. Lin Yong entered the room and sat cross-legged in the center, taking out the remaining 19 5th grade breaking mirror pills. 19 5th grade pills, all specifically designed for breaking through realms. I wonder to what level they will elevate me. He activated the Heavenly Tao Scripture and began to absorb all 19 pills at once instead of one by one. The Heavenly Tao Scripture was exceedingly powerful, forcibly purging impurities, and Lin Yong estimated that the spiritual energy left from these 19 pills would not be substantial. In the inner world of his body, as the violent spiritual energy surged in, the golden figure meditating above the spiritual sea revived, fully absorbing the energy transformed from the pills. 80 to 90% of the spiritual energy flowed into the golden figure, causing its form to expand significantly, while only a minuscule portion returned to the spiritual sea, enlarging its area. Simultaneously, Lin Yong's aura surged again, emanating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire palace, fortunately confined to its edges, as he deliberately suppressed it. Otherwise, it would likely have stirred quite a commotion within the sect. After a brief incense stick's time, Lin Yong exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. He had completely absorbed the 19 5th grade breaking mirror pills, significantly expanding the area of his spiritual sea. The most notable change was in the golden figure, which had now grown to the size of a watermelon. Moreover, Lin Yang's realm had concurrently broken through 2 minor levels, advancing from the second level of Spirit Master to the fourth. In just a few days, Lin Yang's realm had undergone a tremendous transformation, rising from the ninth level of body refinement to the fourth level of Spirit Master. The elevation of his realm had correspondingly amplified his combat power. Clenching his fist, Lin Yang murmured, "Now, among the inner disciples, I should be able to sweep through all challengers." The inner disciples were a gathering of experts. In the outer sect, spirit warriors were already considered formidable, but in the inner sect, they were merely indistinguishable from the crowd. Only those who surpassed the spirit warrior rank and became spirit masters could claim a place within the inner sect. The true apex powerhouses were those who had reached the spirit king realm. Like Cheng Guo, who had previously attacked Lin Yang in the inner sect, he was surrounded by numerous followers. The spirit king posed no threat to him anymore. Even the elders of the spirit sect did not intimidate him, as he felt confident in competing against them. Lin Yang brimmed with self-assurance, not born from arrogance, but rather from the strength bestowed upon him by several powerful divine skills. These divine skills had elevated his combat prowess to an astonishing level, allowing him to battle across great realms with ease. Next, it would be time to pursue wealth again. Only by acquiring riches could he soothe his empty soul. Lin Yang rose, intending to explore the inner sect for other quick ways to amass wealth. Stepping outside, he noticed the king of the Nether Tiger still in meditation, absorbing the power of the breaking mirror pill. After some consideration, Lin Yang decided not to disturb its cultivation, regardless of whether one was a human cultivator or a beast. Being interrupted during meditation was highly taboo, as it could lead to injuries or even affect one's foundational path. Casting a glance at the king of the Nether Tiger, he quietly departed the palace. Chapter 29. Valley of Life and Death. Senior brother Lin Yang. Just as Lin Yang was wandering about, a voice called out from behind him. Turning to look, he saw Han Ling running towards him. However, this time Han Yu was not accompanying his sister, likely still recovering from his injuries. Han Ling, upon seeing her, a smile appeared on Lin Yang's face. The siblings had decent characters. At least they were kind-hearted and bore no ill intentions. Senior brother Lin Yang, thank you for saving my brother during the expedition to the Star Origin mountain range. Han Ling approached Lin Yang and bowed deeply. Lin Yang waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No need for thanks. It was a small matter and my responsibility as well. By the way, how is your brother's injury?" Han Ling lifted her head, revealing two faint dimples on her round face as she smiled. "Thanks to you acting swiftly, senior brother Lin Yang, my brother's injuries have stabilized." She then continued, "This is the points we earned from hunting the unicorn, as we agreed. You deserve the larger share. Here are 300 points for you." As she spoke, Han Ling handed him a points token. Lin Yang shook his head, refusing to accept it. "I don't need it. Keep it for yourself. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Han Ling stood behind, watching Lin Yang's retreating figure. Biting her lip, she hastily followed him to this moment. She skipped along like a child, glancing at Lin Yang and asking, "Senior brother Lin Yang, can you tell me why you are so powerful? Why am I so strong?" Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback by her question. Was he supposed to reveal that he had a system and a golden finger? Observing Lin Yang's silence, Han Ling pouted. Realizing she wouldn't get an answer, it made sense. Who would willingly disclose their secrets to others? "Senior brother Lin Yang, can I apprentice under you? I also wish to become as strong as you to protect my brother." Han Ling swiftly changed the topic. "Apprentice under me?" Lin Yang was once again taken aback. This girl's thought process was quite unusual. Looking at Han Ling, he chuckled. There are many powerful figures within the sect, from elders to the leader, all offering teachings. Wouldn't it be more logical for you to learn from them rather than seeking to apprentice under a mere disciple like me? Should I interpret this as you having ulterior motives? At his words, Han Ling's eyes sparkled as she pointed a finger playfully, saying, "Hee hee, but I just think you're strong, far stronger than them." Lin Yang shook his head, firmly refusing. "I'm truly sorry. I have no intention of taking on disciples." This was the truth. He had no desire to carry a burden, especially one with family ties. Lin Yang could roughly guess Han Ling's motivations for approaching him. Although both she and her brother Han Yu were inner disciples, their status within the inner sect was not particularly high. Seeking him out was likely a strategy to find a powerful ally. "All right, Han Ling's enthusiasm dimmed as she lowered her head, but her spirits quickly revived as she asked, "Senior brother Lin Yang, where are you headed? I entered the inner sect before you. I can guide you." Although Han Ling's strength was inferior to Lin Yang's, she had indeed been in the inner sect longer and knew it far better than Lin Yang, who was solely focused on cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yang paused and turned to look at Han Ling under his direct gaze. Han Ling felt a shiver run down her spine and softly murmured, "Senior brother Lin Yang, if you don't need me, I can leave now." Han Ling was taken aback by Lin Yang's imposing presence. The figure before her was nothing less than a formidable deity of death. Even the Unicorn King could not withstand a single strike from him, and if she were to provoke him, the consequences would surely be dire. Just as she prepared to discreetly turn and leave, Lin Yang called out to her, "By the way, I genuinely require an inner door guide." Upon hearing this, Han Ling's spirits soared, and she immediately turned around, her face beaming with delight as she gazed at Lin Yang. Lin Yang, in turn, found himself somewhat disoriented by the exuberance of this fortunate girl. By the way, if you accompany me as a guide, will you not be concerned about leaving your brother alone? He asked with a smile. Han Ling shook her head, replying, "Not at all. My brother has good friends to look after him." Good friends? Lin Yang felt a twinge of yearning in his heart. The term friend was so familiar yet painfully distant to him. In both his past and present lives, he seemed to have always walked alone, with his only companion being the spectral Tiger King. A sigh escaped Lin Yang's lips, for he deeply longed for friends and companions. However, he was also a person of substantial caution and vigilance. It was challenging for anyone to penetrate the walls he had erected around his heart to become a true confidant in this inner door. "Is there a place where one can swiftly earn points?" Lin Yang inquired, revealing the purpose of his exploration. Han Ling tilted her head in contemplation, pondering how to quickly accumulate points. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Ah, I have it! The Valley of Life and Death. The Valley of Life and Death." Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, pressing for clarification. Han Ling continued as they walked, explaining, "The Valley of Life and Death is a designated area for disciples to hone their skills. Situated at the base of the 10 main peaks. There, the principle of the strong prevailing is fully embodied. Within, one may challenge others at will, and rewards are determined by the mutual consent of the combatants. These rewards can range from weapons to points, pills, and spiritual herbs, among other things. However," Lin Yang interjected, raising an eyebrow. "However? What?" "However," Han Ling continued, "the Valley of Life and Death is exceedingly perilous, as many individuals may resort to lethal force over trivial matters. Engaging in life and death duels on the arena, killing within the arena of the Valley of Life and Death does not incur punishment from the sect. Currently, most of the top 10 strongest individuals in the inner door have gained their fearsome reputations from this very valley. Without absolute strength, entering would only render one a target for oppression, potentially leading to the loss of one's life." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart brimmed with longing to him. The Valley of Life and Death represented a veritable treasure trove. "How does one enter? Take me there," he exclaimed, his voice infused with urgency. Han Ling was startled by his fervent response and cautiously replied, "Lin Yang, perhaps you should reconsider. The Valley of Life and Death can indeed be fatal." "Not at all. Lead me there," Lin Yang replied with a gentle smile. "If anyone causes you trouble, I shall intervene." He was eager to plunge into battle at that very moment. "Very well, but I shall not enter myself. I will only take you to the entrance. You can proceed on your own from there," Han Ling explained. Lin Yang nodded. "Lead the way." The two departed from the inner door, making their way toward the 10 towering peaks at the heart of the sect. After half a stick of incense, they arrived at the valley of one of the peaks. Han Ling pointed ahead and said, "Lin Yang, that entrance is the way into the Valley of Life and Death." "Thank you," Lin Yang replied, casting his gaze forward. Before him lay an expansive and level valley, spanning tens of thousands of acres. Surrounding it were 10 towering peaks that pierced the clouds, majestic and endless. At the forefront stood a grand stone gate, inscribed with 3 large characters, "Valley of Life and Death, at last. This is where I belong." Lin Yang smirked, taking a step toward the entrance. "Hey, isn't that the beautiful Han Ling? What brings you back after fleeing last time? Do you truly dare to face us again? Do you have what it takes to compete with us? Just then, a few mocking voices emerged from behind. Lin Yong halted, turning to observe. He had promised Han Ling that if trouble arose while she brought him to the Valley of Life and Death, he would step in to assist her. In the midst of the scene, Han Ling found herself encircled by 4 young men. With a cold glare, she confronted them. Wang Ziwen, what do you want? This isn't the Valley of Life and Death. Do you not fear punishment from the sect for attacking here? Oh, the sect's punishment? How frightful. One of them sneered. Go ahead and summon the Law Elder. Today, we have a chance encounter with you. Do you think you can just walk away? The scar on my face is due for repayment, and since your brother isn't here, I'll collect some interest from you. The 4 men continued their taunts, dismissing Han Ling entirely. She was alone and weak, merely at the 3rd level of spirit martial cultivation, while each of them towered above her in strength, making it effortless for them to overpower her. Attack, commanded the scarred man, lunging forward with a clawing motion aimed at Han Ling. The other 3 followed suit, eager to subdue her in unison. This was the Valley of Life and Death. Concepts of fair duels and chivalrous conduct toward women were utterly disregarded here. Might made right. Just as the 4 men charged, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, emanating from Lin Yong. A profound sense of dread rooted in their very souls surged within them. What is this? They thought, incensed. Someone is secretly aiding her. Suddenly, the sound of 4 bodies hitting the ground echoed as they collapsed, unable to withstand the weight of the pressure. They knelt, trembling and gasping for breath. Han Ling gazed at the scene, bewildered and astonished. Just moments ago, her assailants had been mocking her, and now they were reduced to kneeling before her. At that moment, Lin Yong strolled forward, casting a concerned glance at Han Ling. Are you all right? Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him. Incredible! So strong! This is the mark of a true powerhouse. Before they even engaged in combat, his mere presence had rendered her tormentors immobile. Who are you? One of them stammered, his bravado vanishing. You're finished for opposing us. How many lives do you think you have? With a swift motion, Lin Yong kicked 2 of them away, sending them sprawling on the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. Did I permit you to speak? He said coldly, regarding them with disdain. You are but a bunch of insignificant pests. With another swift kick, he sent the remaining 2 sprawling as well. After dispatching them, he continued toward the Valley of Life and Death, his indifferent voice trailing behind him. My name is Lin Yong. If you dare to challenge me, feel free to seek me out in the Valley of Life and Death, and no matter how many come, I will face them all. As he vanished into the distance, Han Ling felt herself slipping into a reverie. Wow, so dashing, so manly. If I ever seek a partner, it must be someone like brother Lin Yong. Han Ling had transformed into Lin Yang's ardent admirer. In the distance, Lin Yong felt a strange sensation as he swiftly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Once inside the Valley of Life and Death, he finally exhaled. My goodness, Han Ling is truly formidable. Should she have heard his words, Han Ling would undoubtedly have scolded him for being a dense man. Lin Yong collected his thoughts and began to survey his surroundings. While it wasn't a bustling crowd like the inner door, it was certainly not lacking in numbers. Moreover, those who dared to enter were individuals of remarkable strength. One would not venture here without possessing considerable skill. All right, take him down, Han Xian. Use your long spear to perform a 3-stage movement. Attack him. Oh yeah, we won. At that moment, Lin Yong was suddenly captivated by a series of loud shouts. In his right foreground, there stood an arena, surrounded by a throng of spectators, all fervently cheering and shouting. As Lin Yong glanced toward the arena, he beheld a red-haired man wielding a long spear, who pierced the body of another individual with a single thrust, sending him soaring through the air. This man was none other than Han Xian, the one whom the crowd was vociferously acclaiming, with one hand lifting his opponent and the other raised in triumph. He proclaimed his strength to the onlookers beneath him, a spirit master of the 3rd tier. The man he had vanquished was a formidable spirit master of the 4th tier. Lin Yong squinted slightly, realizing he had stumbled upon a fierce battle between 2 powerful spirit masters upon his arrival. Remarkably, the lower-tiered individual emerged victorious. Such an exhilarating welcome. The number of powerful warriors and geniuses within the Death Valley was truly beyond count. Indeed, the Death Valley lived up to its reputation. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Yang's eyes. Chapter 31. Sword-browed and star-eyed after Han Xion's victory, the cultivation resources of his defeated opponent were immediately transferred to his possession. Robbery and murder had become legitimized here. Lin Yang felt a surge of temptation, yet he chose to observe further and gain more insights. As he turned to leave, he unexpectedly collided with someone behind him. "Damn it! Are you blind, kid? Can't you watch where you're going?" The person who had been bumped into glared at Lin Yang, his expression darkening with fury as he stepped forward, seemingly eager to devour Lin Yang whole. "What did you say?" Lin Yang furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on the man. It was evident that this individual had intentionally sought trouble, striding over without any intention of avoiding the crowded area. As if the entire world owed him something, now turning the tables and blaming Lin Yang. This was the Death Valley, where reason held no sway. Everything was ruled by brute strength. Get lost, the man. Robust and emanating a faintly menacing aura, clearly had blood on his hands. Upon hearing Lin Yang's retort, he raised his hand and swung it down towards Lin Yang with a fierce slap. The wind of his strike whistling with ferocity. Should that slap connect, injury would be trivial, but losing face would be the greater disgrace. Slap. The man's hefty palm struck down, but Lin Yang was quicker, landing a counter slap that sent the brute crashing to the ground several meters away, his face instantly swelling with 5 vivid red handprints. Boom! Rage ignited within the man as he sprang back to his feet. His fury palpable as he charged at Lin Yang. It was He Meng, the 98th ranked warrior on the Death Valley's top 100 list. "What? It's him," the onlookers murmured, recognizing the formidable figure. Rumor had it that He Meng was vengeful, and it was clear that he had targeted Lin Yang, a newcomer. Yet, Lin Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that perhaps this time, He Meng had bitten off more than he could chew. "Kid, come here and die." He Meng, relying on his immense physique, swung his massive fists toward Lin Yang. Bang! Lin Yang, disinterested in the confrontation, merely delivered another kick, sending He Meng sprawling backward once more. "You bastard!" He Meng fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he remained defiant, cursing vehemently. However, before he could finish his tirade, Lin Yang had already transformed into a blur, appearing before him, his gaze icy. "Utter one more word, and we shall meet on the arena of life and death." Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Lin Yang, He Meng's scalp tingled, and he swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had expected to encounter someone who would readily offer him points and resources, only to be left disappointed. Nevertheless, he was not one to let go of an opportunity, especially since this fellow had insulted him multiple times. "Hand it over." Lin Yang extended his hand, fixing his gaze on He Meng. He Meng was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Boom! Lin Yang's eyes flashed coldly, and without further ado, he unleashed a pressure that enveloped He Meng. "Now!" he commanded. He Meng's face turned a shade of crimson, overwhelmed by the immense pressure bearing down on him. It finally dawned on him that he had provoked someone he should not have. Reluctantly, he relinquished his spatial ring to Lin Yang's hand. Here, Lin Yang accepted the ring, delving into its contents and discovering a considerable bounty. Only then did he withdraw the oppressive presence, allowing He Meng to breathe again. "If this happens again, we shall meet on the arena of life and death," he declared, leaving behind a statement brimming with arrogance as he turned to depart. "Damn it!" He Meng pounded the ground in frustration, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Lin Yang's retreating figure, his face etched with resentment and fury. "Kid, I will make you pay for this." As Lin Yang wandered through the Death Valley, he observed that there were over 100 arenas set up throughout the expanse. Some were as large as small plazas. Battles frequently erupted upon these platforms, drawing throngs of spectators. After meandering for a while, Lin Yang finally grasped the general situation of the Death Valley. Chaos and disorder prevailed. If one could not abide by the circumstances, they would engage in combat. Should disputes remain unresolved, one could settle matters in the arena of life and death. Some individuals thrived on challenging the strong, ascending to the arena and offering substantial rewards to entice opponents to face them. Who dares face me? Win, and these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones are yours. Lose, and you forfeit your resources, and perhaps even your life. At that moment, on one of the platforms, a bare-chested man with bulging muscles stood, shouting down at the gathered crowd. Wang Hao is truly formidable. He has achieved 13 consecutive victories. Indeed, he was a spirit master of the 4th tier, facing adversaries of lesser cultivation, which made his victories unsurprising. Yet, even spirit masters of the 5th tier had fallen to his might. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The allure was undeniable. Yet, Lin Yang mused, one must have the means to spend them. He could not afford to lose. Beneath the arena, a group of individuals whispered amongst themselves. Recognizing the prowess of the man named Wang Hao, a spirit master of the 4th tier whose combat strength rivaled that of a 6th tier warrior, a worthy opponent indeed. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Yang felt a stirring excitement, a smile gracing his lips. These spirit stones should aid me in breaking through 2 more minor realms. Eligu, it's him. Just as Lin Yang prepared to ascend the platform, a voice from behind caught his attention, one he found somewhat familiar. Turning around, he spotted He Meng, the man he had just bested, now approaching with 3 or 4 companions. Leading them was a tall figure, his sharp brows and starry eyes betraying a fierce demeanor, a massive sword slung across his back, striding toward Lin Yang with an air of indifference. So he resorts to summoning reinforcements, Lin Yang thought. A faint smile playing on his lips. Kid, come here and face your doom. He Meng approached, his swollen face still not healed, as he pointed a finger at Lin Yang, his voice dripping with venom. Chapter 32. The strongest dark horse. What? Haven't you had enough of a beating? Is that why you're so eager to bring me resources? Lin Yang retorted, strolling closer. Damn it. Li Gu is here. This time, you won't be able to act so arrogantly. He Meng, emboldened by the presence of his stronger companion, began to hurl insults without restraint. Lin Yang's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on He Meng. If you dare utter another word, I shall dispatch you immediately. He Meng recoiled in fear, retreating behind the towering figure of the giant Man. Eligu, you must help me. This kid is insufferably arrogant. The sword-browed man stepped forward, scrutinizing Lin Yang with a smile. A spirit master of the 4th tier does indeed possess some grounds for arrogance, but you remain insufficient. Unless you wish to perish, kneel and apologize. As the giant bearing the sword made his entrance, a stir rippled through the crowd. It's Zhu Yuan. What? Zhu Yuan is here. The realization struck. He Meng had managed to summon a powerhouse like Zhu Yuan to his aid. Lin Yang, however, felt a sense of anticipation. Zhu Yuan, a formidable figure ranked among the top 50, possesses an unparalleled combat prowess. Though he is merely at the 8th level of Spirit Master, he can contend with those at the Spirit King realm. Truly a prodigy of remarkable caliber. Boom. Just as the crowd engaged in discussion, a flash of fist energy suddenly emerged, striking towards Zhu Yuan. Lin Yang had made his move. Upon sensing Lin Yang's attack, Zhu Yuan's pupils constricted instantly. Despite being only at the 4th level of Spirit Master, Lin Yang's punch exuded a palpable threat. Clang! Zhu Yuan unsheathed his massive sword from his back to deflect the incoming fist energy. The impact resonated with a deafening metallic clash. Lin Yang withdrew his fist, standing firmly in place, and coldly remarked, "Do you wish to court death? Step into the death arena for a duel." Zhu Yuan's brow furrowed at these words. Just then, several figures soared across the sky above the valley of life and death, hastening towards the depths. Zhu Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He sheathed his massive sword and took off into the air without a backward glance. The surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence. Moments later, a lively chatter erupted. What? Zhu Yuan has retreated. What on earth transpired? This person displays remarkable audacity, confronting Zhu Yuan without a hint of retreat or fear. Launching a powerful strike, I see a new star rising. This individual is surely a dark horse. I wonder how far he will ascend in the rankings. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lin Yong regarded Zhu Yuan's retreating figure with a slight lift of his brow. He sensed that the other was not fleeing out of fear, but was likely preoccupied with a more pressing matter. Turning his attention to the bruised He Meng, Lin Yong approached with a faint smile. Should I commend your fearlessness, or label you a fool? Upon seeing Lin Yong approach, He Meng stumbled backward in fright. If Zhu Yuan had been forced back by this man, how could he withstand him? He glanced at the three companions who had accompanied Zhu Yuan, seeking their assistance. Senior brothers, help me, He Meng pleaded. The three brothers exchanged glances, their expressions hardening as they positioned themselves protectively in front of He Meng. Seeing this, He Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those who obstruct me shall perish, Lin Yong declared coldly, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupting from him. The trio's expressions changed instantaneously. Whoosh, 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 in the next moment. The three took to the air and fled without a trace of hesitation. He Meng, help! Someone's trying to kill me. The moment his heart had relaxed, it tightened once more, fear flooding his features. Lin Yong advanced toward He Meng step by step. Don't come any closer. Go away. I won't trouble you again. Please, don't kill me. He Meng stumbled, collapsing to the ground, his legs frantically pushing against the earth as his face betrayed sheer terror. Swish! Lin Yang's fingers, poised like a sword, unleashed a blade of energy. A scream pierced the air, accompanied by a bloodied arm that soared through the air. Lin Yong fixed his gaze on He Meng, coldly stating, this time, as we are not on the arena, I shall spare you. Now, leave. Clutching his bleeding arm, He Meng fled without looking back. Although battles could occur freely in the Valley of Life and Death, killing was strictly prohibited. To engage in a lethal duel, one must ascend to the arena. Otherwise, recklessly taking a life would lead to severe repercussions from the sect. Should He Meng provoke him again, Lin Yong would undoubtedly find a way to bring him to the arena for a decisive kill. He could tolerate it once, perhaps twice, but thrice would be intolerable. After all, anyone would grow impatient with a persistent buzzing fly. Not hesitating to swat it down. Once He Meng departed, the atmosphere returned to a semblance of calm. On the arena, the bare-chested Wang Hao's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on Lin Yong, who likewise met his gaze without flinching. The two locked eyes. In Wang Hao's perspective, Lin Yong was at the same realm of cultivation, both at the 4th level of Spirit Master. Yet, Lin Yong had dared to confront Zhu Yuan, who was several realms above him, demonstrating a bravery worthy of admiration. Only someone of Lin Yang's caliber could stand as his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yong stepped onto the death arena. Lin Yong, Wang Hao. The two exchanged no further pleasantries, swiftly charging at one another, and the battle erupted. Boom! The arena echoed with the terrifying sounds of their combat as fists and feet collided, the sheer force of their physical confrontation resonating with extraordinary intensity. The violent gusts generated by their clash swept through the surroundings like a tempest. How formidable! The two engaged in pure physical combat, causing the arena to tremble violently. Their bodies had been honed to an incredibly robust state. While Wang Hao's strength was understandable, as he was not someone of lesser rank like He Meng, it was astonishing that Lin Yong could engage him on such terms. Wang Hao was renowned for his physical prowess. Even those ranked above him might not match him without using spiritual abilities. Who exactly was this Lin Yong, who had struck Zhu Yuan and now battled Wang Hao without losing ground? He was truly a force to be reckoned with. The strongest dark horse, without a doubt. Chapter 33. The bewildered prince. When Wang Hao regarded Lin Yong, you are strong, but if you halt here, defeat is inevitable. Boom! In that instant, Wang Hao's aura surged dramatically, escalating with each passing moment as he unleashed his spiritual power. Die! Wang Hao shouted, his right fist clenched, the energy surging forth to form a dazzling beam that hurtled towards Lin Yong. Is that so? Lin Yang's lips curled slightly as he stomped his right foot on the ground. In the next moment, his form vanished from sight. What? Both Wang Hao and the spectators below were dumbfounded. Unable to comprehend Lin Yang's speed, boom! The fist energy exploded upon striking the arena's protective array, dissipating entirely. This was precisely why life-or-death battles were conducted on the arena. The clash of powerful forces unleashed destructive energy. capable of causing immense devastation with a single blow. The arena's protective array ensured safety against such chaos. Poof! In the next instant, Lin Yang reappeared beside Wang Hao, who remained poised to strike. This illustrated the sheer speed at which Lin Yang operated. The Kunpeng technique is the swiftest in the world. Wang Hao's pupil shifted as Lin Yang's assault landed upon him. Despite his intention to retaliate, he could not keep pace with Lin Yang's speed, which seemed to slow time itself. Wang Hao understood he ought to counter, yet it was futile. Boom! Lin Yang's fist connected with Wang Hao's abdomen, propelling him like a comet towards the edge of the arena. The force was so tremendous that it triggered the arena's protective array, causing Wang Hao to rebound and crash back onto the stage. In all martial arts, nothing withstands speed. Lin Yang approached Wang Hao, stating in a calm tone, "The outcome is clear. There is no need for further combat. You are a worthy opponent, and I have no desire to kill you. Surrender." Wang Hao wiped the blood from his lips and struggled to his feet. He clasped his fists before Lin Yang, saying, "Thank you. I owe you my life. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." With that, Wang Hao leapt off the arena and departed. Lin Yang gazed at the several spatial rings set aside. A smile gracing his features. One of the rings contained 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, while the others were spoils from Wang Hao's previous victories. Now, they all belonged to him. Stowing the rings away, Lin Yang looked toward the crowd below. "Who else wishes to challenge me? Come forth." Silence enveloped the crowd. With Wang Hao's defeat, who would dare step forward? Knowing they would only seek their own demise. This man, Lin Yang, would undoubtedly gain widespread renown. He had triumphed over Wang Hao without employing spiritual techniques, showcasing his unparalleled strength in a pure contest of physical prowess. He matched Wang Hao, and combined with his incredible speed, he far surpassed most individuals. Anticipation brewed for his upcoming battles. A confrontation between him and Zhu Yuan was surely on the horizon. Lin Yang stood on the arena, and upon realizing that no one had ascended the stage, he promptly leaped down. Subsequently, he wandered through the various platforms of the Valley of Life and Death. Whenever he encountered someone on the stage, if he deemed the reward satisfactory, he would challenge them. During this time, some individuals met their demise at his hands due to their foul mouths, while others, exhibiting a more amiable demeanor, were spared by Lin Yang. Thus, Lin Yang continued to ascend the stage and issue challenges. However, every time it was his turn to take the lead, silence enveloped the audience, as no one dared to confront him. Boom! On the arena, a man clad in green was sent flying by Lin Yang's punch, sustaining severe injuries. The man quickly retrieved a storage ring from his person and tossed it to Lin Yang, exclaiming, "Here, I concede." Following his declaration, the man hastily fled the arena with remarkable decisiveness. Lin Yang accepted the storage ring and surveyed the crowd below. Before he could utter the words, "Who else is willing to battle?" the audience erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Thus, Lin Yang earned the title of One-Punch Demon within the Valley of Life and Death, for the majority of those who faced him were swiftly defeated with a single blow. With no one willing to challenge him, Lin Yang had no choice but to exit the arena and proceed deeper into the valley. The further he ventured, the more formidable his opponents became. "The One-Punch Demon is here. Everyone flee!" someone shouted before the next platform, prompting the two combatants on stage to exchange glances and immediately turn to escape. Even the spectators below hurriedly dispersed, seemingly terrified of being summoned by Lin Yang for a duel. Lin Yang approached with a stoic expression, his face darkening with frustration. "Damn it, who is responsible for bestowing me with this title? This is utterly ridiculous. If I discover who it is, I swear to exact a severe punishment upon them." Lin Yang pressed forward. An invisible vacuum formed around him, ensuring that no one dared to approach within a 50-meter radius. Lin Yang felt a pang of despair. All he sought was to accumulate a few points and gather some cultivation resources. What had he done to deserve such treatment? These people were insufferable. He had entered the area of the top 50. Finally, Wei Vi managed to send this demon away. Someone mused, "I in the area for the top 50. So to possess such a multitude of spirit stones is truly astonishing. How have I never encountered this before? A fresh face. Is this not an opportunity? Do not approach." Who dares enter this place without formidable strength and confidence? Beware of bringing calamity upon yourself. Your head may find itself in peril. Within this inner sanctum, there exists an unwritten rule. One need not engage in a life-or-death battle nor ascend the arena. One may strike down foes on the spot, as long as your power is sufficiently formidable and your talent is breathtaking. You can silence the sect's enforcers in the innermost part of this venue. There lies an area that ordinary individuals do not dare to approach. This is the territory occupied by the top 10 powerhouses. Presently, within a simple abode in this area, dozens of individuals have gathered, including the previously notable Jiyuan Li Zicheng. Among them sits a white-haired man, who, having awakened from his meditative state, slowly opens his eyes, revealing enchanting vertical pupils reminiscent of a serpent's gaze, which captivates all who behold him. This man is Nian Wuhan, ranked third among the powerful, and these individuals are his followers, all of whom rank among the top 50 in strength. Jiyuan Li Zicheng is a member of this assemblage, as is the spirit king Chen Guo, who was previously slain by Lin Yang's sword Qi in the Xingyuan mountain range. Nian Wuhan speaks softly, inquiring, "Have you yet to locate the one who acted so brazenly?" The figures that hastily flew past the precipice of the Valley of Life and Death were members he dispatched to investigate the circumstances surrounding Chen Guo's demise. One individual steps forward, bowing respectfully, and replies, "Alliance leader, we have not returned empty-handed. Utilizing the probing divine stone, we detected several presences apart from that of Chen Guo. Among these, we sensed the deceased Blackhorn Dragon and the aura of the Nether Tiger King, as well as that of a cultivator, whose strength categorizes him only as a spirit master." Nian Wuhan furrows his brow slightly, remarking, "A group of inept fools. Do you believe a spirit master could possibly slay Chen Guo?" A spirit king? Chen Guo was a significant asset, a crucial ally. Losing such a vital force has undoubtedly provoked this leader's ire. Could it be that Chen Guo fell in battle against the two Beast Kings? One queries, impossible. That Blackhorn Dragon has long since ascended to the rank of a fifth-tier fierce beast, a being of spirit sect caliber, and no matter how foolish Chen Guo may be, he would not dare provoke such an entity. And what of the Nether Tiger King? The group ponders the reasons behind Chen Guo's death. At this moment, Nian Wuhan articulates, "Locate that cultivator. Since the probing divine stone has detected his aura, he must have been present at the scene. Finding him will reveal the cause of Chen Guo's demise." Upon hearing his words, the group displays expressions of considerable difficulty. How could they possibly locate a single cultivator in such an expansive territory? Moreover, they have yet to ascertain the individual's identity. Chapter 35. Utterly arrogant boom. Just as they deliberated, an astonishing force reverberated through the air, causing quite a stir. Nian Wuhan's serpentine pupils glowed with green light. "You too? Step outside and ascertain what has transpired." Two individuals nodded and exited. Upon their emergence, they beheld three people sprawled on the ground, emitting pitiful cries of anguish. In front of them, one figure slowly opened his eyes. Awakening from his meditative state, the two recognized at once that these three had sought trouble and had become victims of their own aggression. The instigator was none other than Lin Yang. In that brief interval, he had refined and absorbed all the resources he previously gathered. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Tao of Heaven. Were it anyone else, absorbing such a vast quantity of spiritual energy in such a short time would result in their body exploding. Yet Lin Yang remained unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. This session of cultivation bore fruit beyond his expectations, as he successfully broke through two minor realms, elevating his cultivation to the 6th level. Rising to his feet, Lin Yang coldly regarded the three individuals, whose movements were stifled beneath the weight of his aura. The pressure of the Tao of Heaven not only remained unweakened but intensified at this moment. These three sought to capitalize on his moment of cultivation, intending to ambush him. Alas, they could not even approach him, as they were directly suppressed by the overwhelming force. It is said that within this inner sanctum, one may kill without ascending the arena. It appears to be true. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent radiating from them. Every cultivator understands that to be interrupted during a breakthrough can lead to serious injury or even death. These individuals, by acting against him during his cultivation, clearly harbored murderous intentions. Against those who seek his life, Lin Yong has never shown mercy. With a swift motion, several beams of sword light shot forth from his fingertips, piercing the foreheads of the three prostrate figures. Those who attempt to take a life must themselves be prepared to be taken. Lin Yong uttered but a single phrase before curling his fingers to claim their spatial rings. Another 3 rings added to his collection. This individual is remarkably strong. Merely by virtue of his aura, he has rendered these 3 spirit masters of the 5th and 6th levels utterly immobile. Though he possesses only the cultivation of a 6th level spirit master, he can contend with those of the 8th and 9th levels. Should we seek to recruit him? The 2 emissaries dispatched by Nian Wuhan exchanged glances as they observed Lin Yong's figure, murmuring to one another, "No. Why does this individual's aura feel so familiar? He is the very cultivator from the probing divine stone." Their realization dawned upon them as they turned their gaze back to Lin Yong. Their expressions shifted, a hint of murderous intent lurking in their eyes. "Let us invite him inside for a discussion." One spoke, his eyes alight with battle fervor. "To avoid unforeseen circumstances, I shall return to inform the leader, so that he may bring others." The other turned and departed to report to Nian Wuhan and the others. The remaining individual sighed in exasperation, silently criticizing his companion for fleeing in the face of danger. Just as he raised his head again, a figure suddenly appeared before him, causing his pupils to constrict. Such speed! His heart raced. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yong. He hastily attempted to distance himself. But in that instant, a powerful hand seized his ankle, violently swinging him toward the ground. With a resounding crash, his body collided intimately with the earth. The overwhelming force surged forth, bending his form backward as if he were a shrimp, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. This was far from over. Lin Yong grasped the man's ankle and swung him like a whip, relentlessly striking him against the ground. After a frenzied assault of over a dozen blows, Lin Yong released his grip, leaving the man sprawled on the ground, his body rendered as lifeless as a ragdoll. Every bone in his body had been shattered, and he gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Lin Yong, expressionless, upon witnessing Lin Yong slay a member of their alliance team. A surge of fury erupted among the bystanders, who swiftly encircled him, trapping Lin Yong at the center. The messenger who had returned to relay the news had already informed them that Lin Yong was the master of the aura emanating from the probing divine stone and was currently within the Death Valley. The crowd was still reveling in their good fortune when they emerged to witness the scene of Lin Yang's brutal act against one of their own. How could they possibly contain their rage? At this moment, a total of 6 individuals charged forward, surrounding Lin Yong, with the formidable Li Zicheng of Zhuyan also present. Lin Yong cast a glance at the 6 encircling him, but his gaze ultimately settled on the figure of Nian Wuhan ahead, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These 6 were all top-tier spiritual masters, their combat prowess formidable, yet to think they could subdue me with such insignificant numbers was a mere fantasy. With his words hanging in the air, Lin Yong suddenly bellowed, "Kneel before me!" Boom! A pressure, as overwhelming as a mountain, descended upon the 6, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Thud, thud, in that instant. 4 of them collapsed to their knees, unable to withstand the might of the oppressive force. Only Li Zicheng and another strong warrior remained in a half-kneeling position, gritting their teeth in defiance. "Humph! Quite resilient, are we? Then allow me to elevate the pressure." Lin Yong scoffed, stamping his right foot on the ground, and another wave of formidable pressure engulfed the 2 men. Thud, thud. The 2 soon followed suit, collapsing to the ground, their heads bowed under the weight of the mountainous force. This was the terrifying aspect of the heavenly Tao scripture. Mere aura rendered one invincible. After executing this, Lin Yong extended his hand, beckoning Nian Wuhan and his companions with a crooked finger, a devilish smile gracing his lips, exuding unparalleled arrogance. Chapter 36. The Xuanwu Shield. Observing Lin Yang's brazen demeanor, Nian Wuhan remained unmoved, standing firm, although the color of his serpent-like vertical pupils shifted multiple times. Meanwhile, the 2 guardians by his side could no longer contain themselves. "Brat, prepare to die. I shall confront you." Both were formidable figures of the Spirit King realm, their cultivation vastly superior to Lin Yong's, and they charged towards him with unwavering confidence. Though they were unaware of the means by which Lin Yong had subdued the six, they believed themselves to be different, as they were King's Point 2 King Realm experts. Launching an assault against a mere spirit master disciple was as effortless as flipping a hand. With a mere gesture, they unleashed their powerful techniques. The mountain-splitting palm and the blazing palm, two colossal hands formed from spiritual energy, descended upon Lin Yong, their might astounding, stirring the very winds and causing the spiritual energy in the air to convulse. Spirit Kings? I have slain them before. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk. These two were far inferior to the likes of the Black Horn Dragon, and even his mount, the Infernal Tiger King, could not be compared. With a mere flip of his hand, he could subdue them. Saintly sword intent? Lin Yong uttered slowly. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, two sword lights, as thick as houses, manifested above Lin Yang's head. Hurtling towards the two assailants, boom, boom. The sword lights collided with their palm strikes, instantly shattering them, and without losing momentum, they charged towards the two Spirit Kings. What? How is this possible? The expressions of the two Spirit Kings shifted dramatically. Lin Yang's sword lights were astonishingly powerful, effortlessly dismantling their palm strikes. They scarcely had time to be astonished and contemplate, immediately summoning their spiritual energy to form defensive shields. Clang, clang. The unmatched sword lights struck the spiritual shields, producing a sound akin to shattering glass, and in an instant, the shields were obliterated. Bift, bift. The sword lights pierced through the bodies of the two, engulfing them entirely. Boom. Ultimately, the sword lights embedded themselves into the earth, causing the ground to crack open. When the lights dissipated, the two Spirit Kings lay lifeless on the ground, their auras extinguished in an instant. With eyes narrowed like a serpent, Nian Wuhan witnessed this scene, his thoughts racing. Such powerful martial techniques, to slay two Spirit Kings in a single blow, something he himself could not achieve. Flee. At this moment, that single thought consumed his mind. Although his cultivation was significantly higher than that of the two, his instincts warned him that should he engage, he would meet a similar fate, ruthlessly slain. Attempting to escape? Did you consult me first? Lin Yong scoffed, clenching his fingers. The heavenly Tao pressure overwhelming the six surged exponentially. Thud, thud, thud. Layers of invisible pressure descended, resonating with a series of dull thuds, as though mountains were being hurled from the heavens to crush the six beneath them. I refuse to accept this. One individual, unable to withstand the oppressive force, exploded into a mist of blood. Then came the second, the third. The sounds of explosion echoed continuously. 5 of the 6 could not endure the weight and burst apart, becoming mere clouds of blood mist. Only Li Zicheng remained, gritting his teeth in a desperate struggle. With the immense spiritual power emanating from his massive sword, he managed to withstand the heavenly Tao pressure. Yet even so, he bore an unimaginable burden. At this moment, Lin Yong had transformed into a streak of rainbow light, employing the Kuanping technique to pursue the fleeing Nian Wuhan. He had merely activated the heavenly Tao scripture to heighten the pressure upon the others and paid them no further mind. In his eyes, no one could withstand the dual heavenly Tao pressures. Once he departed, the heavenly Tao pressure gradually dissipated. Bang! Li Zicheng could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff beside him. The massive sword he clutched began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum before falling silent. Upon closer inspection, he noticed fine cracks spreading across the sword's surface. It was this very sword that had absorbed much of the pressure during his confrontation with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he too would have perished alongside the others. Struggling to his feet, Li Zicheng gazed at the sword in his hand. Zhu Yuan, you have worked hard. Without you, I would have surely fallen. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to awaken you. Unbeknownst to outsiders, the sword he wielded was no ordinary weapon, but a celestial-grade weapon, heaven and earth, profound and yellow. Though it was merely of the lower tier, it was far from mundane. Celestial-grade weapons were imbued with sentience. Wielding one in battle significantly enhanced the user's combat strength. This explained why, despite his lower cultivation than the 5 around him, He could stand on equal footing with them on the other side. High above the Death Valley, Lin Yang utilized the Kunping technique and caught up to Nian Wuhan, who was attempting to flee the valley within a mere 2 breaths. What? He caught up in an instant. Nian Wuhan sensed the spiritual fluctuations behind him and turned to see Lin Yang closing in, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Die. Nian Wuhan formed seals with his hands, unleashing a powerful technique, the mountain-shattering seal. Boom! A colossal mountain materialized out of thin air, rapidly enlarging to envelop Lin Yang below. Boom! The mountain trembled, and under Nian Wuhan's command, it descended upon Lin Yang with crushing force. Hemph! True dragon secret technique. Lin Yang remained unfazed, executing the ancient 10 ferocious techniques. Roar! A golden giant dragon burst forth from his body, expanding rapidly as it surged towards the descending mountain. With a resounding crash, the giant dragon shattered the mountain and charged after Nian Wuhan. The golden dragon roared, its resounding cries echoing through the Death Valley as it pursued Nian Wuhan, closing the distance in mere moments. With its jaws agape, it aimed to swallow him whole. Xuanwu shield. Nian Wuhan maintained his composure, conjuring a powerful defensive technique, enveloping himself in a cocoon of spiritual energy that transformed into a tortoise shell. Bang! The golden dragon's jaws clashed against the tortoise shell, sending ripples of energy surging outward. What just happened? Such a powerful energy fluctuation? A spirit king is battling. Look to the sky. A golden dragon battling a tortoise shell? The arena of Death Valley witnessed yet another clash of spirit kings. Hurry to observe, lest you miss this extraordinary battle. Chapter 37. Overwhelming Death Valley, a tortoise shell? Indeed. Lin Yang gazed upon the defensive spell conjured by Nian Wuhan, a smile gracing his lips. Let me see. He mused, whether the might of my true dragon treasure technique surpasses the resilience of your turtle shell. As his words fell, Lin Yang's right hand clenched fiercely in the air. Shatter for me. A resounding roar erupted from the golden dragon, issuing a series of thunderous dragon cries. The dragon's jaws clamped down on the Xuanwu turtle shell, unleashing a radiant burst of light. With a crack, the shell, having withstood 3 breaths, shattered effortlessly. Blood spewed from Nian Wuhan's mouth as the colossal dragon pierced through him, sending his body crashing to the ground far below. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. You are merely a spirit master of the 6th heaven, while I am a spirit king of the 6th heaven. How can your martial prowess be so formidable as to transcend an entire realm? As he fell, Nian Wuhan's aura began to wane. He clutched his chest, coughing blood, his expression one of utter incredulity as he stared at Lin Yang. Lin Yang landed before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Is being a spirit king truly so remarkable? I have slain many Dai in this world. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Realm is not the sole measure of a cultivator's strength. Throughout history, which prodigy has not sought to overturn the heavens, wielding extraordinary power? Nian Wuhan's eyes darkened with malice. He understood this truth all too well, yet he stubbornly refused to accept it, grappling with the reality that such a rare talent had appeared before him. And worse yet, as his adversary. Sensing the resentment in Nian Wuhan's gaze, Lin Yang chuckled. What's the matter? Do I not seem like one? With that, Nian Wuhan coughed up another mouthful of blood. I refuse to accept this. I still have the strength to fight, he bellowed, tilting his head back towards the heavens. Serpent's eye mirage. In that instant, 2 beams of green light shot forth from his eyes, striking the sky above. The next moment, Lin Yang observed the heavens morphing into a sickly green hue, akin to a toxic mist, rapidly spreading in all directions. The environment around him shifted dramatically, in just a couple of breaths. He found himself engulfed in a swampy jungle suffused with poisonous gas. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to rise, with poisonous plants sprouting wildly, exhaling noxious fumes. The towering trees around him mutated, coming to life and launching an assault upon him. From within the jungle, venomous beasts roared, while above, toxic birds screeched. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, a knowing smile emerging on his face. A mirage, is it? Quite a powerful technique, indeed. But alas, a mirage is ultimately just that. As the myriad creatures within the toxic illusion charged at him, Lin Yong unleashed a thunderous roar. Impudence. Waves of immense aura emanated from his body as the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao swept over the scene. This aura, once unleashed, conveyed an ancient, grand, and supreme presence. Under the weight of this heavenly pressure, all the poisonous entities crumbled, and the toxic miasma dissipated in an instant. With a resounding crack, the illusion shattered like glass. Fragments swirling into dust and vanishing into the ether. The true world re-emerged before him. Yet, to his surprise, Nian Wuhan, who had once lain on the ground, was now nowhere to be found. He had seized the opportunity of Lin Yang's momentary distraction to flee. Having escaped the valley of life and death, Nian Wuhan believed he was safe. Lin Yong would not dare to kill outside its confines. How intriguing, Lin Yong remarked, gazing towards the exit of the valley. He held no fear of Nian Wuhan's potential retribution. Should he dare to return, he would be met with a challenge. What he truly feared was that his opponent would not dare to confront him. Such was the confidence he exuded. Anyone he had defeated was granted ample time to grow and rise to the challenge. His heart was unburdened by the thought of rivals, rendering him fearless in the face of all odds. This mirage technique, unlike mere martial skills or secret arts, bore similarities to the innate divine abilities of the ancient Ten Fiends, likely stemming from Nian Wuhan's unique eyes. Lin Yong surmised that cultivators like Nian Wuhan, born with extraordinary traits, often possessed innate divine skills, albeit of varying strengths. Nian Wuhan's serpent-like pupils allowed him to create illusions, a manifestation of his innate divine art. Others might be born with special physiques, such as spirit bodies or battle bodies, endowed with their own innate divine abilities. Some possessed dual pupils, supreme bones, or sacred bodies, all of which, in Lin Yang's view, marked them as favored children of destiny. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Yong absorbed and refined the remaining resources from his storage ring, then turned his attention to the disciple rankings. The dragon and tiger rankings held great interest for him. He understood that the existence of such rankings served to motivate disciples to cultivate and identify prodigious talents. Legends spoke of the Liang sect as once being a third-rate sect, but now it stood as a true first-rate sect within this imperial domain. Outside this region, however, might lie even more formidable sects and powers. King Tiger, come, let us take a stroll, he commanded. Lin Yong rose and stepped outside, waving his hand at the Nether Tiger King. Roar. All right, master. The Nether Tiger King, previously lethargic and sprawled on the ground, had spent a day in the Liang sect, feeling as dull as a bird. Unable to wander freely for fear of causing trouble, it perked up immediately upon hearing Lin Yang's invitation to go out. Shaking its fur and scampering to Lin Yang's side, Lin Yong reached out to stroke the Nether Tiger King's head and chuckled. I've been with you for 2 days, yet I still don't know your name. Do you have one? The Nether Tiger King replied, Master, we beasts typically don't name ourselves until we can take human form. Lin Yong nodded slowly and said with a smile, take human form? With me by your side, that day will surely come. For now, I bestow upon you a name. Let's call you Xiao Bai. The Nether Tiger King responded, thank you, master. That name is truly delightful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong burst into hearty laughter, scratching the back of his head and saying, oh really? You think it's nice too? I just picked a name at random. Perhaps I have a talent for naming. The Nether Tiger King, feeling somewhat dejected, nonetheless licked Lin Yong affectionately, saying, Master's talent is rare throughout history, whether in cultivation or naming. You are indeed unparalleled. Lin Yong nodded, yes, I think so too. Mounting the tiger's back, Lin Yong patted Xiao Bai's head and said, let us head to the Pasan Peak. Pointing in a direction, the Nether Tiger King, Xiao Bai, leaped forward towards the towering mountain. The Pasan Peak was renowned as the battleground for the ordinary disciples' dragon and tiger rankings. Ding! The daily God level skill has been refreshed. Please check at your leisure. God level skill. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Heavenly Emperor Fist. A technique amalgamated from countless treasures by the Heavenly Emperor, capable of overwhelming all foes with a single strike. Note: the Heavenly Emperor Fist only reveals its ultimate essence. The host must blend the techniques themselves. As Lin Yong made his way to Pasan Peak, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Heavenly Emperor Fist? A wave of exhilaration washed over Lin Yang's face as he beheld the God-level skill he had acquired. This fist technique was the invincible creation of Yi Haizi, capable of suppressing all enemies with a single blow, truly formidable. However, Yi Haizi's Heavenly Emperor Fist was forged from the treasures he mastered. To unleash the Heavenly Emperor Fist, Lin Yang would need to integrate his own techniques. In other words, the Heavenly Emperor Fist he possessed was still capable of growth. The higher the level of the integrated techniques, the greater the power unleashed. His thoughts delved deeper into the system. God-level skill system. Host: Lin Yang, Spirit Master Level 6, Cultivation Method. Heavenly Dao Scripture. Martial Skills. Sage's Sword Intent. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Secret Techniques. Hand of the Heavens. Divine Abilities. Kuan-Ping Technique. True Dragon Technique. Forbidden Techniques. None. Currently, I possess only 5 God-level skills, but if I could amalgamate these 5 techniques, the resultant power would be unimaginable. Lin Yang felt a thrill of excitement. Moreover, if he blended these divine abilities and techniques, the Heavenly Emperor Fist he unleashed would not reveal its origins, allowing him to avoid much trouble. For instance, during his battle with the Black Horn Dragon, the true dragon technique he employed had been discerned by that ferocious beast. In the future, should he encounter a formidable opponent, utilizing supreme techniques like the Kuan-Ping technique or true dragon techniques could easily lead to being recognized. He understood the wisdom of discretion. While he possessed a system, he did not assume invincibility, maintaining a clear self-awareness and understanding that there are always greater forces beyond. Cultivating a sense of caution could avert many unnecessary troubles. If I can fuse these 5 God-level skills, I will undoubtedly be able to overpower all enemies. While it may not lead to a situation where no one dares to claim supremacy, it would be quite close. However, before amalgamating the techniques and cultivating the Heavenly Emperor Fist, I must first secure the top position on the Ordinary Disciples Dragon and Tiger rankings. Lin Yang collected his thoughts and began leading the Nether Tiger King, Xiaobai, towards Pasan Peak. Pasan Peak was incredibly steep, towering 1,000 feet high, resembling a smooth sword piercing the clouds. It lacked a climbing path, and one could only rely on flight to reach it. Moreover, Pasan Peak was not a complete mountain. Its summit had been cleaved away, revealing a smooth cross-section. Sitting atop Xiaobai's back, Lin Yang gazed at the mountain's cross-section, murmuring to himself, "Such a mighty strike, effortlessly severing the peak. I am not yet capable of that. Perhaps upon breaking through to the Spirit King realm, I may have a chance to attempt it." His eyes gleamed with determination, his heart brimming with combat spirit. The one who executed such a strike was undoubtedly a being transcending the spirit sect level. If anyone were to hear Lin Yang's murmurs, they would surely mock him for his audacity. Attempting to sever mountains and rivers with the power of a Spirit King. Such dreams were foolhardy. High in the sky, Lin Yang spotted a vast white jade plaza on the cross-section. The expansive plaza occupied the entire cross-section of the peak. Where the stone tablet for the Ordinary Disciples Dragon and Tiger rankings stood tall, Lin Yang patted Xiaobai's head, and together they descended onto the white jade plaza at Pasan Peak. Chapter 39. Talent. Physique, combat power. Upon landing, Lin Yang and Xiaobai attracted the attention of a throng of onlookers. The Nether Tiger King was a true beast king, comparable to a human Spirit King cultivator, with a single flap of its wings. It stirred up a considerable windstorm, exuding an extraordinary presence. In that instant, a crowd gathered, their gazes fixated on them. It was known that there were no climbing paths on Pasan Peak. One could only rely on flight to reach this height. Thus, the disciples present all possessed a minimum cultivation of Spirit Master level, capable of flight. Who was this person? What audacity to ride a beast king, comparable to a Spirit King? As far as I know, only the top 5 ranked disciples on the Dragon and Tiger rankings could tame such a beast. This person exudes an aura that suggests they are merely a Spirit Master at level 6. Yet they ride a Beast King, indicating a clear disparity in strength and status. Could they be a disciple of a main peak elder? I don't recognize him. I've never seen him before. He seems like a newcomer. As Lin Yang and the Nether Tiger King made their entrance, they immediately drew a crowd of disciples who began to whisper among themselves, "I know him, Lin Yang. The first place in the Outer Sect's Inner Sect assessment. The greatest dark horse in the Valley of Life and Death." "What? You mean the one who recently made waves, cutting through the valley of life and death in half a day? Indeed, that's him. I heard that Nian Wuhan was chased by him all the way, and Nian Wuhan is currently ranked third in the valley of life and death. Even among us, he ranks in the top 10. That's hard to believe. He's just a spirit master at level 6, pursuing a spirit king at level 6. Is that rumor a bit far-fetched? I also find it improbable. To battle across an entire major realm and utterly defeat a higher realm opponent sounds like a dream. What is impossible? Among our sect's 10 holy sons, aren't they all like him? Either their monstrous talents or unmatched in combat, casually fighting across realms as if it were as easy as eating and drinking. You mean to say he can rival the sect's holy sons? Perhaps even surpass them? Does anyone know why he's here? Could it be that he's aiming to challenge the dragon and tiger rankings? The crowd watched Lin Yang's retreating figure. Their expressions varied as they speculated on his strength and intentions. If he was indeed here to challenge the dragon and tiger rankings, it promised to be an exciting spectacle. Having cut through the valley of life and death in half a day, there was no doubt he was formidable. What heights might such a fierce individual reach in challenging the dragon and tiger rankings? In the center of the White Jade Plaza at Pashan Peak stood a massive stone tablet, densely inscribed with names formed from intricate runes. There were precisely 50 names etched upon it. Lin Yang approached the testing stone tablet, indicating his desire to leave his name and make a mark on the rankings. I wonder how high he can rank. If he can truly defeat Nian Wuhan, a place in the top 10 is undoubtedly within reach. Isn't that obvious? Nian Wuhan is ranked 10th on this stone tablet. Surpassing him should be quite normal. Lin Yang arrived before the testing stone tablet. This tablet was capable of assessing one's talent, aptitude, and combat prowess, with rankings arranged from top to bottom. The higher the rank, the more elevated the position of the runic imprint upon the stone. Lin Yang's gaze ascended steadily, moving from the 50th position onward. The 50th place was occupied by Tang San, a first-tier spirit king. The 10th position belonged to Nian Wuhan, a 6th-tier spirit king, possessing the unique serpent eye. Upon seeing Nian Wuhan, Lin Yang couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Nian Wuhan could secure the 10th rank on the dragon and tiger list. The ranking displayed on the testing stone tablet was indeed the dragon and tiger list. Every individual on this list was, without exception, a formidable practitioner at the spirit king level. The depths of the inner sect were truly profound. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed. The so-called top 10 of the inner sect seemed to merely be a simplified ranking delineated by the disciples among their peers. The true strength ranking had to be the dragon and tiger list specifically prepared by the sect. Lin Yang's gaze continued upward, ultimately resting upon the name at the very top. First place was occupied by Yuan Qing, a 9th-tier spirit king, who possessed the Yuan spirit battle body. It was indeed intriguing to encounter someone with such a special constitution among the ordinary disciples of the inner sect. This suggested the extraordinary strength of the core disciples, seeds, and even the top 10 disciples within the sect. The stone tablet could measure talent, aptitude, constitution, battle body, and combat power. Standing before the tablet, Lin Yang fell into contemplation. He wondered how his own talent and constitution measured up and decided to give it a try. In front of the stone tablet lay a circular stone, upon which Lin Yang placed his right hand. A resonant hum echoed, and soon, a runic inscription materialized in the air. Talent, average. Constitution, superior, with no special traits. Observing the test results before him, Lin Yang couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. How can my abilities be so remarkable, yet my talent is merely average? After a moment of reflection, he found himself accepting this reality. Talent is innate and largely independent of postnatal development. Although he possessed only ordinary cultivation talent, the existence of the system allowed him to master countless divine skills, rendering him invincible. As for his constitution, Lin Yang was not particularly surprised. The cultivation techniques and martial skills he practiced were of the highest grade. While he had yet to specifically hone his physical form, training in these supreme divine abilities would inevitably enhance his physique to some extent. He had not deliberately pursued physical refinement, yet he had achieved such results. He felt quite satisfied. After all, during his initial acquisition of the divine skill, the Saint's sword intent, he had merely executed it once and had been left utterly drained. One could only imagine how lackluster his physical body had been. Now, however, being classified as superior was no small feat. Talent and constitution were not what he valued most. Throughout history, many of the most formidable figures who stood at the pinnacle were often those with ordinary talents and average constitutions, in other words. Talent and constitution are merely significant aids on the path of cultivation, not the decisive factors. For a cultivator to ascend to the apex, the ultimate competition would inevitably revolve around combat power. The one with greater strength and more formidable battle power naturally qualifies to reach the summit. Lin Yang clenched his right fist, the essence of the true dragon's secret art manifested, and with his left hand, he executed the Kuanping technique. Finally, he merged both fists, amalgamating them into a radiant strike that surged toward the testing stone tablet. Boom! The moment the divine radiance struck the tablet, the entire stone resonated violently. Golden light and a rhythmic aura emanating from it, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble intensely. Chapter 40. A Peerless Talent. All 10 major peaks in motion. Lin Yang's gaze blazed with fervor as he fixated on the testing stone tablet. He too was eager to discover what rank his fused strike, comprising the 2 great 10-headed secret arts, would achieve. A golden solid line surged from the base of the testing stone tablet, swiftly surpassing the first 50 ranks and entering the list in the blink of an eye. The golden line charged forward with astonishing momentum, racing toward the summit. What an incredible display of power! With a single punch, it directly entered the rankings, showcasing immense strength. It was no surprise that a being capable of defeating Nian Wuhan could easily breach the top 10 of the Dragon and Tiger list. The golden line swiftly swept through, reaching the top 10 in an instant, and its momentum remained unyielding. It was still climbing. How powerful! It surpassed the 7th rank. Was it about to enter the top 5? No, it was already in 3rd place. On the peak, numerous disciples gaped at the unfolding spectacle, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the span of merely a breath or two, it had surged into the top 3. And it continued its ascent. My heavens, it was now in 2nd place. First? No, the golden line of battle power was still rising. It had already widened the gap with the 1st place, Yuan Qing. Hiss, witnessing Lin Yang's overwhelming strike. The crowd could not help but collectively gasp in astonishment. It was too formidable. It had claimed the top position, and the battle power was still soaring, directly aiming for the apex of the testing stone tablet. Look! The golden line has even surpassed the limits of the testing stone tablet. My goodness, what kind of monstrous battle power is this? It cannot even be quantified by the testing stone tablet. A prodigy, this is a true prodigy. They marveled, unable to fathom how Lin Yang, with average talent and superior constitution, could exhibit such outrageous combat prowess. Could it be that he had cultivated some heaven-defying technique? With a resounding boom, just as the crowd was engulfed in shock and astonishment, a golden light erupted from the stone tablet, shooting into the heavens and scattering the clouds above the crowd. A multitude stood in utter shock, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a goose egg inside. It was extraordinarily exaggerated. Silence, a profound stillness enveloped the scene. All present were momentarily rendered speechless, standing frozen in disbelief. Buzz! At that instant, the testing stone tablet emitted a tremendous resonant sound. The tablet resonated. Only a peerless genius could achieve such a feat yet. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the testing stone tablet suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. Shattering into countless fragments, the crowd, gulp, the tablet resonated and then shattered. What did I just witness? The tablet resonated, and then it exploded. Who can explain what just happened? The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded by the extraordinary scene before them. To have one's name inscribed on the tablet signified an incredibly powerful existence. To ascend to the pinnacle of the tablet was the mark of a genius. Yuan Qing, the 1st place holder with the Yuan spirit battle body, was indeed such a genius. Only a handful within the Liang sect could induce the resonance of the stone tablet, and those who could achieve this were invariably peerless prodigies. Yet Lin Yang was far more than that. He not only elicited a resonance from the tablet but also caused it to explode. This was truly against the heavens. Was the tablet expressing inferiority? It could not even withstand the might of Lin Yang's strike. Meanwhile, atop the 10 major peaks, Powerful figures opened their eyes, gazing at the golden ripples surging forth, an indication of the testing stone tablet's resonance. They too witnessed the golden light shooting skyward, dispersing the clouds above. The tablet resonated. Another prodigious disciple had emerged. This time, the shaking heaven peak must secure this disciple. Such a prodigy surely belongs to my humble peak. In the main hall of the sect master stood outside, gazing at the golden light ascending toward the heavens, a smile gracing his face. After so many years, a talent comparable to that young man has finally emerged. What a fortune for our Liyang sect. On the broken mountain peak, a golden radiance descended, and a voice, indistinguishable by gender, echoed. Please inscribe your name here. Lin Yang smirked, extending his finger like a sword, swiftly etching two crooked characters onto the luminous screen. Lin Yang. Though the handwriting may have been somewhat unsightly, it was indelibly imprinted in the sky. As for the names below, with the stone tablet destroyed, what names remained? At the moment Lin Yang inscribed his name, a spirit herb, a jade bottle, and a long sword flew forth from the golden light. The voice echoed once more. These are your reward resources. Thank you, Lin Yang replied, receiving them in his hands as they landed on the ground. Just as he began to examine what the first place reward entailed, urgent voices rang out from above. Disciple, do not leave. Your master has come to fetch you. Old Ghost Yuming, this genius disciple belongs to me. Such a prodigy ought to serve my law enforcement peak. Swish, swish, swish. In the fleeting moment following the utterance of words, several beams of radiant light cascaded upon the cragged mountain peak. Numerous elders, exuding a formidable aura, materialized and detained Lin Yang. Upon casting a glance, Lin Yang discerned that the arrivals possessed unfathomable cultivation levels. Without exception, each one surpassed even the spirit sect, reaching heights beyond. These elders were the true apex elders of the main peak, incomparable to those junior instructors he had encountered upon entering the inner sect. Just then, a flurry of figures descended upon the scene. Where is that prodigious disciple? Step aside, swiftly, exclaimed several elderly men. This disciple should not be contested. My main peak is in need of a true inheritor. Alas, this young lad is exceptionally handsome, with extraordinary roots. He is truly a rare talent in cultivation. In the brief span of mere breaths, 6 or 7 elders had already encircled Lin Yang, with more joining the throng. 10 major peaks had all sent representatives, each vying for the attention of this unparalleled genius. Lin Yang found himself the center of attention, surrounded by a cacophony of voices clamoring that he should join their respective peaks as their disciple, each presenting their unique justifications. Enough! Silence! Lin Yang could no longer bear it. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. The incessant chatter of the elders had become quite bothersome, giving him quite the headache. The onlooking disciples gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even the elders from the 10 major peaks were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Yang with expressions of incredulity and shocked eye. In the next instant, their countenances darkened, sharp gazes fixated upon Lin Yang. This young man, emboldened by his prodigious talent, dared to defy them? At that moment, Lin Yang felt as though he were being scrutinized by dozens of ancient beasts, his scalp prickling. He quickly interjected, No, esteemed elders, please do not misunderstand. I did not intend to offend. What I meant to convey is that perhaps you could inquire about my preferences. Chapter 41. Crow Peak, the half-drunk elder. That lad speaks wisely. Let us allow him to choose for himself. One elder chimed in, stroking his beard and standing tall. Child, make your choice. Among the 10 major peaks, whom do you wish to select? Lin Yang, I can offer you the position of chief disciple at my peak, another elder proclaimed. What use is a chief disciple? Come to my sword peak, and I shall bestow upon you the title of true disciple. Join my tremor peak. I shall impart upon you the might of tremor divine arts. My sky mystic peak boasts the most exquisite female disciples in our sect. Before Lin Yang could respond, the elders from the 10 major peaks resumed their attempts to win him over, each promising alluring conditions, power, and status. Mere trifles. Lin Yang held no interest. To him, The titles of chief disciple and true disciple bore no significant distinction. As for divine arts and martial skills, they held little utility for him. Could these techniques compare to the prowess of divine-level skills? Regarding beautiful women and dual cultivation partners, Lin Yang had no such considerations. His heart was set on the path of enlightenment, and romantic entanglements felt like burdensome distractions. Women would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade. The elders of the 10 major peaks began to extol the virtues of their respective peaks, offering him grandiose gifts. Yet, one elder, reclining on the ground, was preoccupied with drinking from his gourd. Lin Yang glanced at him and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what benefits can you offer me?" "Hic," the half-drunk elder paused, pointing at himself in perplexity. "You are asking me?" Lin Yang nodded. Shaking his head, the elder chuckled, "Young man, my Crow Peak has no extravagant promises to make, unlike the other peaks with their divine arts, noble statuses, and beautiful female disciples. Boundless Peak." Lin Yang was taken aback, countering, "Then may I inquire what you can offer, elder?" The half-drunk elder rubbed his eyes, his gaze widening as he leaned closer to Lin Yang. "Reeking of alcohol, youngster, did you not hear what I just said? My Crow Peak has nothing to offer you, and furthermore, we are Crow Peak, not Boundless Peak. If you insist on knowing what I can promise, it would be spirit stones. My Crow Peak lies atop a dragon vein, and you can have as many spirit stones as you desired. As for everything else, my Crow Peak possesses none." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight crossed Lin Yang's brow. "Spirit stones, situated on a dragon vein. This aligns perfectly with my needs. I lack nothing but resources for cultivation." The other 9 elders were immediately displeased. "Lin Yang, if you seek cultivation resources, our peaks can provide them just as well. Indeed, elixirs and rare herbs, you can have anything you wish. Why would you choose a barren Crow Peak? You must think carefully. Crow Peak has not accepted a disciple in decades due to its poor cultivation environment. This old fool may speak of endless spirit stones, but they remain unmined if you go to Crow Peak. It may hinder your cultivation progress. With your talent, you deserve a better opportunity." The elders spoke in unison, attempting to persuade him to reconsider. They even earnestly explained the rankings of the 10 major peaks, with Crow Peak languishing at the bottom. Were it not for its location atop a dragon vein, it would have long been expelled from the ranks of the 10 major peaks. Lin Yang listened but shook his head resolutely. He had already made up his mind about Crow Peak. He clasped his fists towards the 9 major peak elders, declaring, "I apologize, esteemed elders, but I have decided. I choose Crow Peak and wish to become its disciple." The elders of the 9 major peaks opened their mouths, momentarily at a loss for words. They had sincerely endeavored to persuade him for quite some time, only for this young man to disregard their counsel and stubbornly pursue the dragon vein beneath Crow Peak. "Humph, he brings this upon himself. Ignoring our advice, young man, you shall have your regrets. What a pity, such a genius choosing Crow Peak. Let us depart. He has made his choice, and we have no reason to linger." With that, the elders of the 9 major peaks turned their embroidered robes and departed swiftly. Witnessing this abrupt change in attitude, Lin Yang felt somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, they had greeted him with smiles, and now they turned their backs on him. Such rapid shifts in demeanor were astonishing. "Hic, do not take it to heart. The 10 major peaks exist in a competitive relationship. By choosing me, you shall naturally become a target for them. They have not struck you. Merely giving you a slight scowl is already a kindness," remarked the half-drunk elder, approaching Lin Yang as the other elders retreated. Lin Yang, upon hearing this, was enlightened. So, there existed competition among the 10 major peaks. No wonder the elders from the other 9 had treated him with such cold indifference. Turning to the half-drunk elder, Lin Yang clasped his fists and smiled. "Elder, shall we return to Crow Peak?" He was eager to explore the dragon vein beneath Crow Peak. A dragon vein could sustain his cultivation for an extended period. Lin Yang speculated that it might aid him in breaking through 1 or 2 major realms. Reaching the Spirit King realm should pose no difficulty. "Patience, patience." The elder waved his hand, circling around Lin Yang and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I am quite curious. Why did you choose my Crow Peak over the other 9 superior peaks?" Lin Yong raised an eyebrow and replied, "Did you not mention that Crow Peak possesses an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones? I am here for the spirit stones." The elder's mouth opened in surprise. This young man was truly so simple and straightforward. "I must inform you that while spirit stones are available, you will have to mine them yourself. I, the old man, have no time to assist you." Lin Yang's delight was palpable as he immediately clasped his fists. "I understand." "Then come with me," the elder commanded, waving his hand. He took a few hearty swigs from his gourd before soaring into the air, with Lin Yong following closely behind. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Lin Yong inquired. "I am an elder of Crow Peak. You may call me Elder Crow." Upon hearing this, Lin Yong couldn't help but smirk. Such a name was rather casual. Who would name themselves after a crow? Was that not a sign of folly? "Hey, what kind of flying technique do you possess that allows you to keep pace with me?" "Young man, since you have chosen to be a disciple of Crow Peak, I shall test your abilities to see if you can keep up with me." Elder Crow's eyes sparkled as he regarded Lin Yong. Lin Yong nodded in agreement. "Very well." If Elder Crow were to compare battle prowess with him, he might feel that he would still fall short. However, when it comes to speed, he harbors no fear. Mastering the Kunping technique and possessing the swiftest speed in the world, he has never feared anyone in a race. Chapter 42. The Mark of the Tao. With a resounding boom, Elder Crow's speed surged dramatically, instantly widening the gap between him and Lin Yong. Glancing back at Lin Yong, whose figure had already vanished from sight, Elder Crow took a hearty gulp from his wine gourd and chuckled. "Youngster, if you wish to enter my Crow Peak, let me first ascertain your true strength." A smirk graced Lin Yang's lips as he activated the Kunping technique. Two streams of primordial energy, one black and one white, converged behind him, forming a pair of wings. On the black feathers, the imprint of a gigantic fish, the Kun, swam languidly. On the white feathers, the imprint of a soaring roc, the Pong, spread its wings to soar across the skies. With a whoosh, Lin Yang's body vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to Elder Crow, who was ahead. "Elder, which peak is Crow Peak?" Lin Yong leaped beside Elder Crow. Tilting his head in inquiry, Elder Crow's countenance changed dramatically. "What? You've caught up so quickly?" In that instant, Lin Yang's form transformed into a series of afterimages, darting about like streaks of light before Elder Crow's eyes, causing the elder's pupils to constrict in surprise. This boy's speed is simply astonishing. Even in his eyes, he was unable to discern Lin Yang's true trajectory, only catching glimpses of fleeting shadows. Such an extraordinary technique. Such divine flight. Elder Crow mused inwardly. No wonder Lin Yong did not choose the other 9 major peaks. It turns out he already possesses ample divine skills himself. "That peak ahead is my Crow Peak," Elder Crow declared, pointing to a towering mountain in the distance. With a whoosh, as soon as Elder Crow's words fell, Lin Yang's body transformed into a radiant arc, darting towards Crow Peak. With a thunderous crash, Lin Yong landed atop Crow Peak. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of disbelief. Surrounding him were dense weeds, growing over a meter high, such that one could only see the upper half of a person standing amidst them. In front stood several dilapidated thatched huts, equally in a state of disrepair. It was evident that this place had long been abandoned, left unchecked for years. Just then, Elder Crow alighted beside Lin Yong and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "What are you dawdling for, boy? Come inside." Hiccup. Elder Crow strode forward along a path that was hardly a path at all, but rather a route through the tangled underbrush. At that moment, Lin Yong felt a twinge of regret. Crow Peak was far too dilapidated. No wonder it had fallen to the bottom of the 10 major peaks. At this rate, if it weren't for the dragon vein beneath the main peak, even the surrounding mountains could have claimed a position among the top 10 peaks. Lin Yong pointed his fingers like a sword, conjuring dozens of strands of sword energy that darted around him, clearing away the surrounding weeds and gradually forging a path. As for why he didn't clear all the weeds, apologies. The elder was too lazy to move, and he, being younger, had little motivation as well. When they reached the thatched hut, Lin Yong saw Elder Crow leap onto an old armchair that had been placed outside, proceeding to drink heartily from a fine wine. As he sipped, Elder Crow glanced at Lin Yong and said, "At Crow Peak, There are only two rules. First, when outsiders come to provoke us, my disciples are obliged to protect the main peak and intimidate those rascals. As the sole disciple of Crow Peak. This task will henceforth be entrusted to you. Second, I have yet to think of a second rule, so let us stick with this one for now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was this old man merely coming up with something on the spot? Surely, he rarely faced trouble or provocation, as Crow Peak now merely had a facade, lacking the corresponding strength. Naturally, it would face numerous challenges from other peaks seeking to oust it from its position. Lin Yong shook his head helplessly. By the way, the spirit stones you wanted, feel free to mine them yourself when needed. Beyond that, find a place to settle down. That moment, Elder Crow spoke again. Also, about that dragon vein. Where is it located? No response. Lin Yong raised an eyebrow and looked up, only to see that the old man had already passed out, slumped over in his chair. Truly, he acted on impulse. Lin Yong chuckled. Shaking his head, he glanced at a nearby thatched hut, and with a flourish of sword energy, he swiftly obliterated the dilapidated structure. Then, he soared towards the bamboo grove behind in no time. 100 stout bamboo stalks flew toward him. With the aid of his immense powers and magic, these bamboo stalks swiftly arranged themselves and formed a structure. After a brief incense stick's time, a bamboo hut and pavilion emerged. Just then, the previously drunken Elder Crow suddenly appeared inside the bamboo hut, dragging his old armchair along with him. Kid, not bad. I didn't expect you to think of your master so well. Elder Crow remarked, clearly pleased. Lin Yong smiled, knowing this would be the outcome as long as the elder was satisfied. This bamboo hut was specifically prepared for Elder Crow, as Lin Yong had already grasped the old man's habits and temperament. Whenever there was a chance to take advantage, this old fellow would never let it slip by. Lin Yong approached the cliff's edge of the main peak, clearing a space for himself before sitting down cross-legged. Having acquired the Heavenly Emperor's Fist, it was the perfect time to blend it with other divine skills. With both hands in motion, Lin Yong began to draw peculiar runes of the Tao in the air with his spiritual energy, systematically activating each of the grand divine skills within him. With a thunderous sound, the bamboo hut Lin Yong had just constructed suddenly collapsed. Kid, what kind of house have you built? A shoddy construction. Perhaps, damn it, where's the main beam in your structure? Elder Crow's voice of fury echoed. As Elder Crow stomped angrily toward Lin Yong, prepared to reprimand his disciple, he suddenly froze in place. Gazing at Lin Yong, who was seated on the ground, now immersed in a state of cultivation, the haze of drunkenness vanished from his face, replaced by a sharp clarity in his eyes, the mark of the Tao. This boy, despite merely being at the Spirit Master realm, has managed to touch upon the existence of Tao marks. Witnessing the traces Lin Yong carved in the air with his spiritual power, Elder Crow was equally astonished. Those marks radiated a profound essence of the Tao. Chapter 43. The shattering of the Mountain Guardian array. At this moment, Lin Yong sat cross-legged at the cliff's edge, his hands weaving intricate motions as traces of the great Tao danced in his palms. Lin Yong focused intently, fully immersing himself in the fusion of divine skills. At the forefront was the sword intent of the saints. The ultimate essence of the Heavenly Emperor's Fist manifested in his mind, taking shape as a radiant source capable of encompassing all, while the sword intent of the saints transformed into a small figure. Now being propelled toward the luminous source, with a resounding boom, a blinding light suddenly burst forth between Lin Yang's hands. Within this brilliance, a surge of sword intent erupted, morphing into invisible sword energy that scattered in all directions. These sword energies were wildly chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Boom! In an instant, the peak of Crow Mountain became shrouded in a tempest of sword energy, the chaotic energies darting about like mischievous children at play atop the summit. Yet, the peak itself suffered greatly. Trees toppled, the ground fractured, and boulders tumbled down. The once verdant underbrush was instantly cleared away. Under the relentless assault of the sword energies, the earth cracked open, revealing fissures that spread like wildfire, threatening to cleave the entire mountain asunder. Elder Crow gasped in alarm. Kid, are you mad? Do you wish to destroy the main peak? However, Lin Yong was lost in concentration, completely oblivious to the elder's calls. What have I brought upon myself by taking in such a prodigy? Elder Crow grumbled under his breath, yet he could not afford to watch the mountain be ruined by Lin Yong. Mountain Guardian Array, activate. Elder Crow's hands formed intricate seals, and beams of golden light shot up from the mountain, coalescing into a formation reminiscent of the Bagua, enveloping the peak and binding it down. Outside Crow Peak, a commotion erupted. What happened? The Mountain Guardian Array. It's from Crow Peak. Could it be that a formidable enemy is approaching, putting Crow Peak at risk of destruction? At this moment, the atmosphere here is exceptionally eerie, particularly due to the mountain protection formation, where beams of golden light surge skyward, illuminating a vast area and alarming numerous other main peaks and summits. Ahead, Lin Yang's sword intent, which had been concentrated in his palms, gradually stabilized as the sword energy calmed. Has it finished? What kind of extraordinary technique is this kid practicing? Elder Crow gazed at Lin Yang's figure, a hint of perplexity etched upon his face. Despite Lin Yang's mere cultivation as a spirit master, one would expect such a disciple to be perceived as nothing more than a child, posing no threat in the eyes of elders like him. This mountain protection formation is specifically designed to safeguard the main peak. Even if a formidable spirit sec-level expert were to assault the main peak, it might not necessarily trigger the formation. Yet here we are, with Lin Yong, this spirit master disciple, compelling him to activate the mountain protection formation for the defense of the main peak. Boom. Just as Elder Crow was preparing to retract the mountain protection formation, a terrifying disturbance erupted from Lin Yang's direction once more. Elder Crow's expression shifted dramatically. Kid, are you never going to stop? Lin Yang remained utterly indifferent to his shouts and roars. He had already fused the Saint Sword intent into the Heavenly Emperor Fist and was now beginning to integrate a second divine technique, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Roar! A golden dragon shadow emerged at the periphery of the luminous sphere formed between Lin Yang's palms, swirling around the light source and emitting bursts of dragon roars. Of course, this roar was audible only to Lin Yang. The golden little dragon seemed to be searching for an entrance, and then, with a sudden burst, it plunged into the light source. Boom! This time, the resulting commotion was even more alarming. The entire mountain peak trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Buzz! A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Yang's body, forming a shockwave that spread outwards in all directions. Elder Crow, unable to maintain his footing, was knocked back. Kid, are you trying to betray your master and ancestors? I will not let this go. Elder Crow quickly steadied himself after being thrown back, gazing at the violently shaking main peak. Even beneath the protection of the mountain formation, the entire summit appeared as though it might disintegrate at any moment. What on earth? Such a terrifying disturbance emanating from Elder Crow's peak. What is that old crow up to? Could it be that he is cultivating some unparalleled divine skill? The other powerful figures from the 9 main peaks opened their eyes and turned their gazes in this direction. Unfortunately, due to the mountain protection formation, they could not discern the events unfolding within. Elder Crow, fuming with rage, hurried towards Lin Yang, eager to interrogate him about what he was doing. However, after taking only a couple of steps, he halted. Recklessly interrupting Lin Yang's cultivation would not bode well for him. This should be the end of it, right? Elder Crow watched as the commotion gradually subsided, his expression a mix of skepticism and curiosity, his eyes firmly fixed on Lin Yang. He did not retract the mountain protection formation. It remained enveloping the entire peak. He feared that if he suddenly withdrew the formation, Lin Yang might unleash another wave of chaos. In the midst of it all, Lin Yang's hands were in motion, and the True Dragon Treasure Technique was being merged into the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Simultaneously, 3 more divine techniques were summoned forth. This time, he intended to fuse all 3 techniques into the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Heavenly Dao Sutra, Kunpeng Technique, Celestial Hand. Boom. The Heavenly Dao Sutra transformed into an indistinct, blurry figure. The Kunpeng Technique morphed into a massive Kunpeng, and the Celestial Hand manifested as a small arm as pure as jade. The 3 forms swirled around the edge of the luminous sphere before plunging into it with a sudden force. Boom! This time, an immensely powerful golden beam of light surged from Lin Yang's body, shooting skyward, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down Elder Crow's spine. Damn it! Here we go again. Is there no end to this? Elder Crow felt a mix of exasperation and despair as the mountain protection formation teetered on the brink of instability under the impact of Lin Yang's golden beam. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his own innate power into the formation, desperately trying to stabilize it. "Kid, hurry up, don't toy with me," Elder Crow shouted at Lin Yang's back, feeling an overwhelming urge to return home. Good grief, as the elder of the main peak, he had never felt so cornered in all his years. Even when challenged by others or faced with difficulties from other peaks, he had never lost his composure like this. Yet, with Lin Yang's arrival, such a monumental upheaval had ensued. Truly, what an exceptional disciple. Chapter 44. Dragon Vein ahead. Lin Yang's aura intensified, becoming increasingly formidable. Beams of golden light shot upwards, impacting the mountain protection formation. A crack resounded. A fissure appeared in the formation, threatening to shatter under the force of the golden light emanating from Lin Yang's body. Elder Crow's expression shifted dramatically as he increased his spiritual power to reinforce the formation. Keeping a watchful eye on Lin Yang while monitoring the formation above. Should the formation collapse, he was ready to make a swift exit. Of course, he would take Lin Yang with him. After all, the latter's demonstrated talent for cultivation was simply too astonishing. Crack, crack. The sounds of breaking continued, and the fissures multiplied, nearing the point of collapse. "Kid, prepare to flee," Elder Crow shouted, knowing that if the formation were to shatter, the entire main peak would follow suit. He couldn't fathom why Lin Yang, merely a spirit master cultivator, could unleash such a terrifying force. Buzz. Just as Elder Crow was readying himself to escape, the disturbances ahead abruptly ceased. The golden beam that had surged skyward retreated back into Lin Yang's body, as if it had never manifested at all. Elder Crow Peak fell silent once more. Avoiding the fate of destruction, if the main peak were to be razed, Elder Crow would lose both face and standing, regardless of whether there were dragon veins below. Elder Crow Peak would inevitably be ousted from the ranks of the 10 main peaks. "Damn it, Lin Yang, what on earth did you just do?" At this moment, Elder Crow approached Lin Yang, grumbling under his breath, his expression serious as he questioned him. Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes, meeting the furious gaze of Elder Crow, and inquired with confusion, "Elder, what happened? Did someone anger you? If you tell me who it is, I'll go give them a thrashing." Elder Crow. Observing Lin Yang's bewildered expression, Elder Crow felt speechless. This kid had been so absorbed in his cultivation that he was utterly oblivious to the chaos outside. In light of that, it seemed unreasonable to blame him. Sigh. Forget it. Elder Crow waved his hand reluctantly and returned to the collapsed bamboo hut, retrieving his old armchair and reclining in it, continuing to indulge in his frustrations. Lin Yang approached with a frown, asking Elder, "Who knocked down the bamboo hut? I worked hard to build it. It's simply outrageous." Elder Crow opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Yang, and waved dismissively, saying, "Never mind. I'll just build another one later." Lin Yang nodded and suddenly clasped his fists, inquiring, "Elder, could you tell me where the dragon vein is? I wish to cultivate." Hearing Lin Yang express his desire to continue cultivating, Elder Crow nearly toppled from his chair. "You still want to keep cultivating?" Elder Crow stared wide-eyed at Lin Yang, disbelief written all over his face. Could this kid be a cultivation fanatic? The earlier uproar had already been so terrifying. And now, after waking up, he didn't even intend to rest? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with cultivating? Lin Yang looked puzzled. Elder Crow. He harbored serious doubts that Lin Yang was sent by heaven to punish him. This kid seemed to have a knack for saying things that irked him. However, perhaps there was some truth to it. Fine, go ahead. The dragon vein is located on the back mountain. Descend into the earth vein after heading down the back mountain, and the dragon vein will be there. The amount of spiritual stones you can extract will depend entirely on your own fortune. Elder Crow spoke, eager to send Lin Yang on his way. Lin Yang clasped his fists. "Thank you, Elder." Then, in a flash, he dashed towards the back mountain, excitement coursing through him like a child who had just found a playmate. Truly a weirdo. Elder Crow watched Lin Yang's retreating figure, muttering to himself in amazement. I never imagined that one day, Elder Crow Peak would welcome such an extraordinary disciple. With such an outstanding disciple, I, as the elder, must set a good example as well. Glancing at the collapsed ruins of a house, Elder Crow rose to his feet and made his way toward the bamboo forest on the back mountain. Lin Yang arrived at the rear mountain and began his search. Soon, he discovered an entrance to a mountain peak, flanked by sheer cliffs that loomed like a chasm. This, undoubtedly, was the location Elder Crow had mentioned. Stepping forward, Lin Yang entered without hesitation. The winding path led him into a pitch-black chamber. As he moved his hand, a flame composed of spiritual energy flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings. It appeared to be a cavern artificially created. Ahead within the cave lay a vast circular area. Intricately inscribed with complex runes, it was, astonishingly, a teleportation array. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight crossing his face. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a burst of energy upon the array, with a resonant hum. The formation activated, projecting a circular barrier of light. Without a moment's pause, Lin Yang propelled himself into the luminous barrier in an instant. As he entered the teleportation array, he vanished from sight, transported away from that place. Lin Yang felt a brief darkness envelop him, only to be greeted by twinkling lights upon opening his eyes. The teleportation array beside him had extinguished. It seemed he had arrived at his destination. He raised his gaze, surveying the terrain and rocks around him, murmuring, "This appears to be deep underground." Before him lay a passage that had been carved out by human hands. Following the path, he soon reached its end, revealing an expansive underground cavern that emanated a rich brown hue, resembling a natural limestone cave. However, directly in front of Lin Yang was a massive subterranean pit. Approaching the edge, he peered down and felt his expression shift slightly. What a dense surge of spiritual energy! Lin Yang sensed an overwhelming concentration of spiritual essence emanating from the pit. It must have been a site previously mined by others. With a swift leap, he descended into the depths of the pit, commencing his exploration. Suddenly, he halted, casting his gaze downward to an irregular brown stone on the ground, which he scrutinized closely. This is a spiritual stone. Although its purity was not particularly high, it was indeed a spiritual stone. As he looked around, he noticed that the ground was littered with such brown spiritual stones. At that moment, Lin Yang realized that not only the ground was composed of these stones, but even the surrounding cliffs were entirely made up of them, each one a spiritual stone. Elated, Lin Yang understood that he had indeed arrived near a dragon vein. Chapter 45. The Reckoning of Tremor Peak. Way within the spiritual vein, surrounded by spiritual stones, Lin Yang was filled with immense joy. Although their purity was low, their abundance was undeniable. He promptly sat down, activating the Heavenly Tao scripture to begin absorbing the spiritual energy here. As for mining the spiritual stones, he had no need for that. The Heavenly Tao scripture was exceptionally domineering, forcibly seizing energy without requiring his manual labor. A formless pressure erupted from Lin Yang's body, radiating outward in all directions, covering a vast area. As he engaged the technique, he sensed countless torrents of spiritual energy flowing into his body from the surrounding environment. Positioned atop the spiritual stone vein, he no longer had to worry about resources for cultivation. Even with the majority of impurities filtered out by the Heavenly Tao scripture, he felt no concern. For here, spiritual stone veins abounded. Rumbling sounds echoed as the surrounding spiritual energy was continuously drawn into Lin Yang's being. Even from those buried deep within the rocks, where wisps of spiritual essence could be seen escaping. Countless streams of energy coalesced into serpentine forms, swirling above Lin Yang's head. Soon, a vortex of spiritual power formed above him, spinning as if being drawn and elongated, ultimately coiling into a long spiraling column that funneled into Lin Yang's body below. After a brief incense stick's time, a sound akin to the surface of water being disrupted resonated, and Lin Yang's aura began to escalate dramatically, his realm surging forward. Spiritual Master, 6th level peak. Spiritual Master, 7th level. Spiritual Master, 8th level. Spiritual Master, 9th level. Ultimately, Lin Yang's cultivation stabilized at Spiritual Master, 9th level, having surged through 3 minor realms in one breath. Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. The vortex of spiritual power that had gathered above him now vanished, most of the spiritual essence absorbed and refined. Although remnants remained, they were primarily the less pure energy. Laden with impurities, it appeared to be time to find a new location. Lin Yang sensed the spiritual energy here had thinned significantly. He stepped forward to the stone wall, taking a deep breath. Heavenly Emperor Fist. A beam of fist energy erupted from his hand, striking the stone wall with tremendous force. The earth trembled, and the cliff began to crack, fissures rapidly spreading outward. With a resounding boom, the wall before Lin Yang shattered, revealing a passageway several dozen meters wide and extending for who knows how many kilometers. Outside the main peak of Crow Peak, a beam of fist energy surged from the depths of the mountain. Piercing through the mountain's body in an instant, boulders soared through the air, dust billowing, and the entire peak shook violently. The fist energy continued upward, directly penetrating another summit nearby, Tremor Peak. The massive peak tumbled from the sky, crashing onto the ground and triggering a seismic upheaval, dust swirling and enveloping the sky to a height of 100 meters. That moment, Elder Crow, who was chopping bamboo at the summit of Crow Peak to prepare for construction, froze momentarily. An earthquake? Why do I sense the main peak shaking violently again? Elder Crow, puzzled, recalled that the main peak had indeed quaked violently. He initially suspected it was Lin Yang's mischief. However, mere moments later, the turmoil subsided. Deep underground, Lin Yang ventured into the passageway he had just created, oblivious to the terrifying impact of his previous strike and the monumental commotion it had caused. He was currently reveling in the ocean of spiritual stones, feeling utterly elated. The spiritual energy here was similar to the previous location, merely comprising low-purity spiritual stone veins. Where, then, was the dragon vein? Lin Yang pondered as he entered the passage he had carved out. The dragon vein, a convergence of the essence of heaven and earth, was rich in energy, containing vast amounts of spiritual essence. Under the influence of the dragon vein, ordinary rocks gradually transformed into spiritual veins, capable of yielding spiritual stones. The closer one approached the dragon vein, the higher the purity of the surrounding spiritual stone veins. Upon reaching the center of the passage, Lin Yang sat down once more, engaging the heavenly Tao scripture to assertively seize the spiritual energy here. In the outer world, at the summit of Crow Peak, several figures arrived in midair, surveying the scene below. At the forefront stood a man clad in elder robes, his hair and beard disheveled, his face etched with fury. It was Mo Wei, the elder of Tremor Peak. Behind him followed 3 disciples, each radiating formidable auras, all possessing the cultivation of the spiritual king realm. Mo Wei's gaze fell upon the summit of Crow Peak, but he did not see Elder Crow. With a thunderous shout, he demanded, "Old Crow, come out." At that moment, the Elder Crow, still engaged in bamboo cutting, turned to look upon hearing the call. His gaze locked onto Mo Wei, who was 1,000 meters above in the sky. A flicker of impatience crossed Elder Crow's eyes as he stepped out of the bamboo grove, soaring into the air to position himself 100 meters away from Mo Wei, challenging him. "Mo Wei, why have you come to my Crow Peak when you should be at Tremor Peak?" As he spoke, Elder Crow's face displayed a hint of disdain. Observing Mo Wei's displeased expression, Elder Crow's retort drew a cold look from Mo Wei, who snapped back, "What do you mean, why am I here? Surely, you must know." Elder Crow raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "What is it? Looking for trouble again? Have you forgotten how I made you flee last time?" Mo Wei's face flushed with indignation at the retort. "You?" Finally, with a flick of his embroidered robe, Mo Wei scoffed. "I have no time for your nonsense. You destroyed my peak, shattered a section of the summit, and injured numerous disciples. Tell me, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" "What nonsense? I destroyed your peak and injured your disciples?" Elder Crow found Mo Wei's claims absurd and responded, "Mo Wei, if you're here to pick a fight, just say so. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, you may have as many spiritual stones as you wish. Mine are yours to harvest without further complaint. However, in your attempt to extort me, you have fabricated such a baseless accusation, which is truly despicable. I find myself embarrassed for you." Having said this, Elder Crow turned on his heel and retreated to his bamboo grove, resuming his task of chopping down the mountain bamboo. Old Crow, do not overstep your bounds. I, the disciples of the trembling heaven peak, have been injured because of you. Do you not wish to bear any responsibility? Elder Mo Wei, feeling utterly disregarded, was instantly infuriated and retorted, "Ask them if this matter holds any truth. Have I ever uttered a single deceitful word to you?" Elder Crow paused momentarily. Although he found Mo Wei quite irksome, he could not believe that the man would fabricate such a ridiculous excuse to deceive him. If he wished to verify the truth, he could easily ascertain it. Moreover, he had indeed felt the main peak tremble violently just moments ago. Although brief, it was unmistakable. A thought struck Elder Crow, and a look of shock crossed his face. Could it be that rascal causing the commotion again? Chapter 46. The Body of the Fiery Sun. Entering the Spirit King. Old Man Mo Wei, if you deceive me, I shall shatter your little. Elder Crow returned, soaring towards trembling heaven peak. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but gape. This attack emanated from deep within the earth of my Crow Peak. What on earth is that rascal up to? Before him, the trembling heaven peak, which had previously stood tall, now bore a significant fracture on its left side. As a formidable figure of the spiritual sect, he immediately discerned the source of the attack. It was indeed his own Crow Peak. Furthermore, the main peak had not fared any better. At its base, a gaping hole several dozen meters wide had been created, its entrance smooth and even, as if it had been punched through. He could already surmise that this incident was likely connected to Lin Yang. That boy was situated precisely within the depths of the earth. It was nearly certain. What a freak! Elder Crow sighed, torn between gratitude for having such a prodigious disciple as Lin Yang and frustration over the troubles this troublemaker caused. Upon returning to his main peak, Elder Crow found Elder Mo Wei waiting at the summit with 3 of his disciples. Mo Wei's face was a picture of indignation. "Enough, stop sulking. I find it quite bothersome to even look at you," Elder Crow remarked impatiently as he approached Mo Wei. "Speak. How many spirit stones do you demand in compensation?" Mo Wei, infuriated by Elder Crow's arrogant demeanor, felt his anger boil over. It was clearly the fault of Crow Peak. Yet the other party appeared nonchalant, even mocking him. Were it not for the fact that he could not best Elder Crow in combat, he would have taught them a lesson. Mo Wei snapped. "One spiritual vein. Let this matter be settled." Elder Crow raised an eyebrow. "One spiritual vein? You truly dare to make such an outrageous demand? Even if I sold you, you would not be worth that much. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and that is the utmost I can offer. No more. Damn it, Old Crow, do not push your luck. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Are you sending me away like a beggar? This matter is indeed your Crow Peak's fault, and I shall not relent. Even if this reaches the sect master, I will stand my ground." Upon hearing the proposed price, Mo Wei's brows shot up in fury. Elder Crow cast a dismissive glance at him and said, "What? Would you like to spar? I reiterate, if you can withstand 10 moves from me, I shall not only concede the spiritual vein but even the entire dragon vein beneath the earth. Let us fight. Do you think I fear you?" Mo Wei retorted, his temper flaring at being belittled yet again by Elder Crow. He was aware he was no match, but with a quick thought. He proposed, however, let us not fight directly. Instead, let our respective disciples face off. If we win, you will owe us a spiritual vein. If we lose, we shall accept your offer of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Elder Crow raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting from Mo Wei to his 3 disciples, and he chuckled. "Very well, but do not say I did not warn you. Do not be unable to bear the loss." "Humph, I shall hold you to your word," Mo Wei declared, sweeping his robes dramatically. "Have your talented disciple come forth. My 3 disciples are eager to challenge him, especially after hearing of your top-ranked prodigy on the dragon and tiger list." Elder Crow raised an eyebrow, realizing that Mo Wei had come prepared. Among the 3, one was at the 8th layer of the Spirit King, another at the 9th, both being peak-level Spirit King experts. The 3rd disciple, although only at the 7th layer of the Spirit King, drew Elder Crow's attention. He noticed a blazing inferno burning within the disciple. This was the body of the fiery sun. Elder Crow's pupils constricted slightly. His heart raced like a blazing sun. The energy within this disciple surged like a dragon. marking the traits of the body of the fiery sun. He had not anticipated that this rascal would possess such an exceptional disciple. Elder Crow remarked, "The body of the fiery sun can absorb the power of the sun to refine itself and break through realms. With the augmentation of the sun's power, their combat prowess will soar." Though this lad is merely at the 7th layer of the Spirit King, his fighting capability is undoubtedly on par with an ordinary spiritual sect disciple. A prodigious disciple indeed, Wei, basking in Elder Crow's praise, stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, beaming with pride. "Enough, wait here. My disciple is currently in training. Once he has completed his cultivation, I shall summon him to duel your 3 disciples." Elder Crow stated, turning back toward the bamboo grove. Watching Elder Crow retreat to chop bamboo, Wei furrowed his brows. What is that old man scheming now? Is he attempting to buy time? However, he believed that Lin Yang, despite his incredible talent, was still merely a spirit master. No matter how strong he might be, he could not possibly match the prowess of his 3 disciples, especially with Nie Yun, the body of the fiery sun. Leading the charge, Wei scoffed, "Very well. We shall wait here. I am eager to see what tricks you will pull." At that moment, Lin Yang, deep within the earth's veins of the main peak, was unaware of the events transpiring outside. He sat cross-legged at the center of the newly unearthed spirit stone mine, once again engaging in the cultivation of the heavenly Tao Sutra. Now at the 9th layer of the Spirit Master realm, he stood just one step away from entering the Spirit King realm. The Spirit King realm would allow for the sublimation of the soul, enabling the spirit consciousness to leave the body. After transcending into the Spirit King realm, not only would his combat prowess surge, but his lifespan would also extend to 500 years. Most importantly, his spirit consciousness could separate from his body. Should his physical form decay in the future, his soul and spirit consciousness could seek out a suitable new vessel. As long as the soul and spirit consciousness endure, they could exist in this world for 5 centuries. Spirit King, I, Lin Yang, am coming. Pure strands of spiritual energy coalesced into long dragons, roaring towards him and ultimately merging into his being. Once absorbed, this energy flowed through his limbs and veins, converging towards his dantian. As before, most of the spiritual energy was absorbed by the golden figure above the spiritual sea. Buzz. Under the deluge of spiritual energy, the golden figure seated atop the spiritual sea suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a divine being perched high above the heavens. Lin Yang noticed that the golden figure had grown to the size of an adult. At that moment, Lin Yang sensed his soul and spirit consciousness converging towards the golden figure above the spiritual sea. In a thunderous explosion, his spirit consciousness transformed into a myriad of divine colors, enveloping the golden figure like the divine will descending from above. With a whoosh, the golden figure abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing 2 beams of golden light that soared to the heavens, dispersing the clouds above the spiritual sea. Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes as well. A flicker of golden light shimmered deep within his gaze before vanishing. He had broken through to the Spirit King realm. Chapter 47. The pressure of the Spirit King, the 8th layer star battle. Is this the Spirit King realm? Lin Yang marveled at the changes within himself, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The area of his spiritual sea had expanded several-fold, a transformation brought about by his elevation in realm. In other words, his combat prowess had also increased exponentially. Now, with a single punch, I could obliterate a low-tier spirit sect disciple. How formidable! Clenching his fist, Lin Yang gauged his newfound strength. His spirit consciousness could now extend outward, exploring the surrounding world. Lin Yang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding heavens and earth. After ascending to the realm of the Spirit King, he could swiftly sense the fluctuations of the environment around him, making it ideal for locating dragon veins. His divine consciousness radiated outward, and soon he had explored the entirety of the area. Yet, he found no trace of the dragon vein's existence. Could it be hidden deeper? Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Where could this dragon vein be concealed? Or was it deliberately evading him? The dragon vein itself had grown step by step, evolving from an ordinary mineral vein into a spiritual vein, and then further into a dragon vein. It was said that dragon veins even gave birth to sentient existence. Perhaps sensing its own peril, it chose to elude Lin Yang, preventing him from detecting it. Kid, once you're done cultivating, come up that someone's causing trouble and specifically looking for you. At that moment, the voice of Elder Crow echoed, reaching Lin Yang's ears. Elder! Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, immediately recognizing it was Elder Crow. After hearing Elder Crow's words, Lin Yang's brow furrowed again, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. Who is this person causing me trouble? Within the sect, he certainly had a number of potential enemies, especially after his rampage in the Valley of Life and Death, which had incited the resentment of many. Forget it, since I haven't found the dragon vein. I might as well go out and see what is happening. Lin Yang rose and made his way outside, ultimately entering the teleportation array that brought him back to the peak of the main mountain. Upon arriving at the mountaintop, Lin Yang spotted 4 individuals from the shattering sky peak. Elder. He first approached Elder Crow, giving a slight bow as a gesture of respect. Finished your cultivation? Elder Crow resumed his previous nonchalant demeanor. Reclining in his armchair with one leg crossed over the other, a fan in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. Yes, I've completed my training and have broken through to the Spirit King realm. Lin Yang replied with a nod. Elder Crow spewed out a mouthful of old wine, rising in shock as he stared at Lin Yang. What did you say? You broke through to the Spirit King realm? As he spoke, Elder Crow circled around Lin Yang several times, inspecting him from this angle, and that he even lifted Lin Yang's arm to sniff it and pried open his eyelids for a closer examination. Finally, he squatted down, his large eyes fixed intently on Lin Yang's groin. Lin Yang, Elder, are you all right? The bizarre actions of this old man left him utterly speechless. I'm fine. I'm fine. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Elder Crow quickly returned to his previous position, lying back in his chair and muttering, what a freak. In such a short time, you broke through 4 layers of realms, even crossing a major boundary. After his muttering, Elder Crow lifted his fan-wielding hand, pointing toward Mo Wei and the others, saying, it's those few people looking for you. Seeing that they didn't come with good intentions, I made them wait outside and didn't let them disturb you. Lin Yang nodded, turning to walk toward Mo Wei and the others. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from all 4 of them, especially from the elder who led them. His presence was vast and formidable. Like a primal beast lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Spirit King? Lin Yang immediately deduced that this person's cultivation level must be that of a Spirit King. Are you Lin Yang? The one who left his name on the testing steel, causing it to resonate, even overshadowing Yuan Qing. At this moment, the disciple of the 8th layer of the Spirit King stepped forward. Fixing his gaze on Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at the individual. I am. And you are? Zhan Xing, disciple of Shattering Sky Peak. Zhan Xing clasped his hands slightly in a gesture of introduction. Disciple of Shattering Sky Peak? A look of confusion crossed Lin Yang's face. He recalled that he didn't seem to have offended anyone from Shattering Sky Peak. Turning to Elder Crow, he found the elder had already tilted his head away. Humming a little tune, exuding an air of Dante asked me, I have no idea what's going on. Lin Yang couldn't help but smile, vaguely guessing the situation. Although Elder Crow's peak ranked among the top 10, it often attracted challenges and provocations. This was something Elder Crow had mentioned before. It seemed these individuals had come looking for trouble. What are you laughing at? Zhan Xing frowned. In his view, Lin Yang's laughter upon revealing his Shattering Sky Peak identity was nothing short of contempt. You underestimate Shattering Sky Peak. Today, let me see if you, the one at the top of the Dragon Tiger rankings, truly possess the strength. Infuriated by Lin Yang's laughter, Zhan Xing unleashed his aura in a fit of rage. He threw a punch, the violent energy surging forth, his fist grazing past Lin Yang's cheek and crashing into the ground behind him. Boom! A tempestuous wave of chaotic energy erupted from behind Lin Yang. The might of that punch was terrifying. Yet, Lin Yang stood his ground, unyielding as a mountain. Showing no signs of panic, he turned to face Zhan Xing, who had now positioned himself beside him, and smiled. Speaking slowly, do you wish to die? Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Lin Yang, launching the Spirit King 8th layer powerhouse, Zhan Xing, into the air. Such a potent aura! You've indeed broken through to the Spirit King realm. Very well. Now you have some qualification to be my opponent. Zhan Xing landed, spreading his feet apart to steady himself, his body slightly bent. Swish! In the next instant, Zhan Xing transformed into a wisp of shadow, charging toward Lin Yong. Buzz! At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An overwhelming and boundless pressure descended upon Zhan Xing, forcing his previously soaring body to crash to the ground. What? What is this? Such terrifying pressure. Zhan Xing's eyes widened, his hands pressing against the ground as he felt as if a mountain was weighing down on him, unbearably heavy. More importantly, the pressure struck deep within his soul, instilling a profound fear that compelled him to kneel and bow. Lin Yong approached him step by step, coldly declaring, "If you cannot withstand my aura, with such little strength, how dare you come looking for trouble?" Chapter 48. Looking down on the world, invincible with me, what has happened? Brother Zhan Xing was instantly suppressed. Behind him, the two disciples following Elder Imo were taken aback. Elder Imo remained silent, his gaze fixated on Lin Yang in the arena. After sensing Lin Yang's aura, Elder Mo's expression darkened. He has broken through to the Spirit King realm, Ting Ai. What? Didn't they say he was merely at the Spirit Master realm? How could he suddenly become a Spirit King? They were all aware that Lin Yang had caused the steel to resonate just half a day ago, leaving his name behind, and his cultivation level was only that of a Spirit Master according to the testing steel's results, witnessed by the elders of the top 10 peaks. This meant that Lin Yang had broken through to the Spirit King realm in just half a day. Ting Ai. In just half a day? To consecutively break through several layers of realms, even leaping across a major realm, going from Spirit Master to Spirit King. This talent for cultivation is simply astonishing. Even he, possessing the fierce sun body, reinforced by the power of the great sun, could not achieve such feats. The speed of this breakthrough is beyond human comprehension. Ha Lin. Impossible. To break through several realms in half a day? How could that be possible? Tung Yi's expression turned serious as he stared at Lin Yang. We may not want to believe it, but he has indeed accomplished it. At this moment, he regarded Lin Yang as his greatest rival. Is this the extent of your power at the 8th layer of the Spirit King? Lin Yang stood beside Zhan Xing, looking down at him. Stand up and speak. Zhan Xing, hands pressed against the ground, his face flushed red, struggled to rise. However, wave after wave of terrifying pressure bore down upon him, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Bang! Lin Yang placed his foot on Zhan Xing's head, his expression icy, turning to Imo Wei and the others standing nearby. I am pressed for time. You three should join in as well. This implied that Elder Imo should also join the fray. Arrogant, Ting Ai. You think you can take us all on by yourself? You are not qualified. Upon hearing the words, Imo Wei felt an involuntary tightening in his heart, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. It was one thing for the Crow Elder to treat him with such disdain. After all, he truly could not contend with the opponent. However, now not only did the Crow Elder look down upon him, but even a disciple from Crow Peak dared to belittle him, disregarding him entirely. This ignited the already volatile temper of Imo Wei, causing him to erupt with rage. Meanwhile, the Crow Elder, reclining in his chair and sipping on a drink, felt his heart leap in response to Lin Yang's remarks. This young man possessed an audacity that was remarkable. Having just ascended to the rank of Spirit King, he dared to challenge an elder from the main peak, a formidable entity within the Spirit sect. Such an air of invincibility was one that even the elder found himself envious of. Not qualified, you say? Lin Yang tilted his head, gazing at the three individuals before him, and replied with a smile, Indeed, I believe you all lack the qualifications, even to compel me to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Lin Yang delivered a powerful kick to Zhan Xing's chest, sending him sprawling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Zhan Xing, are you all right? Tung Yi rushed to embrace Zhan Xing, hastily assessing his injuries. At that moment, Zhan Xing coughed violently, but still resolutely shook his head. I'm fine, merely sustaining in this matter. You bear some responsibility as well. You were fully aware of the situation, yet chose not to inform me, instead deliberately provoking my anger to incite a reaction. Were you merely wishing to gauge my combat prowess, Elder Crow? At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim. With your remarkable ability to guess, why not take a moment to ponder what I might be thinking? In truth, Elder Crow was contemplating how best to hand Lin Yong over for accountability, for this incident had escalated beyond measure. Lin Yong had brought down an entire mountain stronghold. Moreover, the other party had come seeking answers and accountability, and Lin Yong had not only injured their disciples but had nearly taken one's life. Should this matter reach the sect leader, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Yet, having encountered such an extraordinary disciple, it was simply unacceptable to relinquish him so easily. Furthermore, if he were to do so, it would surely dishearten Lin Yong, leading him to perceive his elder as one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Utterly incapable of standing up for the interests of his own disciples at the main peak. My Crow Peak has languished in obscurity for far too long. This time, with the divine weapon bestowed upon us, it is imperative that I stand firm and advocate for the interests of my disciples. Elder Crow resolved to steadfastly defend Lin Yong. With a smile directed at Lin Yong, he reassured, "It's nothing. My boys, what if a mountain was damaged and a couple of their disciples were injured? It's hardly a matter of great consequence." Lin Yong raised an eyebrow, peering skeptically at him. "Are you truly unconcerned?" Elder Crow waved his hand dismissively. "I've already stated that it's of no significance. Such trifles are easily resolved for an elder like myself." Lin Yong remained dubious of the old man's words. Pressing further, "Then how do you intend to resolve it?" My Crow Peak lacks for nothing but spirit stones. At worst, I'll simply compensate them with a few million top-grade spirit stones," Elder Crow replied nonchalantly. Lin Yong's lips twitched involuntarily at the mention of several million spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones, no less. Was that merely a casual matter? If he possessed such a vast quantity, he could certainly break through to a higher realm. After all, he had previously experienced the benefits of even a few veins of lesser purity. Although his current level required more spiritual energy for subsequent breakthroughs, Lin Yong calculated that a few million top-grade spirit stones would hold comparable value to a vein of lesser purity. He could still manage to break through a layer or two. Elder, trust me, if you provide me with those spirit stones, I will resolve these issues for you. Lin Yong approached Elder Crow, speaking in hushed tones. Elder Crow? Chapter 50. The cunning crow, I trust you as much as I would trust a rock? Elder Crow retorted irritably. What if I let you go, and the problem remains unresolved? What if you end up injuring or even killing someone? Lin Yong. Elder Crow glanced at Lin Yong and continued, Here's the deal. You stay at the main peak during this time and do not venture out. I will personally pay a visit to the Tremor Peak. Lin Yong, still skeptical, inquired, Can you truly handle it? Upon hearing this, Elder Crow's eyes widened, his little beard bristling. When I make my move? Is there anything I cannot handle? You must remain here at the main peak and not go anywhere until I return. He had realized that his disciple possessed a terrifying force. Even Tang Nai, who bore the body of a blazing sun, could hardly withstand a single blow from Lin Yong. Should any ordinary disciple come into contact with him, they would either be gravely injured or worse. He had no desire to be left cleaning up after Lin Yong. Elder Crow took a few swigs from his gourd and swayed slightly as he flew towards Tremor Peak. Well, with an elder managing the situation, I can focus on my cultivation. Lin Yong returned to the cliff's edge at the mountain peak, resuming his contemplation of his path. This time, the heavenly Emperor Fist merged with the sword intent of the sage. The true dragon art, the Kuan Ping art, and the Tao scripture elevated his overall combat prowess once again. Each of these divine skills, when invoked individually, could easily overwhelm practitioners of the same realm. Indeed, even in cross-realm battles, they proved to be effortlessly effective. Now, with these divine techniques merged, their power surged beyond anything previously experienced. Though I am currently but a low-tier Spirit King, at the first layer of Spirit King realm, I could still overwhelmingly crush those at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sect. The constraints of higher realms had become almost irrelevant following the mastery of the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Lin Yong contemplated his combat capabilities. Based on his current strength, he had surpassed the Forbidden Domain and stepped into the realm of divine prohibitions. At the foot of the main peak, he had only detected low-tier spirit veins, with not a single high-tier vein to be found, let alone a dragon vein. Lin Yong felt puzzled. He even began to suspect whether the existence of a dragon vein was merely a falsehood. However, Elder Crow's earlier mention of compensation in the millions of top-grade spirit stones led him to believe that a dragon vein must indeed exist beneath the main peak. Otherwise, Elder Crow would never have been so generous. Very well, I shall wait for the Elder's return before venturing into the earth veins. Lin Yang rose and glanced back at the ruins that had once been his dwelling before making his way towards the bamboo grove. He still intended to construct a humble abode. What kind of main peak was this without a place to reside? Suddenly, as Lin Yang stepped into the bamboo grove, he was startled by a tremendous sound. Akin to thunder rumbling in the clear sky, he turned sharply, directing his gaze towards the source of the commotion. This is coming from Tremor Peak? Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly, just moments after Elder Crow had headed to Tremor Peak. Such violent energy fluctuations erupted from that direction. Looking up, he beheld powerful energy ripples emanating from the peak of Tremor Peak. Lin Yang's eyes gleamed with golden light. These are the aftershocks of a battle between spirit sect experts. In an instant, Lin Yang soared into the air, rushing towards Tremor Peak. If Elder Crow were to engage in battle alone, he would undoubtedly suffer a disadvantage. Regardless of the circumstances, he was currently the only disciple of Crow Peak and needed to make an appearance. Moreover, this incident had originated due to him. Within mere breaths, Lin Yang arrived at the summit of Tremor Peak, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. Elder Crow stood with his hands raised, slapping away the disciples of Tremor Peak, each one sent flying, sporting bruised faces and swollen cheeks, casting resentful glances at Elder Crow. To see an elder of the main peak strike at his own disciples was utterly disgraceful, lacking any sense of shame. Eventually, Elder Mo Wei from Tremor Peak made his entrance, furious upon witnessing Elder Crow's aggression towards his disciples. Without regard for the outcome, he charged at Elder Crow in a blind rage. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Lin Yang opened his mouth, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly the way elders apologize and admit their mistakes? Quite unique indeed." Both Elder Crow and Mo Wei were formidable spirit sect powerhouses. Their combat prowess terrifyingly potent. With but a flick of their hands, they could shake mountains. Thus, they quickly ascended into the skies to conduct their battle above the world. Swift as lightning, they exchanged blows, unleashing an array of martial techniques and divine skills in a relentless clash. The terrifying energy aftermath shook Tremor Peak beneath them. Fortunately, a golden light surged upward, stabilizing the main peak. Like Crow Peak, each main peak was protected by a grand array, which had now been activated to safeguard it. After 10 breaths, the battle came to a halt. Elder Mo Wei's face bore the marks of bruises, while Elder Crow, clad in a black robe, stood in midair, unscathed, his garments billowing majestically. With one hand behind his back, he exuded an aura of confidence and strength, presenting himself as a true master. Not a single wound adorned him. Elder Crow produced a storage ring and declared, "This is for your compensation. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Let this matter conclude here, and refrain from further inquiries. Also, do not inform the sect leader, or I shall pluck your beard." With that, Elder Crow flicked his robe and departed, indifferent to Elder Mo Wei's agreement or disagreement. Witnessing this, Lin Yang activated the Kuanpeng technique, hastening back to the main peak. Shortly after his return, Elder Crow strode back, head held high. Lin Yang approached him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Elder, how did it go?" Elder Crow shook his head, gesturing dismissively at Lin Yang, his face betraying a hint of distress as he spoke. "You, my boy, have caused quite a calamity this time. I had to negotiate extensively with them, and even compensated them with 1 million top-grade spirit stones before they begrudgingly agreed to let the matter rest. You owe me a tremendous favor. Do you realize that if this incident were to reach the sect master's ears, the consequences would be dire?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Had he not witnessed the events unfold himself, he might have been deceived by the old man's theatrics. He had personally seen the entire peak's inhabitants, elders and disciples alike, beaten and threatened one by one. Yet, in Elder Crow's narrative, it transformed into a tale of his own subservient pleas. They had merely compensated 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, yet now he claimed it was 1 million. Lin Yang thought to himself, This old man is far too cunning. Chapter 51. The dragon veins escape. Thank you, Elder, for assisting me in resolving this trouble, Lin Yang expressed with a respectful fist salute. Go be fair. Although this old crow was somewhat unreliable, he had indeed helped him settle the matter. Of course, whether the people from the Tremor Peak would come looking for trouble again remained uncertain. Just focus on your cultivation, the Elder advised. Although you have recently broken through to become a formidable spirit king, do not be overly ambitious. One must understand that there are always greater powers beyond oneself. Elder Crow assumed an air of a worldly sage as he gestured grandly, instructing Lin Yang. I understand. Elder. Lin Yang humbly acknowledged, not because of the Elder's prowess, but because he resonated with the wisdom being imparted. Elder, I have a question that weighs on my mind, and I hope you can enlighten me. Lin Yang sought to extract some information about the dragon vein from the Elder. There remained only 4 or 5 spirit veins beneath the main peak of Crow, and they were all of low rank, insufficient for his cultivation needs. Nevertheless, as my sole disciple, if you have any doubts regarding your cultivation, I, as the Elder, will certainly impart my knowledge. Elder Crow observed Lin Yang's sincere demeanor, continuing to adopt the posture of a mentor. Is there truly a dragon vein beneath the main peak? Why have I only discovered a few spirit veins, all of which are low-grade and of low purity? I have already refined and absorbed 2 of them, but the remaining veins are utterly inadequate to support my upcoming cultivation. Lin Yang voiced his perplexities. What did you just say? Upon hearing this, Elder Crow became noticeably agitated. You mean to say you have refined and absorbed 2 spirit veins already? Yes, Elder. Is there a problem with that? Lin Yang replied, his expression one of confusion. Elder Crow, stunned by Lin Yang's innocent and bewildered demeanor, began to circle him, scrutinizing him closely from every angle. What kind of monster are you? To have refined and absorbed 2 spirit veins in such a short span of time. Even the elders of the main peak, or the sect master in person, could not possibly absorb the power of 2 spirit veins in such a brief period. The magnitude of that spiritual energy is beyond what a human body can endure. Lin Yang replied, while the sect master may not be able to do so, I can, for I cultivate the heavenly Tao scripture. He was tempted to voice his thoughts, yet refrained, knowing that the divine skills bestowed by the system were of an unparalleled level, a confidential matter that should not be disclosed. Revealing that he possessed such supreme abilities could attract untold dangers. In earnest, Lin Yang sought further understanding, cupping his fists again to ask, Elder, can you confirm whether the dragon vein truly exists? Elder Crow regarded Lin Yang thoughtfully, remaining silent for a considerable time. The unexpected revelations this young man brought forth were staggering, his unmatched combat prowess and his absurd cultivation speed. After a prolonged silence, Elder Crow finally spoke. Alas, it seems you have uncovered the truth. I shall not conceal it any longer. The dragon vein did indeed exist, but it is no longer present. Not anymore? Lin Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Had he been able to access the dragon vein, he was confident he could ascend several realms in one go, perhaps even breach a major threshold. Yet, now the Elder had bluntly informed him that the dragon vein was gone. Elder Crow continued, explaining, a dragon vein is a gathering of the essence of heaven and earth, a spirit vein suffused with energy that has long developed its own intelligence. Such natural treasures typically possess formidable life-preserving abilities. While a dragon vein lacks offensive capabilities, its speed and evasion is unparalleled, far beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Even peak spirit sect masters would struggle to confine a dragon vein. The dragon vein that once resided beneath my main peak was quite gentle, having lingered here for many years. Under its influence, the spirit veins of Crow Peak flourished. However, several decades ago, our sect overexploited the resources, seeking to kill the golden goose, which ultimately led to the dragon vein fleeing. Now, only a few spirit veins remain. Lin Yang listened in silent disbelief. He could scarcely understand the mindset of those who would contrive such folly as to deplete their resources. Now, the dragon vein had escaped, making it impossible to find again. The emergence of a dragon vein takes at least tens of thousands of years, even with immense magical prowess to gather the surrounding spiritual energies. It requires at least a century or even a millennium. For a sect to give birth to a single dragon vein is a remarkable feat any sensible person would know to nurture it carefully. Yet, the Liang sect had recklessly drained its resources, scaring away the dragon vein that had taken so long to form. It seemed Lin Yang would need to seek other means to break through. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that the situation was beyond his control. Fortunately, there were still 5 spirit veins beneath the main peak to sustain his cultivation for a while. Listen closely, young man, Elder Crow warned sternly. From now on, you may only absorb and refine 1 more spirit vein. Do not exhaust every resource. Both dragon veins and spirit veins are exceedingly rare. If you consume them all, Crow Peak will be depleted of spiritual energy and no longer suitable for cultivation. At that point, our peak status will surely diminish. Lin Yang harbored serious doubts that Elder Crow possessed some form of mind-reading ability, as he seemed to discern his thoughts with uncanny precision. The remaining 5 spirit veins had initially seemed sufficient for his cultivation, but now the Elder had laid down a strict rule, allowing him to absorb only 1 more. What then shall I do for my future cultivation? Lin Yang inquired. What shall you do? Figure it out yourself, Elder Crow replied, showing no signs of compromise. Do you think that once you enter the main peak, cultivation resources will be boundless? All resources must be earned through your own efforts. Elder, when I joined Crow Peak, you did not convey such sentiments. You stated that while Crow Peak lacked many things, it certainly did not lack spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Elder Crow widened his eyes and retorted. Young man, it wasn't I who insisted you join. You were the one who insisted on entering my main peak. You cannot blame me for that, however, if you wish to gain abundant cultivation resources. You can continue to rise through the dragon and tiger rankings, Elder Crow added, observing Lin Yang's disappointed expression. You are currently ranked first among ordinary disciples. Once you challenge your way into the core disciples rankings, or even the seed disciples rankings, the benefits will be immense to that time. Whatever you desire will be at your fingertips, and the sect will spare no effort in nurturing you. Lin Yang saw through Elder Crow's cunning nature. Realizing this was merely an attempt to paint a grand picture for him. Chapter 52. The Sword Spirit Body. Li Tsuani. Elder Crow continued to spin tales, attempting to entice Lin Yang with promises. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had already turned a deaf ear, striding purposefully toward the precipice of the mountain. He retrieved 3 items from his spatial ring: a 4th-grade spirit herb, a jade cleansing bottle, and a mystical tier long sword. This was his reward for securing the top position on the ordinary disciples dragon and tiger rankings. Upon opening the jade bottle, Lin Yang peered inside to find 24th-grade pills. Alas, these spirit herbs and pills are merely a drop in the bucket. He lamented, shaking his head. He then opened his mouth and poured the pills into his mouth all at once. Beside him, Elder Crow watched Lin Yang's actions, rendered speechless. Is this how one consumes pills? To swallow them all at once, expecting to refine and absorb their properties entirely? Such wastefulness. Elder Crow's eyelids twitched in disbelief as he silently cursed. I shall see if you can truly refine them all. The old crow fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Yang. Earlier, Lin Yang had claimed to have refined and absorbed 2 spiritual veins from the earth's crust, a statement that the old crow found hard to believe. How could anyone accomplish such a feat in such a brief span of time? Even the sect leader would find it impossible. If one could not refine a single spiritual vein, it was absurd to think that Lin Yang, merely a spirit king cultivator, could manage to absorb 2 at once. This was utterly inconceivable. Now, standing close by, he could scrutinize Lin Yang's cultivation process closely. If Lin Yang could indeed refine all the spiritual energy contained within these pills and herbs, he would force himself to accept the truth of Lin Yang's claims. If not, it would merely confirm that the young man was lying, boasting beyond his means, at the edge of a cliff. Lin Yang had begun to circulate his cultivation technique, drawing upon the potency of the 24th-grade pills and a 4th-grade spiritual herb. A hum resonated as the old crow observed a golden ripple emanating from within Lin Yang's body. Gradually, Lin Yang opened his eyes. The old crow was taken aback. Is that it? 24th-grade pills, along with a top-tier 4th-grade spiritual herb, and he had absorbed them in less than a couple of breaths? The old crow's eyes gleamed with intensity as he watched intently. The pills and herbs, upon entering Lin Yang's body, were swiftly transformed into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. This energy coursed through Lin Yang's body before swiftly converging into his spiritual sea. Thus, he was convinced that Lin Yang had indeed absorbed and refined all the spiritual energy contained within those pills and herbs. What a freak! Was this boy even human? The old crow was struck dumb. No wonder Lin Yang had claimed to have refined 2 spiritual veins in such a short time. There was no deceit in his words. With such a pace of absorption, even he felt diminished. To fully refine 24th grade pills and a top-tier 4th grade spiritual herb would take him nearly half a day. Yet Lin Yang accomplished it in mere breaths. Comparing oneself to others could be infuriating. The old crow felt an unusual sense of frustration. For the first time in his life, he was humbled by a disciple's talent. Having absorbed such a colossal amount of spiritual energy, his own realm showed not the slightest sign of change. Just how solid was this boy's foundation? Amidst his frustration and astonishment, the old crow also felt a flicker of satisfaction. At last, a genuine prodigy had emerged from Crow Peak. Now, he could hold his head high, no longer needing to bow to the whims of any other main peak. After completing his cultivation, Lin Yang began to inspect the sword in his hand. He extended 2 fingers to grasp the sword's body and then channeled his innate spiritual power. With a crack, the sword shattered into 2 pieces. Old Crow, long time no see. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the sky above the main peak. Upon hearing this, the old crow's expression shifted slightly. It was Elder Yu Buchuan. The old crow regarded the figures descending upon his main peak with a frosty demeanor. Speaking coldly, Yu Buchuan, "What brings you here?" Yu Buchuan, Elder of the Sword Edge, was a powerful figure of the same realm as he. But his mastery of sword techniques made him exceptionally formidable. Even the old crow could not be entirely certain of victory against him. Accompanying Yu Buchuan were 2 disciples clad in white robes, each adorned with a long sword emblem, the insignia of Sword Edge. The disciples of Sword Edge were revered wherever they went, for their strength was unmatched. Yu Buchuan laughed heartily. "Old Crow, I heard that your disciple Lin Yang defeated 3 disciples from Shaking Sky Peak, even besting Teng Yi, who possesses the solar body. These 2 disciples of mine have made some progress in swordsmanship and wish to engage in a spar." The old crow's expression darkened considerably. In the past, Crow Peak had also recruited disciples, but each time it ended in provocation from other peaks, masquerading as friendly sparring but in reality serving to humiliate Crow Peak. Over time, disciples of Crow Peak suffered casualties, leading to a decline in reputation and reluctance from others to join. Fully aware that they would become targets of the other main peaks, it was only with Lin Yang's voluntary joining that Crow Peak had regained a glimmer of vitality. "Want to spar? Are you not afraid that the 2 you brought may not return?" The old crow scoffed coldly. "Ha ha ha." Yu Buchuan laughed uproariously, turning to his 2 disciples. "Did you hear that? Old Crow is looking down on you." The faces of the 2 sword-edged disciples darkened considerably. They were accustomed to reverence wherever they went, and to be so disparaged ignited their ire at that moment. One of the white-robed disciples stepped forward, sword in hand, cupping his fist. "I am Li Tsuanin, a disciple of Sword Edge. I wish to challenge Lin Yang of Crow Peak. Will you accept?" "What? Li Tsuanin?" The old crow's face shifted slightly, astonishment evident as he regarded the young swordsman before him. "Are you the one with the sword spirit body, reputed to be invincible among spirit kings?" "Indeed, that is I," Li Tsuanin replied, a smirk playing on his lips. The old crow turned to Lin Yang, concern etched on his face. Lin Yang had just entered the Spirit King realm. How could he possibly stand against Li Tsuanin? Yet, recalling Lin Yang's overwhelming strength demonstrated when he shattered the main peak, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Chapter 53. The might of the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Feeling the intense gazes directed at him, Lin Yang glanced up briefly before returning to his examination of the broken sword in hand. "That boy, what kind of expression is that? Does he look down on them?" With a swift motion, the old crow approached Lin Yang, whispering urgently, "Boy, do you have confidence?" Lin Yang looked up, puzzled. Confidence in what? The old crow's anxiety was palpable. "In defeating these 2 little ruffians. They come here to provoke our main peak. Do you not intend to show them a bit of our strength?" Lin Yong replied nonchalantly, "Did I ever say I would take action?" The old crow was left speechless. Before he could urge Lin Yong further, a voice rang out again. "I want to engage in fruitless endeavors. What benefit would there be in defeating him? It would merely waste my time." Lin Yang's voice was loud and unapologetic, resonating clearly for Li Tsuanin and the others to hear. "What did you say?" Li Tsuanin's expression darkened. This young man, with both his demeanor and words, was sending a clear signal. He held no respect for them. Particularly infuriating was the assertion that engaging with them would simply be a waste of his time. This ignited a blaze of fury within Li Tsuanin and his companions. "Lin Yong, you are but a newly initiated Spirit King cultivator. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you think you can last 10 exchanges against me?" Li Tsuanin mocked in return. He possessed the sword spirit body and had never encountered a rival in the Spirit King realm. Never tasting defeat, Kyo be disdained in such a manner stoked the flames of his anger. Lin Yong merely cast a casual glance at him, responding with 2 words, "Foolish child, you seek death?" Li Tsuanin roared, drawing his sword with a swift motion. The blade vibrated, emitting a resonant hum, as if eager to taste the blood of its foes. That sword, it was on the verge of awakening its spirit. The old crow's expression shifted slightly as he observed Li Tsuanin's weapon. "Very well, if you don't wish to fight, then I shall not compel you. Losing face is inconsequential. Compared to you, my dignity is of little matter." With a tone laden with disappointment, the old crow continued, "Li Tsuanin possesses the sword spirit body and is hailed as invincible among spirit kings, never having been defeated. If you do not wish to battle him, I can understand. Preserving your strength for future confrontations is wise. Conceding now does not signify future defeat. There is no shame in acknowledging one's inferiority." Lin Yong glanced at the old crow, whose face was marred by melancholy and regret, remaining unmoved as he continued to fiddle with the broken sword. The old crow feigned concern, but in truth, he was subtly goading him to take action. Lin Yong was not one to be easily deceived. His stance was clear. Without benefit, he would not engage. Having spoken, the old crow turned and walked toward Yu Buchuan and his companions, declaring, "Yu Buchuan, take your 2 disciples back. We concede." Yu Buchuan merely smiled without offering a response. "Humph, so they think they can compel us to retreat like this? Impossible. Unless they present 100,000 top-quality spirit stones as compensation for us." Li Tsuanin let out a cold snort, suddenly pointing his sword at Lin Yong. "Otherwise, I shall slay him." The old crow was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, his expression darkened. Such a scheme was brazenly thrust upon his face. Moreover, they dared to threaten the life of his disciple in his presence. "Old crow, boy, are you threatening me? Do you believe I wouldn't obliterate your sword spirit body on the spot?" Li Tsuanin's lips curled into a smirk, revealing no trace of fear on his face as he spoke. "Your disciple has just shown me disrespect. 100,000 top-quality spirit stones is merely a fitting compensation." Boom! The old crow was enraged, his aura as a spirit realm expert surging forth, bearing down on Li Tsuanin's expression shifted slightly, and he retreated. Boom! Behind him, Yu Buchuan's aura erupted, directly blocking the old crow's oppressive force. "Old crow, this is merely a conflict between disciples. Would it be appropriate for us, as elders, to intervene?" A faint smile graced Yu Buchuan's face. "Humph, Yu Buchuan, keep your disciple in check. If he dares to show such blatant disrespect again, I shall step in to teach him a lesson, so he understands the meaning of revering one's teacher and the path of respect." The old crow snorted coldly, waving his embroidered robe and retracting his aura. Seeing this, Li Tsuanin seized the moment to mock. It seems that the Crow's Peak is populated by those who hide and cower. Afraid to engage in battle, only able to boast with empty words. "Forget it, elder. I have lost the desire to continue this fight. Battling such trash would only tarnish our identity and status as Sword Edge. Let us return." Yu Buchuan glanced at the old crow, a smile appearing on his face as he nodded in agreement. The old crow stood rooted in place, his eyes almost bursting with fury. To be so openly ridiculed and belittled, and yet his Crow's Peak dared not retaliate. Boy, Did you not seek spirit stones and spirit veins? Very well. I shall grant your request. Just as the group turned to leave, the old crow suddenly bellowed. As long as you act, I shall provide you with the spirit veins below. Silence. The atmosphere instantly fell into a deep hush. The Sword Edge group paused at the old crow's declaration. Turning back to look, they saw Lin Yang slowly rising, approaching the old crow's side. With a blank expression, he asked, "If I kill him, who will take responsibility?" Li Tsuani. Li Tsuani. Humph. Here you are again. Pretending to be impressive, merely a small trash that can only boast with words. The old crow's face darkened, enunciating each word. It will be my responsibility. If trouble arises, I shall take the blame. Boom! The instant the old crow's words fell, Lin Yang moved. He darted forward like a streak of black lightning, closing the distance to the three in an instant, and unleashed a powerful punch. This punch encompassed even the Sword Edge Elder. Yu Buchuan. Lin Yang's fist radiated light, akin to a resplendent sun, dazzlingly bright. Boom! The fist's brilliance exploded, crashing into the three, unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy that uprooted the trees on the mountain peak, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Bang! In the next moment, the golden fist light erupted into a mushroom cloud, soaring high into the sky. Boom! Only then did the entire main peak begin to tremble under the energy waves. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The old crow had been prepared. At that moment, he activated the mountain protecting formation, and several beams of golden light surged into the sky, stabilizing the main peak. In the distance, in the sky, Yu Buchuan and the others appeared utterly disheveled. Even he, as a spirit realm elder, was severely injured, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Not to mention the two disciples beside him. Li Tsuani's left arm was completely obliterated, blood flowing profusely. The other disciple had vanished below the waist, having fainted entirely. After the punch, Lin Yang withdrew his fist, standing before them, raising his head to gaze at the three in the heavens, uttering two words, "Trash?" Chapter 54, Battling the Spirit Realm Elder. Witnessing this scene, the old crow stood frozen in place. Old crow? What in the world? The old crow seriously doubted he was suffering from presbyopia. What had he just witnessed? The fist light engulfing the mountaintop, an energy explosion yielding a mushroom cloud. Even Yu Buchuan, the elder of Spirit Realm, was injured, and his two disciples had lost all combat capability. Li Tsuani, the sword spirit body, undefeated in the Spirit King realm, yet he couldn't withstand even a single strike from Lin Yang. At this moment, the old crow longed to shout, "Everyone present is trash, with such a disciple at Crow's Peak." "I have no regrets." The old crow laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, who else is there?" At this moment, the old crow stepped forward, positioning himself beside Lin Yang, ensuring his safety. Yu Buchuan was now on the brink of rage. Should he strike at Lin Yang, it would escalate to a significant confrontation. Although Lin Yang's combat prowess was unparalleled, facing an 8th-layer elder of the spirit realm would undoubtedly lead to his crushing defeat. Or so the old crow thought. Lin Yang glanced at the old crow standing beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Undoubtedly, he would soon face Yu Buchuan's oppression. While he feared nothing, the old crow's willingness to step forward at this moment spoke volumes. This old man, often perceived as unreliable, had proven dependable at a critical juncture. In the heavens, Yu Buchuan cradled the half-lifeless body of his disciple, hastily producing a pill to place in the disciple's mouth, then fixed a murderous gaze upon the two standing atop the peak. "Yu Buchuan, you dare to strike with such cruelty? I will kill you." Yu Buchuan was now engulfed in fury, his right hand raised, and the surrounding spiritual energy erupted, coalescing above his hand. A colossal sword materialized, its radiance pulsating with a chilling murderous intent. Sword technique? Heaven-raising sword. Yu Buchuan slowly uttered these words, then forcefully thrust his right hand down towards Lin Yang. Boom! The massive spiritual sword, towering in the heavens, unleashed an overwhelming force, descending directly upon Lin Yang. At this very moment, countless figures darted towards the Crow Peak. Among them were elders and disciples alike. At the heart of the battlefield, Lin Yang's heavenly emperor fist collided with Yu Buchuan's sword technique, unleashing waves of terrifying energy with each clash. With a resounding crack, the originally unmatched and invincible spiritual power giant sword revealed a golden fissure at its tip, which swiftly spread along the blade. With a thunderous boom, as the golden crack enveloped the entire sword, it shattered into countless fragments, ultimately dissipating into the energies of heaven and earth. Lin Yang stood poised in midair, his black hair swirling wildly. Despite being at the first level of the spiritual king realm, he faced an elder at the 8th level of the spiritual sect realm without faltering. In this moment, Lin Yang resembled an undefeated war god, standing resolutely before Yu Buchuan, locking eyes with him. A slight smirk graced Lin Yang's lips, and a faint smile appeared on his face. A spiritual sect powerhouse? Merely that. Once I break through to the next minor level, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Yu Buchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his temples throbbing with rage. How audacious for a mere disciple at the first level of the spiritual king realm to claim he would kill him, likening it to the slaughter of livestock. Boom. Enraged, Yu Buchuan unleashed his full aura, the unmistakable presence of an 8th-level spiritual sect master radiating from him. You shall die, he declared coldly, preparing to crush the audacious young man before him into dust. In that instant, Old Crow swiftly intervened, positioning himself in front of Lin Yang, his gaze fixed on Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan, think carefully about the consequences of attacking a disciple from my peak, he warned. With a disciple gravely injured and himself subjected to contempt and provocation, Yu Buchuan had already lost his rationality. If you obstruct me, I shall deal with you as well, Old Crow snorted derisively. Humph, speaking grandly without fear of being tongue-tied. Our strengths are on par. If you wish to slay my disciple, you must first contend with me. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in such a short time? If we unleash our full power, we will undoubtedly attract the sect master and numerous elders to that point. Do you think you can still kill my disciple? Moreover, by then, your 2 disciples may very well be dead. If you do not wish for them to come to harm, it would be wise to leave now and take them back to recuperate. Upon hearing this, a flicker of rationality returned to Yu Buchuan's eyes. Old Crow, this matter is far from over. He shifted his gaze back to Lin Yang, coldly stating, I shall remember this, disciple. It would be best for you not to give me a chance to act against you in the future. After delivering his ominous words, Yu Buchuan turned and departed. Lin Yang glanced at Old Crow, who had, through sheer words, managed to deter the approaching enemy twice. Was he planning to enlighten through speech? Chapter 55. A talent that shakes the ages. As Yu Buchuan and his entourage retreated, Old Crow finally released a sigh of relief. The prospect of a battle with Yu Buchuan had made him uneasy. Turning to Lin Yang, he instinctively inquired, Are you unharmed? Well, seeing you like this, it seems you are not in any grave danger. Lin Yang looked at him, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. Old Crow felt a chill run down his spine. What are you up to? Do not regard me with such eyes, Old Crow retorted. Lin Yang had dared to throw punches at Yu Buchuan, his combat prowess unparalleled. Now, with that gaze directed at him, Old Crow felt a shiver down his back. With a chuckle, Lin Yang said, Elder, what you mentioned before still holds true. Does it not? Old Crow's eyes darted, and he feigned ignorance. What did I say? You claim that after I take action, the several spiritual veins below will all belong to me. Did I say that? I have no recollection. I do not care. I am going to devour those spiritual veins now. In a flash, Lin Yang vanished, sprinting towards the back mountain. Seeing this, Old Crow opened his mouth to call out to him, but ultimately let it go. Muttering to himself, oh well, if the spiritual veins are gone, so be it. After all, this boy is a genius. Old Crow had never encountered such a prodigy as Lin Yang before. Even the previous young sect master, Lin Bai, paled in comparison. The Blaze Sun sect was about to shine once more. In the Battle of the 100 Dynasties, the Blaze Sun sect would surely reclaim its throne. Lost in thought, Old Crow's eyes sparkled with fervor. Suddenly, dozens of figures swept in from the summit of Crow Peak. Old Crow, what transpired just now? Such intense energy fluctuations. Surely you weren't embroiled in a battle with some elder from another peak. Were you? Where are the others? Why are you the only one here? Who was fighting just now? This is the mark of the protective mountain formation being activated. It seems even the formation was compelled into action. Old Crow surveyed the newcomers, a proud smile creeping onto his face. In the past, Crow Peak had languished in solitude. Not only would weeks pass without a visitor, but even an entire year could go by without a soul. Yet now, in a single day, so many had come to visit. While not all were genuine visitors, he felt a surge of joy. Crow Peak had finally regained a semblance of the grandeur it once possessed. Facing the queries, Old Crow stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring, "You have arrived too late. The disciples from Shaking Sky Peak and Sword Edge have already been intimidated into retreat by my disciple Lin Yang. If you wish to stay and reminisce, I, Old Crow, warmly welcome you. The house is stocked with fine wine. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to return from whence you came." Listening to his words and observing his proud demeanor, the visitors were momentarily taken aback. Lin Yang repelled the disciples from Shaking Sky Peak and Sword Edge? Is that true? Lin Yang, the one who previously topped the ordinary disciples' Dragon Tiger ranking? This child, although endowed with exceptional talent, is merely a spiritual master. Could he truly intimidate the disciples from two major peaks with such low cultivation? Old Crow, what was that commotion just now? That was clearly the energy fluctuations of a battle between spiritual sect powerhouses. And you claim it was caused by this disciple Lin Yang? Old Crow raised an eyebrow and glanced at the questioner, scoffing. What? You do not believe in the Heavenly Mystic Maiden? Perhaps you would like your disciples from Heavenly Mystic Peak to give it a try? Of course, your elder may step in as well. I shall not hinder it. The Heavenly Mystic Elder was momentarily speechless, his expression shifting to one of mild indignation. Old Crow, while my cultivation may not match yours, I am still a spiritual sect realm master. How dare you belittle me and suggest I compete with a mere spiritual master disciple from your peak? Humph, do you not feel embarrassed? I find it quite disgraceful. Old Crow replied nonchalantly, Ahem, I apologize. My inferior disciple has already broken through to the spiritual king realm. What? You say he has broken through to the spiritual king realm? Ha! Old Crow, surely you jest. How long has Lin Yang been with your Crow Peak? He was just at the 6th level of the spiritual master realm, and now you claim he has reached the spiritual king. Do you think we will believe that? The 10 major peak elders present had all witnessed Lin Yang's cultivation level firsthand, knowing him to be merely at the 6th level of the spiritual master realm. Old Crow pondered, why is it that when he speaks the truth, none of these old men and women are willing to believe him? Believe it or not, Old Crow retorted, boom. As they conversed, the Crow Peak trembled violently once more. The protective mountain formation activated autonomously, with golden light soaring into the sky, stabilizing the peak. Old Crow mused, in just a short half-day? The protective mountain formation has activated several times. He was beginning to feel overwhelmed. This latest disturbance was likely caused by Lin Yang again. Fortunately, Old Crow was gradually becoming accustomed to it. If the peak did not tremble occasionally, he would find it quite abnormal. However, while Old Crow had mentally prepared himself, the other elders were far from calm. Especially upon witnessing the activation of the protective mountain formation, shock filled their eyes. The Heavenly Mystic Peak Elder, Tianxian Maiden, exclaimed, What is happening? The peak is shaking, and the protective mountain formation has activated on its own. The Elder of the Nether Peak, Yumming Old Ghost, remarked, This disturbance is still ongoing. Even with the protective mountain formation, the peak is still violently shaking. The Elder of the Clumsy Peak, Qingyu, noted, With such power, it must be a spiritual sect powerhouse. Could it be that a talented disciple has broken through to the spiritual sect realm? At that moment, a humanoid figure of golden light materialized, appearing before the crowd in an instant. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yang. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's arrival, the Old Crow felt an intense tightening in his chest. This lad had actually broken through once more in such a brief span. Moreover, he had advanced 2 minor realms, his cultivation now reaching the 3rd tier of the Spirit King. Tianzuan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Lin Yang, her face reflecting utter astonishment. How have you attained the 3rd tier of the Spirit King realm? The old ghost of the Netherworld exclaimed, Goodness gracious, are you even human? Just half a day ago, you were merely a spirit master. And now you are already at the third tier of the Spirit King? Elder Qingyu gasped. Such a terrifying talent for cultivation. This child is defying the heavens. Elder of the Law Enforcement Peak remarked. How can others possibly thrive in his presence? Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the numerous peak elders, the old crow couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Heh, be astonished. This is my disciple from Crow Peak. A prodigy whose talent shines through the ages, striking fear into your hearts. Alas, my spirit veins must have been thoroughly squandered by this lad. Chapter 56. One person shocks the 10 peak elders. Lin Yang, noticing the throng of elders surrounding him, wore a faintly helpless expression. He greatly disliked this feeling of being gawked at, akin to a performing monkey. Esteemed elders, I kindly ask you to maintain your composure. With a swift movement, Lin Yang retreated into the bamboo cottage. Then, the elders beheld Lin Yang closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged once more. The crowd murmured, "Is this a cultivation fanatic? Does he perceive nothing but cultivation? There exists an abundance of splendid experiences in this world. Majestic mountains, beautiful lives, and myriad wonders. Why not spare some time to truly savor life?" They could never fathom the sense of helplessness Lin Yang felt from his 2 lives. Blending into the crowd. Now that he had the opportunity to live again, accompanied by a divine system, he was determined to fight for his life. In this lifetime, he would be the master of his own destiny. No one could impede Lin Yang's advance. If the gods come, he would slay the gods. If the Buddhas come, he would slay the Buddhas. Even the heavenly Tao could not obstruct him. Should it dare to stand in his way, he would obliterate it. You impudent youth! How dare you disregard us? At this moment, the elder of the Law Enforcement Peak spoke up, displeased with Wen Tian. Indeed, regardless of how exceptional your talent may be, if you do not comprehend the fundamental principle of respecting your teachers, you will inevitably encounter calamities. Talent is a blessing, but arrogance is the trait of a genius. However, excessive pride is far from commendable. Old Crow, your disciple truly lacks decorum, showing no respect whatsoever. A chorus of peak elders chimed in, leveraging their seniority to criticize Lin Yang, pointing fingers at him. The old crow's expression darkened as he regarded the assembly before him. These individuals had yet to emerge from their past sense of superiority, still viewing his Crow Peak as the soft target it once was. Esteemed elders, if you have no further matters, I kindly request you to take your leave. My disciple from Crow Peak is not one for you to critique. You? Very well, Old Crow. You have taken in a talented disciple, yet you now hold yourself in such high esteem. We extend our good intentions to guide. And you treat us as villains? How ironic, treating kindness as if it were something vile. I hope that when the 10 peak competition occurs, you can still maintain such bravado. A group of peak elders turned their backs. Clearly irked, the old crow, incensed, thought to himself, these old geezers were infuriating. On the surface, they spoke as if it were for the benefit of Crow Peak, yet secretly, they sought to suppress him further, reminding him that even with a talented disciple, he could not stand on equal footing with them. Elders, why waste breath on them? Since they refuse to leave, let us drive them away. At this moment, Lin Yang rose, his expression decidedly cold as he approached. This incessant prattling was driving him to distraction. You young brat, when our elders are conversing, when did it become your turn to interject? Kid, do not presume that your exceptional talent grants you the right to defy the elders. Lin Yang sauntered closer, stretching his limbs as he surveyed the assembly of peak elders, and with a grin, he spoke. Aren't you all merely relying on your so-called status as peak elders to pontificate here? Must I heed every word you utter? Ultimately, whose words matter depends on whose fist is mightier. Without your status as peak elders, I could easily eliminate you with a mere wave of my hand. The words sent shockwaves through the assembly of elders, leaving them dumbfounded. Eliminate the peak elders with a mere wave of his hand? Arrogant, utterly outrageous. It was indeed an unprecedented level of audacity for a mere peak disciple to challenge the esteemed elders. The old crow, sensing the brewing storm, quickly stepped forward to restrain Lin Yang. He understood that Lin Yang harbored zero tolerance for insolence, having previously injured Jin Fengyue, who had displayed a similar haughty demeanor. It was vital to note that Lin Yang had only been at the first tier of the Spirit King realm before. Now that he had broken through to the third tier, who could fathom the extent of his combat prowess? Calm down, young one. Do not act recklessly, the old crow urged, positioning himself before Lin Yang. To the other peak elders, this action appeared as if he were attempting to protect Lin Yang from their retribution. Little did they realize, the old crow was solely concerned for the safety of the elders. Consequently, the elders became even more unrestrained. Humph, old crow, your disciple is quite impressive, yet he dares to challenge us? Were it not for your face, we would have surely taught this lad a lesson today. Has he not yet matured enough to learn how to engage in combat across greater realms? Child, your path ahead is long. Do not presume too much. Suddenly, a thunderous fist of light erupted, as robust as a house, soaring past the assembly of elders and shooting skyward. The entire peak trembled violently, massive cracks appearing and rapidly spreading toward the base of the mountain. The peak was on the verge of collapse in that instant. The protective mountain array activated autonomously, unleashing dozens of golden beams into the sky. However, the array could only withstand for a brief moment before collapsing with a resounding crash. The power of Lin Yang's fist was unrivaled, causing all 10 peaks to resonate with a thundering roar before piercing the heavens. The elders stood in stunned silence, eyes wide, unable to move. At that moment, they felt an icy chill run down their spines, realizing how close they had come to death, an unprecedented sensation of fear enveloping them. A cold voice echoed through the air. Speak one more word, and I shall slay you all. Lin Yang retracted his fist, casting a frigid glance at the assembly before turning back toward the bamboo cottage. This time, an unusual silence fell over the crowd. Not a single word was uttered in unison. They turned and soared into the sky, departing from Crow Peak at breakneck speed. The old crow watched the peak elders retreat, a wry smile of helplessness gracing his features. I had already intervened. Why could they not exercise a modicum of caution and refrain from provoking that lad? Observing the immense power of Lin Yang's fist, the old crow felt a tremor of unease. Even he, a formidable being at the 8th tier of the Spirit King realm, would have met a fate of utter annihilation had he faced that strike. How surreal! Just half a day ago, when I welcomed him, he was but a mere spirit master. Now, he had grown to a level that commanded my utmost respect. One individual alone had managed to intimidate the 10 peak elders. Such talent and combat prowess, truly extraordinary, if not the greatest in history. The old crow gazed at the meditating Lin Yang, murmuring to himself. Chapter 57. Transforming Qi into Form, Achieving the Divine. The old crow approached Lin Yang. Ahem, I have a question for you. Clearing his throat, the old crow refrained from referring to Lin Yang as youngster, suddenly feeling a sense of restraint. He could not help it. Lin Yang's extraordinary abilities left him feeling uncertain and fearful. Lin Yang looked on with curiosity. Elder, what is it? The old crow inquired. Have you perhaps refined all the spirit veins underground? Lin Yang replied. Elder, did you not say that all these spirit veins were for me? The old crow pressed. Not a single one left. None. The old crow was momentarily taken aback, then sighed deeply and said, Oh well, since I have already promised you, let it be that it is indeed a pity that the spiritual energy of the Crow Peak will, from now on, be far inferior to that of other main peaks. If this continues, it is likely that we will soon fall from the ranks of the top 10 main peaks. Lin Yang observed the old man before him and realized that this old rascal was hinting at something significant. Waiting for him to catch on, Elder, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, Lin Yang replied, feeling weary of the constant traps laid by his position as the elder of the main peak. However, since he had absorbed the spiritual veins beneath the main peak to further its interests, it was not entirely unreasonable. He was not the type to take without giving back. Moreover, he had not completely refined the underground spiritual veins, as he would never engage in the act of killing the hen that lays the eggs or draining the pond dry. He had left the last spiritual vein within the earth to gradually nourish the main peak's spiritual energy. Noticing that Lin Yang had already seen through his thoughts, the old crow coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness and continued. You must have heard about the competition for the top 10 main peaks that the other elders just mentioned. Right? Lin Yang replied, I am not familiar with the details. What do you need me to do? The old crow explained. The competition for the top 10 main peaks is a grand event organized by the sect for the 100 peaks. The rankings are determined by the outcomes of this competition, which takes place once a year. Each peak sends forth 10 disciples to compete, and their respective ranks will dictate the position of their peaks. My Crow Peak has always held a steady place among the top 10 due to its location on the Dragon Vein. However, ever since the Dragon Vein disappeared, our rank has been steadily declining. And now we find ourselves at the tail end of the top 10. With you having absorbed the remaining spiritual veins, our main peak will only continue to decline. The only solution is to reclaim a top 10 position in the competition. Lin Yang nodded slightly and remarked, it sounds similar to the assessment for outer disciples to enter the inner sect. The old crow agreed. Exactly, Lin Yang countered, but our Crow Peak has only one disciple, me. Isn't each peak required to send 10 disciples? The old crow clarified, it can be a maximum of 10, but even one disciple can participate. Lin Yang nodded and asked, oh, if I achieve a rank in the competition, what benefits will I receive? The old crow, exasperated, thought to himself, why does this kid always inquire about the benefits of every action? Will he not act if there are no benefits? This is his own main peak. After all, reluctantly, the old crow replied, after achieving a rank, the sect will grant substantial rewards, including spiritual veins, top-tier elixirs, spiritual herbs, and skill manuals. If you participate and secure a rank, we will split the resources evenly. Lin Yang responded, all right, the old crow exclaimed. What? Lin Yang paused, chuckled, and said, no problem, I'll participate. When does the competition commence? The old crow informed him, in 2 days. 2 days is plenty of time. Before that, I'll make an attempt to challenge the core disciples' dragon and tiger ranking. Lin Yang stated. The old crow observed Lin Yang and chuckled, shaking his head. You really are in dire need of cultivation resources. The dragon and tiger ranking can also yield cultivation resources. Go ahead. In these 2 days, feel free to wander outside. Just remember to return to the main peak in 2 days, and I will take you to the competition. As Lin Yang stood to leave, the old crow called out, rest assured, elder. After saying this, Lin Yang soared into the sky. At that moment, a tiger's roar echoed, and a white-patterned tiger king leaped towards Lin Yang from the foot of the mountain. Xiaobai, Lin Yang smiled at the spectral tiger king. After arriving at Crow Peak, he had instructed Xiaobai to remain at the foot of the mountain, as the presence of the spectral tiger king could intimidate most inner disciples. However, it was somewhat inadequate on the main peak and might even attract unwanted attention. Master, the spectral tiger king approached Lin Yang. With a swift motion, Lin Yang landed atop the tiger king Xiaobai's massive form and commanded. To Tianke Peak. Tianke Peak was the battleground for the competition of the core disciples' dragon and tiger ranking. Yes, master, the tiger king transformed into a flash of white light and soared towards Tianke Peak. Tianke Peak, positioned in the second row after the top 10 main peaks, was equally magnificent. Upon arriving at Tianke Peak with Xiaobai, Lin Yang noticed the absence of any detection stone tablet. Only a gigantic arena. To enter the rankings, one must challenge the strong contenders listed on the dragon and tiger ranking. Beside the arena stood a wooden tablet adorned with numerous disciple tokens that recorded the rankings of the core disciples. To challenge, one simply needed to remove a token from the list. The area around the dragon and tiger arena was crowded with spectators, as a disciple stepped forward to seize a token from the strong contender's name. Eager to challenge and ascend the ranks, Lin Yang caught a glimpse of the disciple taking down the token for the 49th position, Qin Changsheng, Spirit Master Level 2. Only 49 yet all were at Spirit Master Level 2. Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the core disciples' dragon and tiger ranking was significantly more prestigious than that of ordinary disciples. As soon as the disciple removed Qin Changsheng's token, it transformed into a particle of energy, gradually coalescing into a humanoid figure upon the arena. Tio manifest form from energy. What an exquisite technique! Lin Yang's pupils constricted slightly at this display. Such divine powers undoubtedly qualified as supreme divine abilities. To condense a battle spirit from a strand of spiritual consciousness and even replicate the original's strongest state, though it could only last for 10 breaths, was still astonishingly formidable. This kind of supreme divine ability was nearing the realm of god-level skills, a sight Lin Yang had never witnessed before. Undoubtedly, the individual behind this was an unparalleled powerhouse with profound mastery. Just then, a dull thud echoed through the arena as Lin Yang pondered. Looking up, he saw the challenger unable to withstand even a single strike from Qin Changsheng, who had sent him tumbling off the arena, causing an uproar among the crowd below. How could someone who can't withstand a single blow dare to challenge the Dragon and Tiger ranking? Merely a Spirit Master level 8. Yet he dares to challenge across realms, especially against a genius disciple. Although Qin Changsheng lacked a special physique, it was rumored that he had inherited the legacy of an ancient mighty being, making his strength no trivial matter. Otherwise, he would not have maintained his position on the core disciples Dragon and Tiger ranking for so long. Lin Yang observed as Qin Changsheng's spectral form gradually dissipated, transforming back into a token that returned to the 49th position on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. Interesting.it. Seems those on the Dragon and Tiger ranking are quite formidable, Lin Yang mused, a smile spreading across his face as he patted the Tiger King Xiao Bai's head. You stay here and wait for me. With that, Lin Yang stepped forward. Suddenly, a figure ascended the arena before him. This was a man clad in a white robe, adorned with strange writings. Lin Yang squinted, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that this was Lin Yang, ranked third among the top 10 outer disciples, who had entered the inner sect alongside him. In such a short span, he had already reached the pinnacle of Spirit Master level, just a step away from Spirit King. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened as he discerned Lin Yang's cultivation level. The swiftness of his breakthrough was surprising. In the Liang sect, there were many talented disciples, and Lin Yang was undoubtedly one of the most brilliant among them, even after entering the inner sect. Which elder did he apprentice under? Lin Yang pondered. On the stage, Lin Yang, holding a folding fan, approached the wooden tablet bearing the disciple tokens, similarly selecting Qin Changsheng as his opponent. As the spiritual energy gathered in the arena, Qin Changsheng manifested once more. Qin Changsheng remarked, another one? How truly tiresome. Although merely a fragment of consciousness, it still possesses the cognitive awareness of its true self. At this moment, Qin Changsheng, faced with a series of challenges, displayed a hint of impatience upon his countenance. With a thunderous roar, Qin Changsheng sprang into action, his fist clenched in a formidable seal as he unleashed a devastating strike towards Lin Yang. Previously, he had dispatched an opponent from the platform with this very blow, and now he aimed to replicate the feat with a swift motion. Lin Yang snapped his folding fan shut and raised it to block the incoming punch. A resounding crash echoed as a violent surge of energy erupted from the arena, engulfing the air in a cloud of dust. He had managed to defend against it. This individual had withstood a strike from Qin Changsheng, a master of the second tier of the Spirit King realm, despite being merely at the Spirit Master level. His combat prowess was indeed formidable. Who was this person to possess such strength while challenging someone of a higher realm? His innate talent must be extraordinary as well. I recognize him. He seems to be a disciple under the elder of Tianxian Peak, named Lin Yang, a disciple of Tianxian Peak. ISNT, that place only open to female disciples? Do you really believe such nonsense? If you can't join, it's either due to your lack of talent or your unappealing looks. To be honest, this lad's talent is indeed remarkable. He managed to withstand Qin Changsheng's blow. And the most crucial point is that he is exceedingly handsome. Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Lin Yang selectively absorbed some of the conversation. So, the other party had indeed joined Tianxian Peak. It seems that his rapid advancement is closely related to the resources available at Tianxian Peak. Lin Yang had first-hand experience of the bountiful resources of the main peak. Otherwise, he would not have made such swift progress to the Spirit King realm in such a short time. Huia Peak possesses spiritual veins, and the other main peaks must also harbor various rare treasures. Observing the battle before him, Lin Yang could not help but shake his head slightly. Within 10 strikes, defeat was inevitable. He was referring to Lin Yang. The latter's combat ability, while exceptional for a Spirit Master, paled in comparison when placed against the vast realm of the Spirit King. Furthermore, Lin Yang's strikes appeared remarkably rudimentary. akin to a novice without any discernible techniques or magical arts, relying solely on raw spiritual energy for resistance. Added to that was Qin Chongqing's considerable strength. His innate talent was unlikely inferior to that of Lin Yang. With a thunderous crash, the battle reached its conclusion. Qin Chongqing's punch landed, and this time Lin Yang could no longer endure. His body propelled backward and off the stage. Indeed, he could not withstand even 10 strikes. Standing below the platform, Lin Yang once more opened his folding fan, shaking his head with a sigh. It seemed he was still not a match. The Longhu ranking for core disciples contained only 49 names, with Qin Chongqing occupying the last position. If they could not even defeat the last ranked, the prospect of making it onto the list was utterly out of reach. With a whoosh, just as Qin Chongqing's token flew back, Lin Yang moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow and ascending the platform. He had to act swiftly, fearing that someone might challenge before him. As Lin Yang stepped onto the wooden tablet, he gazed upward, noting that between ranks 30 and 49, without exception, all were of the Spirit King realm. However, the highest among them was merely at the third tier of the Spirit King realm. It appeared that even within the same realm, disparities in combat prowess existed among individuals. After some contemplation, Lin Yang decided to commence his challenges from the first position of the Spirit King third tier. It was an opportune moment for him to ascertain the gap between himself and these talented disciples. Lin Yang removed the token. The core disciple Longhu ranking placed him at the 30th position, with the cultivation of the Spirit King third tier, named Lung Feng. Whoa, who is this person? He dares to challenge Lung Feng, who is ranked 30th right off the bat. This individual's realm is impressive. The monitoring revealed that he also stands at the Spirit King third tier. Ha! So what if they are both Spirit King third tier? Have you not seen how many powerful figures behind him are also at that level? He actually dares to challenge the top position immediately. Lung Feng is renowned as the little invincible within the Spirit King third tier. Otherwise, he would not maintain his position at the pinnacle of that realm. Even among those of the same tier, the gaps between individuals can be vast. I suspect this newcomer will not last 10 exchanges against Lung Feng. 10 exchanges? You overestimate him. I bet he won't even endure a single strike. The spectators below buzzed with chatter, none of them optimistic about Lin Yang's chances. After his match, Lin Yang planned to leave. But upon hearing that someone was directly challenging the 30th rank, he halted his steps. He was curious to see who possessed such audacity to challenge the 30th rank right away. Yes, he cast his gaze upon the figure on the platform. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. It was him, Lin Yang, who had ranked first in the outer sect assessment. How could his realm have advanced so rapidly? He was now at the Spirit King third tier. This lad is infuriating. As if being more handsome than me is not enough, he is training at a level even more formidable than mine. Go think I possess the chaotic body, which, while not fully developed, is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Damn it, could it be that my chaotic body is merely a fade? Chapter 59. Endless Battle, the ancient war body at the top on the platform. The ethereal figure solidified, Lung Feng, clad in a long green robe, stood opposite Lin Yang, a smirk curling upon his lips. You wish to challenge me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Boom. Lin Yang offered no response, only unleashing a resplendent, boundless fist radiance. The force of his punch enveloped the entire arena, crashing forth like thunder and sweeping everything in its path. As the fist radiance dissipated, only Lin Yang remained. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yang pondered. Why must everyone utter some nonsensical banter during combat? Is it impossible to refrain from posturing? The crowd below was left in stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. With a single punch, he obliterated the formidable figure ranked 30th. Expressions of disbelief froze on the faces of the spectators, their gazes fixed on Lin Yang atop the platform. The unspoken display of arrogance was even more impressive. Without a single superfluous word, he asserted his authority through sheer might. This was the zenith of posturing, speaking with true strength. After a brief moment of silence, the arena erupted into a cacophony of fervent discussion. I must be seeing things. Did he just take out Lung Feng with a single punch? You are not mistaken. I nearly soiled myself. My pants are damp. So powerful. Why is there such a vast disparity despite being at the same Spirit King third tier? All I see in him are two words: invincible. This is the true visage of invincibility. Overwhelming an entire realm. Is there anyone willing to share who this individual is and where he hails from? It would be prudent for us to avoid provoking a formidable figure like him. Wuya Peak, Lin Yong. The crowd gazed at Lin Yong with a mixture of shock, fear, and reverence. At that moment, the figure of this man loomed larger than life, akin to an undefeated deity traversing the heavens. Lin Yong's mouth hung agape as he beheld Lin Yong on the platform. After a prolonged silence, he raised his hand to close his dropped jaw, swallowing hard. Damn, this kid is a freak. He must be a monster. To possess such combat prowess at the Spirit King realm, he could contend with the Spirit Sect. Lin Yong shook his head, repeatedly reminding himself, "Stay calm. You are also a genius prodigy, a rare chaotic body. With diligent cultivation, this lad will inevitably be beneath your feet." Just then, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. In a way, he is directly challenging the first-ranked Wuzhong across a staggering 6 realms. This is outrageous. Wuzhong is a pinnacle figure at the 9th tier of the Spirit King realm, possessing the ancient war body, known to be truly invincible within the same realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the audacity to challenge Wuzhong signifies a level of courage that surpasses that of most individuals. As Lin Yong observed Lin Yong audaciously leap over 30 contenders to challenge the strongest among them, his heart tightened with a sudden pang of anxiety. He had always prided himself on having awakened the chaotic body, considering himself a unique existence among the masses. Yet, his combat prowess was undeniably pitiful. This was largely attributable to his own laziness and reluctance to cultivate, compounded by his limited mastery of martial techniques. However, he now realized that these were not the primary reasons for his shortcomings. The true crux of the matter lay in his lack of an indomitable spirit, one that dares to wield a blade against the heavens and confront adversity head-on. To ascend as a genuine peak powerhouse, one must fear no adversary, regardless of their superior realm. For in the hearts of true warriors, the only invincible force is oneself. While competitions may yield victories and defeats, the heart of a strong individual remains unyielding. Only by forging ahead with a fearless heart can one truly stand unwavering at the pinnacle. At that moment, he perceived such a fearless spirit emanating from Lin Yong. The ancient battle body, perhaps, on the arena. Lin Yong listened to the murmurs from the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. Undoubtedly, the individual occupying the top position among the core disciples possessed formidable abilities and was a true force to be reckoned with. There was even a chance that he had already stepped into the forbidden realms of power. In that instant, as Lin Yong removed his identity token, a towering figure appeared before him, a man of impressive stature. The moment he materialized, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. He regarded Lin Yong with a calm demeanor. Though merely an apparition, a manifestation of spiritual consciousness, he exuded an overwhelming aura of strength. His expression was devoid of any color other than tranquility. Yet he radiated an intense sense of confidence and invincibility. This was the essence of a true powerhouse. Lin Yong beheld this individual's emergence, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. He knew he had finally encountered a worthy opponent. This man, undoubtedly, was a genuine prodigy. "Fight!" Lin Yong exclaimed, his voice low yet resolute, as his aura surged, reaching its peak state. This opponent had earned the right to witness his full strength. At that moment, Wuzhong raised his right hand and pressed it down toward Lin Yong. His voice remained calm, his movements casual. Yet, as he lifted his hand, the very air crackled with energy, the surrounding spiritual essence swirling violently toward his palm. Even at this juncture, lightning flickered from his palm, accompanied by the sounds of thunder. This was the secret technique of the Thunder Path. With a hum, a 6-pointed star formation materialized above Lin Yong's head, dazzlingly radiant as if igniting the very heavens, causing the entire atmosphere to tremble. Thunder Path martial arts? No, there were other formidable divine powers intertwined within. Lin Yong gazed upwards at the 6-pointed star formation, its overwhelming presence causing his expression to shift, his heart racing, not from fear of its might, but from the realization that he could sense multiple powerful fluctuations of divine energy emanating from the formation. This individual had, astonishingly, fused several divine techniques into a single strike. This revelation ignited Lin Yang's fighting spirit. Just right, my Emperor Fist has yet to encounter a rival since its mastery. Let us see whose divine techniques prevail. Lin Yang proclaimed, his battle intent surging as a powerful aura continued to amplify, his innate spiritual essence flooding into his right hand. His palm glowed with the radiance of his fist, the golden light shining resplendently. Boom! The fist's radiance transformed into a golden beam, shooting skyward and enveloping the entire arena, akin to a world-destroying divine light, instantly piercing the six-pointed star formation before him. The beam's momentum remained unabated, rivaling the protective array of the mountain, surging into the heavens and triggering a colossal explosion that dispersed the clouds for miles around. Waves of ferocious energy rippled across the sky, radiating outward into the distance. Gazing at the resplendent fist of light, the spectators were left in stunned silence. Lin Yang exclaimed, "Is this still human?" In the moment the formation shattered, Wu Zhong's imposing figure sprang into action, vanishing from sight and reappearing in the blink of an eye before Lin Yang, launching a fist towards him. Lin Yang, undaunted, understood that in a contest of fists, his Emperor Fist had never known defeat. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing an explosion of brilliance, energy erupting in an instant, resembling a cascade of starlight that dazzled the onlookers. Before them, the collision of energies formed a protective shield, the rampant forces inciting a tumult among the spiritual essences of the world, casting the surroundings into shadow. The clash of two Spirit King-level powerhouses had indeed provoked a cataclysmic shift in the very fabric of reality. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, were left aghast, their expressions transformed. The power displayed by these two was nothing short of extraordinary. Observing that his Emperor Fist was met with equal force, Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly. Since mastering the Emperor Fist, he had never encountered an adversary. Even when battling those of higher realms, he had swept through them effortlessly. Yet here stood Wu Zhong, a formidable opponent of only the 9th layer of the Spirit King realm, capable of matching him blow for blow. How could this not astonish Lin Yang? However, as Lin Yang prepared to exert his strength once more, Wu Zhong retreated, standing at the back of the arena. He regarded Lin Yang, his eyes betraying a flicker of emotion. This spiritual form can only sustain for 10 breaths. I look forward to our confrontation in reality. With that, Wu Zhong's figure gradually faded from view, and his ranking slipped to second place. Lin Yang's identity token soared into the air, beginning to absorb the energies of the surrounding world, and a voice resonated in his mind. Please condense a strand of your spiritual consciousness and place it within. This voice was reminiscent of the one that had allowed him to leave his mark on the Longhu ranking during his previous challenge. It appeared that the mastermind behind this ranking was likely the same entity. Lin Yang nodded slightly, extending his finger to gently touch the identity token, releasing a wisp of spiritual consciousness that merged into it. With a hum, a golden light erupted from the token, rapidly radiating across the entire mountain. Subsequently, the token began to ascend towards the first position. Simultaneously, 3 golden orbs emerged from the void, landing before Lin Yang. The voice resounded once more. This is your reward for achieving first place. Lin Yang reached out, and as he grasped the 3 orbs, they surged into his palm and were subsequently stored within his spatial ring. In that instant, a tremendous uproar erupted from the crowd below the arena. He won. He actually defeated Wu Zhong. My goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Not even Wu Zhong could stand against him. This individual is only at the 3rd layer of the Spirit King realm, yet he has vanquished the 9th layer powerhouse known as the Invincible Existence among equals. His talent is astonishing. He must surely rank first within the Liang sect. Perhaps not, for there are numerous powerful individuals within the sect, and countless prodigies abound. While his talent and strength are exceptional, it may not be enough to claim the top spot. However, he should undoubtedly be within the first tier, as Wu Zhong is also considered a genius of that caliber. Lin Yang, I recall now. He is the one who resonated with the peak-breaking stone just half a day ago. Is this for real? In just half a day, He challenged both the Longhu rankings and secured the top position. This is truly extraordinary. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gasps echoing. Lin Yong remained unfazed. While the onlookers were oblivious, he was acutely aware that in the recent battle, he had not truly triumphed over Wu Zhong. For a spiritual apparition, though capable of exhibiting peak combat prowess, could only sustain itself for 10 breaths. The earlier stalemate had merely consumed time. Should they collide in reality, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. As Wu Zhong's spiritual form dissipated, Lin Yong noticed the undeniable spark of fighting spirit in his eyes. An unwavering confidence, a belief in his own invincibility. Wu Zhong, is it? Lin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, his right fist clenched as his own battle intent surged. I too look forward to our next encounter. After completing all of this, Lin Yong leaped off the arena and landed on the majestic figure of the Tiger King. Xiaobai. He affectionately patted the creature's head and exclaimed, Xiaobai, return to the Crow Master Peak. With a deep, resonant roar, the Tiger King unfurled its wings and took to the skies. Observing Lin Yang's departing silhouette, Lin Yong, standing amidst the crowd, exhibited a flicker of enigmatic emotion in his eyes. A hint of battle intent subtly emanating from him. Moments later, however, the aura surrounding him vanished completely. In this fleeting life, the essence of existence lies in being carefree and unrestrained. Who cares about strength or battles? It is best to go with the flow. After a brief surge of fighting spirit, Lin Yong reverted to his previous mindset. Expect him to earnestly cultivate. Such a notion was utterly impossible in this lifetime. Life is a game, a celebration of existence, a pursuit of freedom and carefree indulgence. This is his life philosophy. Time to return and frolic with the senior and junior sisters. My beautiful companions, the dashing gentleman has returned. The mere thought of the enchanting lifestyle with Tianxian Nu made Lin Yong secretly nod in approval of his choice. Companionship with beauties, how refined! Upon returning to Crow Master Peak, Lin Yong patted the Tiger King Xiaobai and said, All right, go and amuse yourself. The Tiger King, in its majestic form, pondered, I am a fully grown beast king, and you wish for me to play? Why does my master always treat me like a mere pet? Despite a tinge of discontent in its heart, the Tiger King wandered off to find a more shaded spot, where it lay down to rest. As Lin Yong ascended to the main peak, the old crow approached him without delay, asking, Kid, why are you back so soon? Lin Yong replied, I've finished my business. Finished? In such a brief period, what rank did you achieve? The old crow inquired, puzzled. Lin Yong nonchalantly stated, I have no interest in any position other than first. With that, he produced the reward for achieving the top rank. The old crow gasped, the first place in the core disciple dragon and tiger rankings. You not pulling my leg, are you? Breathing rapidly, the old crow was utterly exhilarated. Within half a day, Lin Yong had surged through 2 significant rankings, both securing the top position. Truly extraordinary. This disciple of the main peak indeed possesses the demeanor of a king among men. Unparalleled among his peers. Chapter 61, Divine Skill, Starry River Body Refinement Technique. The reward for being the top core disciple includes a jade bottle containing 25th grade elixirs, a 5th grade spiritual herb, and a low-grade earth tier weapon. Gazing at these 3 treasures before him, Lin Yong sighed inwardly. Just a drop in the bucket. Such a meager amount of elixirs and herbs wound tea even sufficed to fill the gaps between his teeth. Setting the elixirs and herb aside, his gaze fell upon the low-grade earth tier weapon. A black gold long sword adorned with intricate dragon patterns, its blade sharp as a razor. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, producing a sound reminiscent of the air being sliced. The speed at which he wielded the long sword was not particularly fast. It was the weapon's inherent sharpness that generated such a sound. It was indeed sharp, yet how resilient was it? Inspecting the long sword, Lin Yong pinched it between his fingers and applied slight pressure. Crack! The sword snapped cleanly in 2. Doubt crept into his mind. Was this truly a low-grade earth tier weapon? Why was it so fragile? He hadn't even exerted much effort, and yet it broke so easily. Nearby, the old crow watched Lin Yang's puzzling actions with a sense of bewilderment. Did this kid harbor some deep-seated grudge against weapons? First, the mystic tier longsword, now the earth tier longsword. both shattered by his mere pinched. That moment, Lin Yong turned his attention to the old crow and inquired, "Elder, do you have any heavenly tier weapons available for the disciples to use?" The major competition among the top 10 peaks is set to commence in 2 days, and it would be beneficial for the disciple to secure a better ranking. The old crow, observing Lin Yang's tendency to crush 2 weapons in succession, decisively shook his head and replied, "No, you brat, heavenly tier weapons are not as common as cabbages. Just because you ask doesn't mean you'll get one." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, heavenly tier weapons represent the pinnacle of weaponry. Encountering them casually was implausible. Noting that Lin Yang merely inquired without pressing for a weapon, the old crow felt a sense of relief. He indeed possessed 2 heavenly tier weapons, yet he dared not offer them to Lin Yang. Should the boy break them as well, it would be catastrophic. Heavenly tier weapons are crafted from extraordinary materials. Generally, their hardness is so high that Lin Yang would be unable to break them. However, the old crow remained cautious. After all, Lin Yang was an anomaly. What if he managed to snap one? The Crow Peak was already quite destitute. He could not afford such reckless extravagance. Lin Yang sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, refining the elixirs and herbs he had obtained, subsequently entering a meditative state for cultivation. Once the competition among the top 10 peaks concludes, I shall depart the sect. Remaining within the sect, I cannot dare fully utilize the heavenly Tao scripture for cultivation, as it would drain the spiritual energy and vitality from the surrounding area, a situation the sect would never allow. Lin Yang pondered his future path. Leaving the sect is the first step. Once outside, the vast world awaits, allowing him to cultivate the heavenly Tao scripture without reservations. The system's daily refresh time was quickly approaching. Lin Yang focused his thoughts on the system, glancing at the remaining refresh time for the divine skill. Just a few minutes left. It generally refreshed around 6 o'clock each evening. Lin Yang was unsure why the system employed an hourly rather than a traditional timekeeping method. Ding! The divine skill has refreshed. Please retrieve it, host. The minutes swiftly passed. The system's timely refresh was indeed quite considerate. Lin Yang immersed himself in the system and soon discovered the newly refreshed divine skill. Daily refresh divine skill. Starry River Body Refinement Technique, divine level. Would you like to extract it? Lin Yang. Extract. Starry River Body Refinement Technique. Communicates with the heavens and the starry river, harnessing the power of starlight to forge the flesh, drawing upon the malevolent energies of the starry sea to temper the cells, ensuring each cell is as full as a star, ultimately enhancing the body's strength to the level of sanctification. Wow! What an extraordinary body refinement technique. Upon mastering it, one could achieve a corporeal sanctity, making every single cell as robust as a celestial body. Lin Yang was taken aback, gasping in astonishment upon reading the description of this technique. The human body contains countless cells. If every cell were forged to be as solid as a star, would his punch not shake the very seas of stars? Should this technique be perfected, he could traverse the entire continent with merely his physical form. In an instant, a fervent passion ignited within Lin Yang. After imprinting the Starry River Body Refinement technique in his mind, he slowly opened his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if he could see celestial bodies whirling and floating within his gaze. Truly, his eyes were like the starry river. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this vision vanished, restoring him to his normal state. Lin Yang turned to Elder Crow, approached him respectfully, and clasped his hands, asking, "Elder, I have a question." The old crow involuntarily raised an eyebrow at Lin Yang's sudden formality. Whenever this kid became respectful, it usually meant trouble. Nevertheless, the old crow patiently replied, "What is it? Speak, as the elder of the main peak." Lin Yang, being the sole disciple, would naturally seek him out first in times of need. Apart from the old tiger snoozing nearby, there was no one else present. Lin Yang asked, "Within our sect, are there any formations that lead to the outer realms? Or which peak is the most towering, closest to the celestial dome? Outer realm formations?" Hearing Lin Yang's query, the old crow was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. He gazed at Lin Yang with a puzzled look and asked, "Why are you suddenly inquiring about outer realm formations? That leads to the universe beyond, accessible only to saints. Although our sect is a first-rate power, it is limited to the Daiqian dynasty. Such extraordinary formations would not appear anywhere outside of those sacred grounds or ancient clans. Lin Yang nodded slowly upon hearing this. It seems that those who possess the means to access the outer realms are formidable entities in the entire continent. Which peak in the sect is closest to the celestial heavens? Lin Yang continued to inquire. He wished to cultivate the starry river body refinement technique, and the closer he was to the outer realms, the better. The peak closest to the outer realms is the Ascendant Peak, the old crow replied, then fixed Lin Yang with a serious gaze, warning him, I do not know what you intend to do. But the Ascendant Peak is the foremost among the top 10 peaks. Do not act recklessly. Without the permission of the elder from the Ascendant Peak, do not force your way in. Lin Yang nodded. Feigning obedience, the disciple understands. Thank you for the information, elder, I shall take my leave now. Lin Yang watched the silhouette of the old crow recede into the distance. A profound sense of unease began to swell within him. Chapter 62. The Way and the Principle. The Peak of Ascension, the foremost among the 10 principal peaks. Within its confines stood a multitude of elders of the spirit sect, numbering over 10, alongside countless prodigious disciples. At this very moment, Lin Yang was making his way toward the Peak of Ascension. He sought to ascend this peak to cultivate the star river body cleansing technique, harnessing the celestial energies beyond the stars to temper his physical form. Lin Yang's intentions were straightforward. Since they all belonged to the same sect, it should pose no issue for disciples to ascend the mountain for a visit. After all, he had witnessed numerous visitors from other principal peaks at the Crow Peak, seemingly without the need for the old crow's permission. Upon reaching the base of the Peak of Ascension, Lin Yang noted that the Grand Formation had activated, enveloping the entire peak and forbidding direct flight. Observing the immense golden barrier before him, Lin Yang felt a twinge of surprise. Was there truly a formidable foe threatening the sect that necessitated such a protective measure? This raised his suspicions. Was the barrier intended to deter external enemies? Or was it meant to obstruct other sect members? His impression of the Peak of Ascension soured in an instant. Nevertheless, he stifled his agitation and settled at the entrance. After all, he was here to seek assistance, not to stir trouble. Moreover, other principal peaks had sent their disciples to trouble the Crow Peak. Yet he had not encountered anyone from the Peak of Ascension. At the entrance of the Peak of Ascension stood a towering stone pillar inscribed with 3 grand characters, Peak of Ascension. Within these inscriptions lay a trace of the way and principle, prompting Lin Yang to sense the heavenly Tao scripture within him, stirring to life. He had not anticipated that someone at the Peak of Ascension had grasped one of the great paths. Lin Yang was astounded. Such figures must surely hold a position of immense power within the sect. Yet he was left wondering who had etched these words. As he approached the portal, Lin Yang was about to step inside when a commanding voice echoed from within, Halt! Those who are not disciples of this peak, without an invitation, are forbidden from entering. A figure clad in white swiftly emerged from a tranquil path ahead. Observing this, Lin Yang clasped his hands and spoke. Senior brother, I am a disciple of the Crow Peak. I have heard that the Peak of Ascension is the foremost among the 10 principal peaks, and I have come to pay my respects. Pay your respects? The visitor raised an eyebrow, then scoffed. Does your Crow Peak even deserve to visit us at the Peak of Ascension? Whether your Crow Peak can maintain its position in the top 10 during the upcoming competition is still in question. Hearing the visitor's scornful remarks, Lin Yang's expression darkened slightly. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to visit and observe. I ask that too much to ask? Why is it that disciples from other principal peaks can freely come to the Crow Peak? Yet I am barred from entering yours? The white-clad man glared at Lin Yang, annoyance evident on his face. Do you not understand my words? Without an invitation from this peak, outsiders are prohibited from entering. I shall not repeat myself. Leave? Lin Yang's brow furrowed at the man's arrogance. He had simply inquired and presented the reality of the situation, yet it had provoked the other's wrath. Outsider, we are all disciples of the Liang sect. Do you not think you are being excessively overbearing? Lin Yang's demeanor turned cold. The white-clad man sneered, What of it? The Peak of Ascension possesses the strength to dominate you. Let me be clear. If a disciple from another peak were to come, I might allow them entry, but you from the Crow Peak? Absolutely not. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. We are all disciples of the principal peaks, yet you single out the Crow Peak. The white-clad man's patience wore thin as he glared at Lin Yang. Cursing, damn it, you insist on testing my patience, don't you? Your Crow Peak has long since fallen into obscurity and does not merit entry here. Do you understand? Now, leave. Immediately. With a swift motion, the white-clad man drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Lin Yang. If you do not retreat, or Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and regarded the individual before him. The aura emanating from the other person was suffused with a chilling essence, which rendered him quite uncomfortable. The alluring man smiled and said, I am Zhang Yaoyang, and I should be considered the person in charge you mentioned. You may speak directly to me regarding any matters, and I suggest you spare these four. What? He is Zhang Yaoyang, the chief disciple of the ascending heaven peak. It is rumored that he possesses the body of a demon saint. Who knows if it's true? With Zhang Yaoyang present, my visit to the ascending heaven peak today is indeed worthwhile. Zhang Yaoyang is a true seed-level contender, possessing formidable strength and few rivals, and rumors circulate that he has already transcended to the Spirit King level. Entering the Spirit Sect realm, whispers of the onlookers filled the air. Zhang Yaoyang? Lin Yang muttered to himself, as if searching for something in his mind. He then lifted his gaze to scan the man before him and replied calmly, I do not recognize you and have not heard of you. However, since you are the person in charge, speaking with you is acceptable. Lin Yang withdrew the pressure of the heavenly Tao, and the four individuals who had been suppressed felt an immediate sense of relief. Swiftly, the four retreated to stand behind Zhang Yaoyang, clasping their fists and bowing, Elder brother. Zhang Yaoyang cast a disdainful glance at the four and coldly remarked, What a disgraceful display. Why don't you hurry back? Yes, Elder brother, the four complied, retreating without a word of protest. Lin Yang observed this interaction and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, pondering to himself. These four seemed genuinely terrified of the man named Zhang Yaoyang. Once the four had withdrawn, Zhang Yaoyang resumed his smiling demeanor and gazed at Lin Yang, saying, Junior brother, you may now converse with me directly. Witnessing the blatant change in the man's expression, Lin Yang felt a surge of resistance and loathing. Nevertheless, since this individual was indeed the one in charge of the ascending heaven peak, he saw no need to waste time searching for others and promptly stated, I wish to ascend to the summit of your main peak and borrow a piece of land for 1 day of cultivation. Is this permissible? To cultivate at our main peak? Zhang Yaoyang was taken aback. Who would not understand the significance of a cultivation site, especially one at the top of the 10 main peaks? The ascending heaven peak is replete with spiritual energy, enhanced by formations that draw in the surrounding spiritual essence. A day's cultivation here is equivalent to several days outside. While disciples may observe from below, the summit is an absolute forbidden zone, accessible only to those of the main peak. Lin Yang's request to enter for cultivation was akin to treating them as fools. With a slight smile, Zhang Yaoyang replied, That is possible, but the summit is reserved for the disciples and elders of our main peak. There has never been a precedent for other disciples to enter. If you wish to gain access, you must prove you possess the strength to ascend. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for further pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. Seeing his impatient expression, Zhang Yaoyang was momentarily taken aback, his expression twitching involuntarily as a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yaoyang extended one hand, placing the other behind his back, and calmly stated, It is quite simple. If you can endure 10 strikes from me, I will allow you to cultivate at the summit for a day. How does that sound? Lin Yang was thoroughly put off by Zhang Yaoyang's pretentious demeanor. It was evident that he was reluctant to permit Lin Yang access. Yet he feigned the attitude of a refined gentleman. This made Lin Yang feel quite nauseated. After all, regardless of the words spoken, a confrontation was inevitable. With a sharp reprimand, Lin Yang stomped his foot, and a colossal dragon erupted from his body. The dragon was vividly lifelike, as if it had been truly awakened, roaring as it charged toward Zhang Yaoyang. True dragon secret technique. However, Lin Yang had made a slight modification to ensure that no one would realize he was employing the true dragon's secret technique. What a potent secret technique! Zhang Yaoyang exclaimed, astonished as a massive crimson bull surged forth from him, crackling with arcs of lightning. Lightning secret technique? Lightning secret technique? Is it? Lin Yang responded nonchalantly, pointing with his right hand and uttering a command. Go. Caw! A resounding bird call echoed through the sky as a golden pong bird soared forth, charging ahead. Kunpeng's secret technique. Once again, Lin Yang had made some alterations. Yet another exceptionally powerful secret technique. As Zhang Yaoyang beheld the golden pong bird materializing before him. Disbelief flashed across his face. However, just as he was taken aback, Lin Yang's voice rang out, "But wait, there's more." With rapid hand seals, Lin Yang summoned a multitude of fierce beasts from within him. Qilin, Phoenix, Xuanwu, Zhu Yan, and others. The formidable creatures of the ancient times were conjured forth through his Kunpeng and True Dragon techniques. Although not the true embodiment of the 10 fierce secret techniques, their might was still undeniably formidable. At this sight, the astonishment in Zhang Yaoyang's eyes was palpable. To wield such an array of secret techniques single-handedly was an extraordinary feat. Zhang Yaoyang was utterly stunned. Chapter 64. Defeating the demon saint body before them. Atop the ascending heaven peak, the sky was filled with the phantoms of ancient ferocious beasts, their roars reverberating, shaking the very ground beneath them. Each beast radiated a terrifying aura, bringing forth a primal essence that instilled dread in the hearts of the spectators. To describe these as mere phantoms would be an understatement. They were nearly corporeal. Such an achievement could only be accomplished by mastering the techniques to their utmost perfection. As Zhang Yaoyang beheld the horde of ferocious beasts charging toward him. His previously calm demeanor faltered. He quickly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Stars in the sky." A radiant halo descended, coalescing into a myriad of starry meteors above him, each one ablaze with fierce flames, painting the sky a brilliant red. The rain of meteors fell, resembling an apocalyptic catastrophe. Yet, against the true divine skills of Lin Yang's ancient beasts, this technique proved inadequate. The ancient beasts, birthed from Lin Yang's Kunpeng and True Dragon techniques, danced through the onslaught of falling meteors unimpeded. Though they were mere manifestations, they retained their innate divine abilities. Their power, while not on par with the true 10 fierce secret techniques, was still formidable enough to be comparable to divine powers. The beasts charged, soaring through the meteor storm. The Qilin roared, its front hooves striking forth, unleashing a terrifying wave of fire-red energy that dispersed the meteoric rain. This was the Qilin's innate divine skill. The Qilin step. With a single step, it caused the heavens to tremble, tapping into the might of mountains and seas to suppress its foes. The azure dragon roared, its form soaring through the sky. Its tail sweeping to obliterate a swath of meteors, while its claws shattered the very fabric of space before it, clearing the path of all enemies. The phoenix spread its wings, engulfed in flames, fanning a boundless sea of fire forward, incinerating the descending meteors before they could touch the ground. Zhu Yan howled, pounding its chest, and with a mighty strike to the earth, its form swelled to a size far greater than the tallest mountains, rendering the meteoric rain upon its body as mere tickles. These were the divine techniques birthed from the ancient beasts, each capable of overwhelming myriad foes, and with so many beasts united in their assault. Zhang Yaoyang's strength, though formidable, paled in comparison to Lin Yang's ancient beasts born of the True Kunpeng method and True Dragon secret technique. It was akin to a child wielding a wooden stick against a powerful warrior with a sword, a chasm of difference. In the essence of the divine techniques, Lin Yang had left Zhang Yaoyang far behind. Within a single breath, Zhang Yaoyang's defenses crumbled, and the rain of meteors vanished without a trace. Roar. The beasts and birds tore through the skies. Surging toward Zhang Yaoyang, Zhang Yaoyang's pupils constricted, and he began to retreat, exclaiming, "Demon Saint Sai, activate!" A radiant light erupted from his forehead, the symbol vanishing and revealing an eye unlike that of a human. Adorned with swirling hues, to meet its gaze instilled a sense of dizziness, as if one might lose themselves within its depths. A serpent, conjured from the ancient beasts, lunged toward Zhang Yaoyang, its massive jaws poised to bite down upon him. Swoosh! Zhang Yaoyang's third eye on his forehead suddenly emitted a beam of earthy yellow divine light, which astonishingly intercepted the attack from the celestial serpent. Witnessing this, Zhang Yaoyang was greatly shaken. How could it merely block the attack without obliterating the foe? This was, after all, the innate divine ability bestowed by his own demon saint body, formidable and terrifying in its might. Once the third eye opened and the divine light emerged, it had never encountered an opponent. In the past, any adversary struck by the earthy yellow divine light was instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Yet now, his own divine ability had failed to kill even a mere phantom of a ferocious beast. How could he not be astonished? At that very moment, the colossal dragon closed in, its claws as thick as a house descending directly towards Zhang Yaoyang. Already struggling to fend off one fierce beast, he now faced several others of equal strength, and a sense of despair began to rise within him. He was acutely aware that in a straightforward duel of divine abilities, he was powerless to resist. Back off! Zhang Yaoyang suddenly bellowed, his aura surging dramatically, revealing the full extent of his cultivation at the spirit realm. He was now serious, intending to crush Lin Yang with the true power of his grand realm. However, at that very moment, Lin Yang clenched his right fist, and in an instant, the ferocious beast phantoms surrounding Zhang Yaoyang vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. Zhang Yaoyang, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. He had been ready to overpower Lin Yang with the might of his grand realm, only to find that his opponent had simply withdrawn. This left him with a frustrating sensation akin to striking a fist against cotton. Hasn't it been 10 exchanges already? Lin Yang's voice drifted over, calm and indifferent. Not merely 10 exchanges. The clash of divine abilities must have exceeded 100, Zhang Yaoyang thought. Indeed, the divine abilities were a manifestation of one's own strength. He had not anticipated that a disciple from Crow Peak would master such a plethora of divine abilities, leaving even the foremost disciple of Ascending Heaven Peak, Zhang Yaoyang, flustered and overwhelmed, truly remarkable. Today's visit to Ascending Heaven Peak had not only allowed him to witness the formidable demon saint body of Zhang Yaoyang, but also the rise of another talented individual who overshadowed him, making the journey entirely worthwhile. Hush! Cannot you see the displeasure on Zhang Yaoyang's face? Do you wish to court death by belittling him now? Pfft! What is there to fear? He simply lacks the skill. Must we remain silent? Senior brother Yaoyang is indeed at the spirit realm. He was just about to demonstrate his prowess, yet Lin Yang chose to hold back in a true life-and-death duel. Senior brother Zhang would undoubtedly overpower him, leaving no chance for Lin Yang. Are you blind? Just blindly flattering? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Yaoyang's expression darkened ominously. These individuals were unreservedly declaring his inferiority to Lin Yang. The chief disciple of Ascending Heaven Peak was bested by a mere disciple from Crow Peak. Should he act further, it would only reinforce the notion that the disciples of Ascending Heaven Peak could not bear defeat, inviting ridicule upon themselves. May I ascend to the peak and spend a day cultivating? Lin Yang's voice rang out once more. He was indifferent to the discussions around him, focused solely on reaching the summit to practice the galactic cleansing technique. Chapter 65. I shall depart. Who can stand in my way? Lin Yang surveyed the fiery aura radiating from Zhang Yaoyang, his expression serene. Although the latter had attained the spirit realm, his true combat prowess was woefully lacking, incapable of comparing with genuine prodigies. His own combat capability was limited to overcoming 2 or 3 lesser realms at best. This was already his limit. Lin Yang had initially hoped to encounter a worthy rival aside from a being like Wu Zhong. Yet he found himself gravely disappointed. Zhang Yaoyang, the chief disciple of Ascending Heaven Peak, was nothing but a pale imitation when juxtaposed with Wu Zhong. It was worth noting that Wu Zhong was merely a core disciple, with a status even lower than that of Zhang Yaoyang, and his own realm was only at the 9th level of the Spirit King stage. Lin Yang mused that even if Wu Zhong were to strike, he could easily dispatch Zhang Yaoyang, who was merely at the spirit realm. Junior brother, your talent is remarkable. I, Zhang Yaoyang, admire you. I concede defeat. At this moment, Zhang Yaoyang retracted his aura, calming himself, and turned to Lin Yang. A faint smile gracing his features as he approached. Junior brother has more than earned the right to ascend to the peak. Please, go ahead. Zhang Yaoyang adopted a notably humble demeanor, even inclining slightly as he gestured for Lin Yang to proceed. Lin Yang regarded him, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he replied, Very well, let us go. Lin Yang stepped forward, taking the lead, while Zhang Yaoyang followed, his gaze darkening with a glint of coldness as he observed Lin Yang's retreating figure. A smirk of satisfaction curled at the corners of his mouth, as the two ascended together. Onlookers from other peaks watched with envious eyes. How enviable it was to gain access to the summit of Ascending Heaven Peak. The peak boasted a grand spirit-gathering array, with spiritual energy far exceeding that of the lower regions, immensely beneficial for cultivation breakthroughs. At the summit, the spiritual essence was so concentrated that it seemed to coalesce, and a single day of cultivation there equated to 100 days in the outside world. Traditionally, aside from a few elders, no disciples from other peaks had ever entered the pinnacle of Ascending Heaven Peak. Yet this time, an exception was made for a disciple from Crow Peak. However, envy bore no fruit. He possessed the strength, and even the chief disciple Zhang Yaoyang was no match for him. He could simply fight his way up. Blocking him would prove futile. I suspect matters are not so straightforward. Did you not notice Zhang Yaoyang's displeased expression? He is clearly unwilling to concede, wishing to continue the fight with Lin Yang, yet refrained from doing so only because we are present. And what of it? Anyone present could see that Zhang Yaoyang was outmatched. Alone, he may be outmatched, but what if he gathers all the disciples of Ascending Heaven Peak? Remember, the summit serves as the residence and cultivation ground for all disciples, and several elders at the spirit realm are stationed there. If you put it that way, Lin Yang entering the summit is akin to a sheep walking into a den of tigers. Indeed, a den of tigers. We shall see if Lin Yang can emerge unscathed and determine his strength or weakness. Upon stepping onto the summit of Ascending Heaven Peak, Lin Yang immediately sensed the distinct atmosphere surrounding him. The spiritual energy here was even denser than below, thick to the point of nearly congealing, and with each breath, abundant spiritual essence surged into his nostrils. The entirety of Ascending Heaven Peak was enveloped in a grand spirit-gathering array. While at the summit, a smaller array drew spiritual energy from the mountain, concentrating it in this very location. It was truly an extraordinary place for cultivation. He gazed at the remarkable cultivation environment of the primary peak. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow when comparing it to his own Crow Peak. Why was there such a stark disparity in treatment between individuals? Junior brother Lin Yang. This is the summit of Ascending Heaven Peak, the very place for both elders and disciples of our main peak to cultivate. After bringing Lin Yang to this location, Zhang Yaoyang's smile grew ever more pronounced. Thank you, Lin Yang replied casually, then began to seek out a suitable spot for cultivation. Seeing Lin Yang's nonchalant dismissal of him, Zhang Yaoyang's expression darkened immediately. Now that they were in his domain, how dare the other party remain so composed, disregarding him entirely? Junior brother, I noticed you displayed numerous divine abilities earlier. Might you be willing to share the cultivation methods with us, the disciples of the main peak? Consider it a form of compensation for your entry to our peak for cultivation. What do you say? Zhang Yaoyang smirked, eyeing Lin Yang with a sidelong glance. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him, and replied with a smile, "Oh, is your true nature finally revealing itself?" He was well aware that Zhang Yaoyang had ulterior motives for so easily granting him access to the summit. Yet, he felt no fear. The spiritual energy here was so rich that he could break through at any moment he desired. It seems junior brother Lin Yang has seen through my intentions. Very well, if that is the case. I shall no longer conceal them. If you provide the cultivation methods for the divine abilities you employed earlier, I can ensure your safe cultivation here, and in the future, should you wish to return, you may do so at any time. What do you think? A fair trade, is it not? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow again and asked, and what if I refuse? That is not for you to decide. Zhang Yaoyang snorted coldly and clapped his hands. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared at the scene. Zhang Yaoyang fixed his gaze on Lin Yang. Today, if you do not hand over the methods of your divine abilities, you shall not leave Ascending Heaven Peak. Lin Yang cast a glance at the encroaching figures surrounding him, each exuding a formidable and fierce presence. None among them were weaklings, all were masters of the Spirit King realm. No matter how powerful you may be, what of it? United, we are more than sufficient to contend with you. That's so, my junior brother. Have you pondered your choices carefully? At this moment, Zhang Yaoyang, bolstered by the presence of numerous junior brothers. Regained his previous air of indifference, eye in his eyes. Today, Lin Yang was destined to face calamity. With a chuckle, Lin Yang shook his head, then lifted his gaze towards Zhang Yaoyang, speaking, "Should I commend your cleverness, or chastise your foolishness?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoyang's brow furrowed ominously. "What do you mean?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, scoffing. "You think these insignificant minions can obstruct my path, if I choose to depart? Who could impede me? Even summoning the elders from your main peak would be futile." As he spoke, Lin Yang's gaze drifted towards the palace behind him, sensing three powerful auras emanating from within. Undoubtedly, they belonged to the elders stationed at the summit of Ascension. Chapter 66. No one is beyond my reach within the palace atop the mountain. The three figures were shrouded in an elusive aura, but a mere moment of perception rendered their presence unmistakable. The spiritual power within them surged like a boundless ocean. Without question, these three were elite masters, even when viewed across the entirety of the spirit realm. Presently, they were the only ones who genuinely instilled a sense of caution in Lin Yang. As for the throng that had encircled him, he regarded them with disdain. They were merely Spirit King realm cultivators. Hardly a cause for concern. The sole spirit lord among them was a half-baked talent like Zhang Yaoyang. Although Zhang Yaoyang was deemed a genius among his peers and possessed a demonic saint's body, in the eyes of true prodigies, he was but an impostor. He was unworthy of stepping into the forbidden domain, lacking the qualifications to engage him in battle. I shall commence my cultivation now. And I warn you, do not disturb me. Lin Yang surveyed the individuals surrounding him, his tone calm and devoid of any trace of fear or anxiety. Even in such dire circumstances, you feign calmness. Treating us with contempt, do you truly believe we are all worthless? Senior brother, words are futile. Let us take action. Annihilate him, confine his soul, and employ the soul-searching technique. We too can acquire his myriad divine powers and techniques. In the midst of this, several disciples from the summit of Ascension grew increasingly irked by Lin Yang's pretentious demeanor. Despite being ensnared in a predicament, he dared to treat them with such disdain. It was an overt slap to their faces. They were never truly regarded by him. Mountain-splitting palm, earth-shattering fist, sky-piercing sword, annihilation slash. Dozens of individuals launched their assaults upon Lin Yang simultaneously. The air was filled with dazzling martial techniques, creating a spectacle that illuminated the entire mountaintop, enveloping it in a kaleidoscope of colors. Seeking death. Lin Yang's brow furrowed, a cold snort escaping his lips as an immense, boundless pressure radiated from his being. Boom! It was as if a colossal mountain had descended, carrying with it the majesty of heaven, causing the entire summit of Ascension to tremble violently, with terrifying fissures spreading down from the peak. Heavenly Tao pressure. This time, Lin Yang unleashed his full might in an instant. He suppressed all present to the ground, rendering them immobile. Bang, bang, bang. Many bodies crumbled under the weight of this terrifying pressure, bones fracturing, internal organs rupturing, blood spewing forth. The once resplendent martial techniques vanished in an instant. Some individuals were even crushed into the earth itself. In the midst of the chaos, only Zhang Yaoyang, a master of the Spirit Lord realm, remained kneeling, not completely flattened into the ground. His hands pressed against the earth, his legs sinking deeply, his face contorted in agony, bloodshot eyes glaring, veins bulging on his forehead and arms. His ability to withstand the pressure was not solely due to his status as a Spirit Lord. It was also because he possessed a demonic saint's body, allowing him to endure longer than others. But that was the extent of it. Lin Yang stepped. The three esteemed elders tacitly condoned the brazen acts of plunder exhibited by their disciples. Since others showed no courtesy towards him, Lin Yang naturally would not relent. He must ensure that these individuals paid a price. Cease? That would depend on whether you possess the strength to compel me to do so. Lin Yang's gaze darkened, and the aura surrounding him surged once more. I have long heard that the ascending peak is the foremost among the 10 principal peaks, and today I, Lin Yang, a disciple of Crow Peak, have come specifically to engage in a contest of skills. With a pause, Lin Yang bellowed, "Descend!" Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the golden dragon, radiating brilliance, launched its full-scale assault. Humph! Stubborn and unyielding, do not blame me for being impolite. Among the three elders, the foremost elder snorted coldly, swiftly performing a series of incantations, conjuring a hexagonal pattern adorned with intricate markings. Six-wheel transformation. With a thunderous hum, this hexagonal emblem rapidly expanded, revealing 6 distinct lights emanating from above, simultaneously radiating a formidable force of attraction. This hexagonal pattern adhered to the sky above, resembling a vast canopy, absorbing the attacking energy of the golden dragon while showering down strands of light that enveloped the mountain peak below, a remarkably powerful energy conversion technique. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with intensity. This six-wheel transformation had entirely converted the golden dragon's attacking energy into the protective barrier's energy. As the two energies fluctuated, the golden dragon was destined to dissipate, gradually exhausting its energy. Following the execution of such a divine technique, the elder's body surged forward, charging at Lin Yang with unrelenting ferocity, his spirit revealing the unmistakable cultivation of the spirit realm. Lin Yang, taken aback, revealed an unusual seriousness upon his face. This elder was stronger than anyone he had previously encountered in battle. This individual was undoubtedly a pinnacle expert of the spirit realm. Such techniques must have their limits. Since you wish to absorb, I shall permit you to absorb to your heart's content. Lin Yang spoke solemnly. He began to unleash his most rapid attacks. The Kuanping technique manifested as a colossal golden rock that obscured the heavens. This time, it showcased the true essence of the Kuanping within the golden rock's form, its might far surpassing that of the golden rock he had previously conjured to confront Zhang Yaoyang. This was the genuine embodiment of the profound mysteries of the Kuanping technique. However, Lin Yang had altered the ferocious beast's form to obscure his intentions. Caw! The golden rock screeched, its wings unfurling as it launched an assault against the celestial canopy below. With a resounding crash, the barrier formed by the six-wheel transformation was shattered under the might of the golden rock. What? The two elders stationed below were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The golden dragon and the golden rock, having breached the barrier, continued their relentless assault towards the main peak. Should their immense forms descend upon the main peak, it would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. The two elders swiftly vanished from the palace, each engaging in combat with the golden dragon and the golden rock. Meanwhile, the leading elder had already closed in on Lin Yang. Jr. You, alone, have compelled all three of us elders to join forces for suppression. You may take pride in that, but only to this extent, the elder declared, extending his hand as boundless spiritual energy surged forth from his being, ultimately coalescing into a massive, earthy hand comparable to a mountain. Suppress. With a commanding shout, the elder pressed down with the colossal earthy hand, which descended upon Lin Yang with tremendous force. Humph! You think such a tactic could suppress me? Lin Yang scoffed, summoning his divine skill, the heavenly hand. With a thunderous roar, a pristine hand, as white as jade, descended from the heavens, shattering the earthy palm with ease. The leading elder's pupils constricted upon witnessing this. This youth's extraordinary technique was truly astonishing, effortlessly dismantling his formidable attack with a single move. Elder, allow me to learn from you, Lin Yang exclaimed, charging forward like a streak of light. Boom! The two engaged in fierce combat, their figures intertwining in the skies, each collision resonating like muffled thunder, reverberating through the heavens and instilling awe in onlookers. Just then, the other two elders, having vanquished the ferocious beast's phantoms before them, joined the fray against Lin Yang. These three elders were indeed true masters within the spirit realm. Lin Yang, whose cultivation had yet to reach the spirit realm, was at a significant disadvantage. However, the two elders were not faring well either. One bore signs of blood trickling from his lips, a testament to the fierce exchange. This youth, relying solely on a single divine technique, had crossed a major boundary to injure me. Truly extraordinary. We must capture him today. The two elders surged toward the center of the battle, joining the conflict. In an instant, Lin Yang's burden intensified. These three were peak experts of the spirit realm, their combat prowess exceptional, unleashing a relentless barrage of divine techniques and martial skills. Initially, Lin Yong had maintained a slight advantage against the leading elder, but with the addition of the other two, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The leading elder, increasingly apprehensive, called out, "Junior, you have proven yourself remarkably gifted. A true prodigy. With your singular strength, you, a mere spirit king of the third layer, can contend against us three. Should you cease your resistance, we shall overlook your transgressions." Lin Yong chuckled coldly. "Cease? When your disciples from the main peak forcibly seized from me, why did you not command them to halt? Now, you ask me to relent? Ridiculous." The leading elder snorted. "Humph, Junior, you are at your wits' end. United, we three are beyond your capability." Lin Yang's eyes glimmered with intensity. "Is that so? But it is still too early to declare victory. Heavenly Dao technique, heed my call." Lin Yong internally shouted as he began to channel the Heavenly Dao scripture, intending to absorb the energy around him while battling to break through. Buzz! Lin Yang's exterior transformed into an unfathomable abyss as the surrounding spiritual energy surged uncontrollably into his body. In an instant, a boundless vortex formed around him. As the Heavenly Dao scripture operated, Lin Yong commenced his unabashed plundering. The spiritual energy of Ascending Peak was exceedingly abundant, especially at the summit, where it became thick and viscous, coiling in strands. In that moment, replenished by the influx of spiritual energy, Lin Yang's cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Spirit King, third layer peak, Spirit King, fourth layer peak, Spirit King, fifth layer. With the support of the Heavenly Dao scripture, Lin Yong could disregard any boundary barriers. As long as the spiritual energy sufficed, he could achieve instantaneous breakthroughs. Now, he had surged through two major realms in one breath. Not good. This junior is breaking through amidst battle, and at such an astonishing speed. Unprecedented. The three elders were struck with shock at this sight. Throughout the entire Liang sect, they had never encountered such an extraordinary disciple. This youth had fully manifested his terrifying talent. The sect would undoubtedly spare no resource in nurturing him. Should he elevate his cultivation, once he entered the spirit realm, he would surely become the sect's holy son, surpassing even the seed-level disciples, potentially qualifying for the title of divine son and becoming the sect's future leader. The leading elder halted his assault, observing Lin Yang's cultivation breakthrough under their very noses. "Shall we not continue our attack?" the second elder inquired. The leading elder slowly shook his head. "This youth is extraordinary, and his strength is astonishing. Previously, he contended against us three with his Spirit King, third layer cultivation. Now that he has broken through, we may no longer be his match." The two elders behind him exchanged astonished glances. The third elder remarked, "Then, shall we merely watch him drain the spiritual energy of our peak?" It was evident that both the second and third elders harbored a firm resolve to suppress Lin Yong. The leading elder smiled. Regardless of which peak he belongs to, whether Crow Peak or any other, he is ultimately a disciple of our Liang sect. With such a prodigious talent emerging from our sect, it would be folly to suppress him rather than nurture him. It would only dampen his spirit. The second elder, displeased, retorted, "And so, shall we simply let the previous matters slide?" The Grand Elder waved his hand and said, "We are all well aware of the rights and wrongs of the previous events. The individual in question bears no fault. Rather, it is the three of us who have indulged the disciples of the main peak in their actions against him. If we were to assign blame, we three would indeed share an undeniable responsibility. Had he displayed only mediocre talent, insufficient to command our attention, this matter would have left little room for reconciliation. Yet now, with his astonishing abilities on display, do you truly believe it necessary for us to quibble over such trivialities?" The third elder interjected. "But, enough. Let this matter rest, and do not speak of it again," the Grand Elder decisively proclaimed. With that, he turned and strode away, as if resolved to a certain conclusion, not even glancing back. The two elders behind him watched Lin Yong, who had brazenly seized the resources of their main peak for his own cultivation. Though they felt a sense of resentment, they dared not contradict the Grand Elder's words and were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Lin Yong observed the departing figures of the three elders, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. "They are leaving just like that. He was not so arrogant as to assume that they feared him simply because he had made a breakthrough. In the realm of cultivation, who does not know that a practitioner in a state of cultivation is the most vulnerable to being attacked and defeated? They had relinquished a golden opportunity to strike at him. Choosing instead to withdraw, it seems that not all within the celestial peak are devoid of discernment. At least the Grand Elder possesses considerable magnanimity. I have repeatedly suppressed their disciples, and even attacked the elders. Yet now, I am forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy of the celestial peak, and rather than intervening, they have chosen to walk away, allowing me to gather this energy freely. They must have recognized my talent for cultivation and opted not to continue as my adversaries. Truly, the Grand Elder of the First Peak possesses remarkable grandeur. Lin Yong held a deep respect for such individuals, not solely for their strength and status, but for their expansive mindset, prioritizing the greater good of the sect over personal interests, willingly sacrificing their own benefits in pursuit of maximizing the sect's welfare. At that moment, unimpeded by the three elders, Lin Yong could wholly devote himself to his cultivation. The spiritual energy of the celestial peak surged towards the summit in a frenzied rush. His realm continued to ascend, having now broken through from the 5th layer to the 6th layer of the Spirit King realm. It is worth noting that while beneath the Crow Master Peak, he had absorbed several spiritual veins and had only managed a few layers of advancement, and at that time, he was still at the Spirit Master realm. The energy required for a breakthrough was incomparably less than what he was drawing now. Yet, at this very moment, he had achieved a breakthrough to the 6th layer of the Spirit King realm, advancing 3 minor realms in one go, highlighting the richness of the spiritual energy in this place. Reaching the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the Spirit King realm, Lin Yong exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing that he was nearing his limit. The spiritual energy in this area had begun to thin. He had nearly depleted the entire spiritual reservoir of the celestial peak. It was time to leave some energy behind. For even with the spirit gathering array in place, it would take months for the environment to return to its previous richness. Stowing away the Tao of Heaven technique, Lin Yong descended to the mountain's peak and turned towards the 3 elders who had resumed their positions in the palace. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he expressed, "Thank you, elders, for your support." The Grand Elder regarded him and spoke, "Young one, your talent is exceptional, a rare prodigy in the realm of cultivation. This incident arose from the mistakes of our disciples, a consequence of our lack of supervision. Allowing you to absorb the spiritual energy of the celestial peak shall serve as compensation. Let this matter be put to rest." Lin Yong nodded slowly. As a member of the same sect, he wished to avoid unnecessary enmity. To resolve this conflict peacefully was indeed the best outcome. "Grand Elder, I wish to cultivate here for one more night to refine and temper myself. I hope for your understanding," he requested. Upon hearing this, the 2nd and 3rd elders seated beside him exchanged exasperated glances, barely suppressing their indignation. Their expressions clearly conveyed their sentiments. "You've already drained nearly all the spiritual energy of the celestial peak. Must you remain here longer? Will this not lead to the depletion of the peak's resources?" The Grand Elder spoke slowly. "It is permissible." The 2 elders, upon hearing this, reluctantly averted their gazes. Lin Yong rejoiced. "Thank you, Grand Elder." With the elder's consent, he could finally focus on cultivating the stellar river body refinement technique to forge his physical form. Chapter 69. Beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Invoking the river's malevolence into his body, Lin Yong sat cross-legged at the summit of the celestial peak and began his cultivation. This time, no one came to disturb him. The stellar river body refinement technique entices the power of the celestial rivers beyond the heavens to forge his physique, a concept entirely opposite to the act of breaking through realms. Striving for a breakthrough involves drawing in the essence of the world's spiritual power, whereas the stellar river body refinement technique focuses on absorbing the malevolent energy within the celestial river's power to temper the practitioner's body, ultimately strengthening every cell to be as robust as celestial bodies. This process is inherently painful. Lin Yong took a deep breath, fully mentally prepared. The path of cultivation is rarely smooth. To reach the pinnacle and surpass peers, one must endure hardships that are difficult for ordinary individuals to bear. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to be born as a top-tier heir or heiress of a prestigious lineage. He could rely solely on himself. The Celestial Peak stands as the most magnificent and towering mountain within the Liang sect, closest to the heavens. Yet, in reality, it remains leagues away from the true realms beyond. Sitting at the precipice, Lin Yang activated the Stellar River Body Refinement technique, drawing in wisps of crimson energy from the celestial realm, slowly merging it into his body. This was his means of communicating with the celestial river's power to refine himself. Observing from the palace, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Peak could not help but narrow his eyes. This youth is indeed extraordinary. He is capable of connecting his physical form with the celestial river's power. It is important to note that to absorb such celestial energy, one must possess an unparalleled technique. Otherwise, one would need to rely on superlative teleportation formations to enter the celestial realm and communicate with the energy therein. Yet Lin Yang achieved this solely through his physicality. However, the nature of the celestial energy he was connecting with seemed somewhat different. The Grand Elder pondered, perplexed. They were unaware that Lin Yang had indeed mastered such a supreme technique, allowing him to directly draw in the celestial river's power with his body. This power was not the essence of the river, but rather its malevolent energy. As strands of this malevolent energy entered his body, Lin Yang's previously calm expression began to shift. First, he furrowed his brow, then clenched his jaw, and finally, his facial expression twisted in anguish. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Yang let out a roar. A formidable aura erupted from his body, radiating an overwhelming dominance and chaos, causing the entire main peak to tremble violently once more. Not good. His aura is spiraling out of control. Activate the mountain's protective array. Quickly bring the outer disciples back. The Grand Elder observed the commotion surrounding Lin Yang, and his countenance shifted dramatically. In an instant, the two elders by his side vanished from sight, rushing to rescue the disciples who had previously been subdued by Lin Yang. After dragging the injured disciples back into the palace, the three Grand Elders swiftly formed intricate seals with their hands, unleashing a surge of energy from within, which promptly activated the protective mountain array. As the formation was set into motion, tranquility once again enveloped the area in front of them. Waves of chaotic and violent energy erupted relentlessly from Lin Yang's body. Upon introspection, it became clear that the starry river's malevolent energy, once entering his being, began to scorch Lin Yang's meridians and flesh, inflicting burns upon his organs. The agony he endured was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Most would have already succumbed to unconsciousness under such torment. Yet, Lin Yang persisted, gritting his teeth resolutely. He did not seal off his pain receptors. Rather, he savored the suffering, finding a peculiar joy within the torment, as the starry river's malevolence wreaked havoc within him. A golden figure, residing atop Lin Yang's spiritual sea, opened its eyes at that very moment. Radiant golden light enveloped it, and boundless primal spiritual energy surged from the spiritual sea below, converging upon the areas of injury to initiate the healing process. The two forces appeared to be locked in a fierce struggle for control over Lin Yang's body, one side destructively rampaging while the other fervently mended. Lin Yang's expression morphed continuously, at times contorted in agony, at others serene. He alternated between furious roars and profound tranquility. Under the relentless tug-of-war between these two powerful energies, Lin Yang's physique gradually grew stronger. His meridians, after enduring the scorching and subsequently being repaired, became increasingly resilient and expansive, with spiritual energy coursing through them like mighty rivers, tumultuous and vigorous. His bones, charred black, eventually transformed anew, becoming smooth as jade and radiating a lustrous sheen. Undoubtedly, the density of his bones had increased, enabling him to wield even greater strength. His flesh was tempered and burned into a layer of blood scab, which then shed away. His organs gained enhanced resilience and vitality. At that moment, Lin Yang's visage was stained crimson with blood, his body involuntarily convulsing and trembling, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, deeply immersed in the process of refining his corporeal form. What incredible tenacity he possesses! Witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder Wang Chongyin of the Ascending Heaven Peak was profoundly astonished. It was no wonder Lin Yang could contend with the three peak experts of their spiritual sect, despite his cultivation being merely at the third level of the Spirit King realm. This was not solely due to the might of his supernatural abilities, but also linked to Lin Yang's unyielding spirit. One who could endure such pain must possess an unwavering resolve. Such a person, endowed with formidable supernatural powers and a steadfast heart, could hardly be anything less than powerful. Wang Chongyin, you old fool, come forth. What have you done to my disciple from the main peak? At that moment, a dark silhouette appeared in the sky above the ascending heaven peak, voicing its fury. Clad in a long robe of black feathers, wielding a long sword, the figure radiated an overwhelming aura. It was none other than the sole elder of the Crow Peak, Old Crow. Initially, the leaders of the top 10 peaks had sensed the disturbance and turned their attention toward it, with Old Crow making haste to arrive. During his approach, he felt intense waves of battle energy. He was convinced that his disciple Lin Yang was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the elders Wang Chongyin and his companions atop the ascending heaven peak, especially after Lin Yang's anguished roar, which reverberated across the land. His countenance changed dramatically. Lin Yang, his disciple, was a source of both talent and combat prowess that left Old Crow astounded, despite his frequent complaints and disdainful remarks. Deep down, Old Crow regarded Lin Yang as the successor to his peak. Now that Lin Yang was in peril, he naturally felt a sense of urgency. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Chongyin raised an eyebrow and looked toward the figure outside the main peak. Transmitting his thoughts, Old Crow, it's been many years since we've seen you. Are you finally stepping out to defend your disciple? Chapter 70. In anger for his disciple, Old Crow goes berserk. Old Crow stood high in the sky. His gaze sharp and unwavering. At this moment, he bore no trace of despondency but was instead filled with boundless fighting spirit. Raising the sword in his hand, he pointed it at the ascending heaven peak, his aura blazing like a fierce flame, rising ever higher. Wang Chongyin, surrender my disciple from the main peak. Seeing this, Wang Chongyin shook his head slightly, a helpless smile creeping onto his lips, bound by the protective mountain array. Old Crow was unable to fully perceive the scene within. In a flash, Wang Chongyin's figure appeared outside the main peak, landing before Old Crow. Observing the furious Old Crow, Wang Chongyin casually placed a hand behind his back. Old Crow, your Crow Peak has prospered. You've taken in such an extraordinary disciple. His exceptional talent and combat prowess have certainly earned my respect. Remarkably, he alone can contend against the three of us. Yet, in response, Old Crow unleashed a piercing beam of sword energy. His expression turned icy. I shall say this for the last time. Surrender my disciple from the main peak, or else we shall engage in battle. Wang Chongyin raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. He had never expected Old Crow, with his usual carefree demeanor, would choose to wage war over a disciple. However, considering Lin Yang's astonishing talent and strength, it was understandable that Old Crow would react this way. I'm afraid that may not be feasible at this moment, Wang Chongyin replied, shaking his head. Old Wang, do not presume too much. Do you truly think that I have fallen so low that you can trample upon me? Old Crow retorted angrily, today, if you do not surrender my disciple, I shall cleave through every one of your peak's members. Old Crow, do not go too far. Wang Chongyin was also incensed by Old Crow's words. Feeling provoked by the threat of a battle and the promise to strike down all of them, even the most docile of creatures would retaliate when cornered. Very well, Old Crow, infuriated, realized he could no longer delay. Otherwise, his disciple would be in grave danger. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Transforming heaven great method. Open boom. In that instant, Old Crow extended his arms, and his aura began to surge wildly, his body swelling dramatically. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged into him. In that moment, the world changed color, mountains and rivers trembled, and all was silent. Old Crow radiated light, becoming the focal point of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he had one foot firmly planted in the realm of Spirit Sovereign. Old Crow, have you lost your mind? Do you intend to raise the 10 main peaks to the ground? Wang Chongyin exclaimed in shock, his voice rising in alarm. Old Wang, you shall perish. Old Crow's form morphed into a colossal crow, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, a manifestation of his divine technique. The giant bird obscured the daylight, leaving no sunlight to filter through. Caw! The giant crow spread its wings and charged toward the ascending heaven peak. Old Crow, halt! Stop! Cease this at once. Just then, the elders of the other 8 main peaks arrived. Their faces pale with shock. Each of them summoned their own divine techniques, striving to counter Old Crow's onslaught. Boom! Dark light erupted from the giant crow's beak, sweeping toward the ascending heaven peak. Below, dozens of brilliant energy pillars ascended, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the dark divine light. At this moment, Old Crow, with his blood-red eyes fixed upon those who dared to intervene, declared, "Those who block my path shall die." Old Crow, enough! Your disciple is safe within my main peak. If you continue this recklessness, I will report to the sect leader and summon the 10 paramount leaders to punish you. Wang Chongyin, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth to maintain his composure. Wang Chongyin was a pinnacle expert at the 9th level of the spirit sect, and with the combined might of the other main peak elders, they were formidable. Yet, even so, under Old Crow's assault, he sustained injuries, his foundation shaken. The other main peak elders fared no better. This illustrated the terrifying nature of Old Crow's transforming heaven great method, forcibly elevating his realm beyond that of the spirit sect, enabling him to crush those before him. This was a significant reason why the Crow Peak, despite its decline, could still maintain a position among the top 10 peaks. Old Crow furrowed his brow, the malevolent glint in his red eyes diminishing. What did you say? My disciple is safe in your main peak? Earlier, I sensed intense waves of battle energy here. Are you telling me he is unharmed? You did not trouble him? Seeing Old Crow relent, Wang Chongyin sighed in relief, clutching his chest and addressing him. I told you, he is unharmed. He is currently cultivating atop my main peak. Old Crow, then why not withdraw the protective mountain array? Are you attempting to obscure my vision and hinder my divine probing? At this moment, Wang Chongyin was filled with a desire to unleash a tirade, exclaiming, "How could you not know about your own disciples from the main peak?" However, he restrained himself and began to explain, "Your disciple from the main peak is excessively bizarre. If I do not activate the protective formation of the mountain, the main peak will inevitably suffer due to his cultivation, potentially leading to its destruction." The Old Crow raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Lin Yong, his disciple from the main peak, indeed exhibited such traits. Each time he practiced, he created an uproar that would astound the entire main peak, refusing to relent until he had shaken it to its core. The Old Crow retorted, "Then why did you not speak up sooner?" Wang Chongyin roared, "Did you give me the opportunity to do so?" "Damn it!" The Old Crow replied with a hesitant, Wang Chongyin was thoroughly frustrated. The Old Crow had come in accusing him without allowing for any explanation. He had only just begun to commend Lin Yong, praising his talent and combat prowess, when the Old Crow assumed that the 3 elders of the main peak were oppressing his disciple, resorting to supreme powers to threaten the main peak. Where could he seek justice? This Crow Peak was truly intolerable. First, the disciples came to bully them, and then the elders followed suit. They even had the audacity to accuse the main peak of oppression. Who exactly was bullying whom? The Old Crow declared, "I do not believe your words. Let me see the main peak for myself." Wang Chongyin, feeling helpless, silently recited a spell, revealing an entrance to the protective formation of the mountain. In that instant, the formation appeared to falter, swaying violently as if missing a corner. Whoosh! The Old Crow and Wang Chongyin swiftly entered the formation, and upon seeing this, Wang Chongyin hastily restored the protective array. When the Old Crow landed atop the main peak, he beheld Lin Yong seated at the edge of the cliff, drawing upon the celestial energies of the outer cosmos, enveloping the entire area in a dense aura of bloodlust. What is this? His physical body channels the celestial energies from the outer cosmos. The Old Crow, witnessing Lin Yong in a meditative state, was once again struck with astonishment. His disciple from the main peak could actually harness the celestial energies with his physical form. Unbelievable. Could it be that he possesses the physique of the cosmos? Chapter 71. The Path to Ascendancy. Reigniting the seedling rankings, the Old Crow gazed at Lin Yong, who was engrossed in his cultivation, and uttered, "I shall remain here to guard." Wang Chongyin rolled his eyes. Suit yourself. Why is this lad able to communicate with the celestial energies through his physical form? The old crow's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Lin Yang's figure. He recalled that Lin Yang did not seem to possess any extraordinary constitution. It was impossible for him to be a celestial physique. If he was not a celestial physique yet could still harness cosmic energies with his body, could it be that this lad possesses an unparalleled cultivation method? The old crow found himself perplexed. Yet, within moments, he ceased pondering this matter. Having a disciple with numerous hidden strengths was indeed a blessing. He was not like the others from different peaks who would covet precious things. The old crow sat down on the spot, guarding the path to ascension for Lin Yang. He remained there for an entire night. At dawn the next day, Lin Yang emerged from his meditative state, his body adorned with a thick layer of blood crust. Buzz! As Lin Yang stirred his spiritual energy, he gently shook, causing the blood crust enveloping his body to shatter and fall away. In that moment, Lin Yang's facial features became even more resolute and defined, his physique radiating a lustrous sheen, showcasing remarkable resilience. Lin Yang summoned his spiritual energy, forming his finger like a sword, and drew a line across his arm. The ethereal blade, capable of cleaving mountains, left no trace upon his skin. Lin Yang mused, after an entire night of cultivation, my celestial cleansing technique has borne fruit. While I have yet to reach perfection, my body is now impervious to decay. Against opponents of the same realm, I can easily overpower them with sheer physical strength. Even when confronting formidable foes at the spiritual realm, I can subdue them with one hand. Should I employ my divine techniques? I could sweep through the spiritual realm with ease. His internal organs, meridians, and bones had all undergone transformations, rejuvenating completely. Feeling the changes within himself, Lin Yang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He relished this sensation of strength and fullness. Akin to the delight a woman might feel, Lin Yang stood up, preparing to depart, and then noticed the old crow seated nearby. He paused momentarily, pondering, and deduced that the old crow had come to express concern for him, specifically to guard him. Master! Lin Yang approached the old crow and clasped his hands in salute. The old crow slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the renewed Lin Yang, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. Finished with your cultivation? Lin Yang nodded. Yes. The old crow rose and said, since you have completed your cultivation, let us depart. Lin Yang smiled, and together, they left the path to ascension. From atop the palace on the mountain peak, Wang Chongyin watched the two depart, his face betraying a hint of relief. Finally rid of these two calamities. This duo, one large and one small, was truly not to be trifled with. They had nearly caused the path to ascension to be excluded from the ranks of the 10 great peaks. After leaving the path to ascension, Lin Yang turned to the old crow, saying, Master, I wish to test my current strength. The old crow raised an eyebrow, recognizing that this lad was likely up to something again. He promptly inquired, how do you intend to test your strength? Lin Yang smirked, aren't there 2 ranking lists above? The seedling disciples ranking and the holy sons ranking? Very well, the old crow nodded. Just be cautious and remember the competition among the 10 great peaks is tomorrow. Our Crow Peak must earn its rightful name in this competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang smiled. Rest assured, Master, I will exert my utmost effort. Very well, go ahead, the old crow replied before soaring back to Crow Peak. Lin Yang, on the other hand, flew in the opposite direction. The seedling disciples ranking is located in the central valley of the 10 great peaks. Here, a staircase to the heavens ascends into the clouds, leading directly to a floating island above the celestial dome. The assessment for seedling disciples occurs along this path to ascension. Currently, there are 30 seedling-level disciples, each ranked along this path. The higher the steps they ascend, the greater their rank. The path to ascension does not merely evaluate the disciples' cultivation, but also tests their talent, combat power, perseverance, and more, serving as a comprehensive assessment. At present, the first place is held by someone named Ling Yun. At the second level of the spiritual realm, who has ascended to the 1200th step. If memory serves me right, Zhang Yaoyang, the chief disciple of the path to ascension, is also a seedling-level disciple. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, recalling the chief disciple of the path to ascension, who possessed a demon saint physique, initially thought to be a true prodigious talent. Yet, in reality, he was merely half-baked. Lin Yong observed that few individuals were challenging themselves on this path to ascension. Occasionally, a few would attempt to step forward, only to be repelled by a formidable force before they could take more than a few steps. How intriguing! Just as my physical form has reached fruition. It is the perfect opportunity to test myself. A smile crept across Lin Yang's face as he moved swiftly through the crowd, stepping onto the ascending staircase. With a single stride, he felt a force pressing down upon him. Indeed, there was gravitational pressure on this path. As Lin Yong ascended the heavenly staircase, he sensed a different kind of pressure weighing on him. However, this pressure was trivial, akin to a mere speck of dust. Whoosh, 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 Lin Yong accelerated, his body becoming a blur as he raced upward. With each step he took, the pressure upon him intensified. Along the way, Lin Yong noticed several individuals on the path as well. His speed was like lightning, swiftly surpassing them and creating a powerful gust that nearly toppled those struggling to advance on the staircase. Who on earth is this? So lacking in manners, damn it. Showing off, running so fast without conserving energy, let us see what you do later. Some of these individuals cursed as they looked up, only to find themselves unable to catch a glimpse of Lin Yang's figure. Another show-off. I give up. We exerted ourselves to reach this point, and yet this person vanished in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yong had already reached the 100th step. At this moment, he spotted an individual ranked 30. To his surprise, the 30th rank had only managed to ascend 100 steps. Lin Yong shook his head and continued forward. With each step, he felt the pressure amplify noticeably. At the initial 100 levels, although pressure increased, the increments were consistent and manageable. However, upon crossing that threshold, the pressure surged several-fold, accumulating with each successive step. Lin Yong shrugged, still feeling little pressure up to this point. He had relied solely on his physical prowess to reach this stage. Chapter 72. Effort and Senior Sister. I choose Senior Sister. The 100-level staircase posed no challenge. If one were to articulate the precise pressure index, Lin Yong felt it was akin to carrying a toddler's backpack. He pressed on. The first-ranked Ling Yun stood at the 1,200 step, yet he had not reached the pinnacle. Lin Yong advanced, continuing his vigorous ascent. Along the way, his speed was astonishing, effortlessly surpassing 29 individuals. Beyond the 100 steps, he scarcely glimpsed another figure. Clearly, those who reached this point were exceedingly rare. Soon, Lin Yong arrived at the 328th step, where he beheld the illustrious name of Zhang Yaoyan, the foremost disciple of the Celestial Peak, ranked 23 RD. Even Zhang Yaoyang, the favored disciple of the topmost peak, renowned for his monstrous physique, was merely 23rd among the seed-level competitors. Evidently, the standards escalated significantly from this point onward. Here, Lin Yong felt as though he bore the weight of a person, yet he could still disregard it. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a radiant streak, surging toward the pinnacle of the heavenly staircase. Boom! Upon reaching the 500th step, Lin Yong sensed the pressure intensifying yet again. It felt as though he were bearing the weight of a bull. Nonetheless, for him, it remained manageable, his formidable body easily absorbing the strain. 600 steps, 700 steps, 800 steps, 900 steps. Every elevation of 100 steps brought an increase in the weight he bore. Upon stepping onto the 901st step, his ranking ascended beyond the 11th position, landing him in the top 10. At this moment, Lin Yong finally felt a hint of genuine pressure, as if he were carrying a palace upon his shoulders. The weight staggering, yet undeterred, he forged ahead with remarkable speed, his form becoming a blur as he ascended higher. At the 1000th step, even Lin Yang's robust physique felt an overwhelming force, akin to bearing a mountain. Each step reverberated with immense power. In the span from the 900th to the 1000th step, 5 names were etched into the annals. These 5 were the latter half of the original top 10 contenders. What a magnificent heavenly staircase at the 1000th step. Having barely traversed half the journey, the pressure was already monumental. Lin Yang's gaze burned with fervor. Beyond the 1000th step, each additional step would impose the weight of a colossal mountain. The heavenly staircase stretched an astounding 100,000 steps, Should one reach the final tier, the burden would surely surpass the combined weight of 100,000 mountains. Even the top seed had merely ventured to the 1,200th step. As Lin Yang stepped onto the 1,001st step, boom, he felt an invisible force bend his form. Come forth! His physique emanated a luminous sheen. Standing tall and resolute, he began ascending step by step, the 1,030th step. He surpassed the 40th placed, the 1,050th step. He overtook the 3RD. The 1,100th step. He eclipsed the 2ND. Upon reaching this juncture, even Lin Yang, with his immense strength, could not help but exhale a long sigh. His body radiated light, enveloped in a shimmering glow as his cellular vitality surged to its zenith. The state of my physique, cultivated through an entire night, has yet to reach its limit. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and pressed on. Even at this point, having attained the second position, he relied solely on his sheer physical strength. In that instant, his name hung prominently above the heavenly staircase. A mark of the laws suddenly manifested in the air. Inscribing a line of golden characters, Lin Yang, Spirit King 6th level, ascended to the 1,100th step using pure physical prowess. What is this? This is the resonance of the heavenly staircase, invoking the power of the laws. Hiss! It had been years since a disciple had evoked the resonance of the law's imprint on the heavenly staircase. How did he accomplish this at the Spirit King's 6th level? Truly a monstrous prodigy. Reaching this stage solely through physical strength, he could be deemed the foremost figure of the Liang sect in the back, whether disciples were en route to the heavenly road or already on the heavenly staircase. They all witnessed the imprint suspended in the void. Look, he advanced another 10 steps, exclaimed one. Goodness. What a beast! Lin Yang, Lin Yang. Why does this name sound so familiar? Ah, he is the one who recently broke 2 major rankings and secured the top spot. A disciple from the Crow Peak, Lin Yang, truly defying the heavens. This scene did not go unnoticed by the disciples of the sect, nor by the numerous strong figures atop the 10 main peaks, all of whom turned their attention toward this spectacle. For the heavenly staircase lay in the valley at the center of the 10 main peaks, leading directly to the palace above the heavens. Once again, it's this Lin Yang, remarked Wang Chongyin of the Celestial Peak. The Crow Peak. We have indeed unearthed an extraordinary genius disciple, declared Ishua Peak. This child truly defies the heavens, exclaimed the shaking Sky Peak. Before him, even Tangyi seems utterly insignificant, unable to be compared. Jinfeng, Yubuchuan, gazed at Lin Yang's figure reflected in the mystical realm, murmuring, "Is this lad truly so extraordinary? What about the other disciples from the 10 main peaks?" Within a single day, he has shattered 2 major rankings, and now he aims to conquer the Heavenly Roads rankings? Pondered the Law Enforcement Peak. The Tianqian Peak. Elder Tianqian and a group of female disciples gazed upon Lin Yang's image in the mystical realm, stating, "Whoever becomes his partner in the future will surely enjoy a life of ease." Lin Yang, who had been comfortably nestled in the embrace of a beautiful senior sister, grew displeased upon hearing this. Was he, a distinguished chaos body, charming and handsome, truly inferior to this lad? When he rose to look at the figure within the mystical realm, he sighed. So it is him. In that case, I shall concede. With that, Lin Yang returned to reclining on the lovely senior sister's lap. The beautiful senior sister looked down at him and smiled. Lin Yang, you are a rare chaos body in a contest of strength between you two. Who do you think is superior? I believe if you attempted the heavenly staircase, you could certainly surpass him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang hastily declined, "Senior sister, let it be. If it were anyone else, I would be inclined to accept the challenge. But against this individual, I think it best to refrain." The senior sister chuckled. It was the first time she had heard the chaos body Lin Yang express such sentiments. Normally, whenever they discussed any powerful figure, this junior would scoff, yet when it came to Lin Yang, his demeanor was entirely different. "Junior brother, is this a lack of confidence?" she inquired. Lin Yang displayed no embarrassment, candidly stating, "This lad is simply a pure anomaly. Though I might strive to match him, it would be exceedingly taxing. If I had to choose between effort and the comfort of my senior sister's embrace, I would undoubtedly prefer to relax in her lap." The senior sister smirked, You do have a way with words. Chapter 73. The 10,000-level staircase, unprecedented. At the Crow Peak, the old crow gazed at Lin Yang's figure reflected before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he stroked his nearly non-existent beard. The rise of our Crow Peak. Who can stand in our way? The old crow was in high spirits as he turned to the resting Tiger King beside him, cheerfully suggesting, "How about I designate you as our mountain's guardian divine beast?" The Tiger King rolled its eyes, unresponsive, seemingly disdainful. It understood that given its master's talents, he would inevitably leave the sect to explore the continent. Accompanying its master in traversing the world and gazing down upon all was far more appealing than being confined as a guardian beast at the main peak. Moreover, it had a lovely mate and offspring in its backyard. "Hey, what kind of look is that, little cat?" questioned the old crow. The Tiger King replied, "Elder, you need not persuade me. I will follow my master wherever he leads." The heavenly road and staircase lay ahead. Lin Yang's body radiated a brilliant white light, his physical form reaching a threshold of burden. One more step and his body would surely fracture. Yet, this was merely the 1,100th step. Was it truly too much to bear? Lin Yang let out a sigh, pondering. Is the pinnacle of the top 10 peaks merely a stopping point? At that moment, the individuals representing the top 10 peaks listened to his lament in silence. Zhuo Peak interjected, Hey, youngster, don't go too far. Aren't you being a tad discriminatory?" Han Tian Peak remarked, "This kid, relying solely on his physical prowess, has reached heights unattainable by others, and yet he remains unsatisfied," Deng Tian Peak added. "Is this brat from Crow Peak deliberately trying to provoke us?" Jian Feng exclaimed, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I want to take this kid down." Tian Xin Peak mused, "Could it be that this junior is aware of our scrutiny and is intentionally provoking us with such statements?" Crow Peak challenged, "Kid, this isn't your limit. Show us your true abilities and slap those peak representatives in the face." In the midst of it all, Lin Yang's eyes narrowed, emitting two beams of golden light. "Since my physical form has reached its limit, I shall unleash my divine power to break through." Boom! In that instant, Lin Yang's aura erupted, unmistakably showcasing his cultivation at the 6th level of the Spirit King. Upon mobilizing the source of spiritual power within him, Lin Yang felt the pressure on his body dissipate in an instant. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Why do I suddenly feel so unburdened, as if all pressure has vanished?" He took another step, ascending to the next level. Indeed, pressure returned, but it was minimal, almost negligible, giving him the sensation of walking on flat ground. "What is happening?" Lin Yang wondered. The steps of the ascending path should logically become heavier the higher one climbs. Why has the pressure suddenly disappeared? Taking another step, he felt the weight increase again, albeit still faintly, curious. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed. At this moment, he disregarded everything else, transforming his body into a streak of rainbow light. Soaring up the ascending path, witnessing his sudden burst of speed, the representatives of the top 10 peaks were left speechless, their eyes wide and mouths agape at the scene before them. It was as if they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. How strange! Why has his speed surged so dramatically? Unprecedented. After mobilizing his spiritual power, he could ascend the 1,100th step with the ease of walking on flat ground. Just how formidable is the spiritual power within this kid that he can withstand the pressure at this position on the ascending ladder? Absurd, utterly absurd. I can't take it anymore. I must look away. My heart is racing uncontrollably. If I continue to watch, I might vomit blood from sheer frustration. At this moment, Lin Yang transformed into a streak of rainbow light. Rapidly traversing the clouds of the ascending path, he shattered the previous record of 1,200 steps, propelling himself to the 3,000th step in one breath, without pausing for air. Lin Yang frowned, sensing pressure, yet still weak. "Damn it, I refuse to believe that the pressure doesn't increase the higher I go." Lin Yang was furious. He came here to test his strength, and the sudden absence of pressure on the ascending path had extinguished his interest. Unwilling to be disheartened, he unleashed the Kunping method, manifesting a pair of wings resembling the yin-yang symbol on his back. With the spread of his wings, Lin Yang's speed surged once again as he charged toward greater heights. Has he finally reached this stage? It seems this part of the journey is where his limits lie. Unbelievable, breaking records as he ascends past the 3,000th step. When the representatives of the top 10 peaks saw Lin Yong employing his divine abilities, they finally breathed a sigh of relief in their eyes. His use of divine powers was merely to counteract the pressure of the ascending ladder, implying that even with his spiritual power, he had reached his limits. Little did they know, Lin Yong felt no pressure at all. The use of the Kunping method was merely to expedite his ascent to higher ground, seeking that feeling of bearing a mountain's weight, akin to what he had previously experienced on the ascending ladder. Wait, his speed has increased. 4,000 steps, 5,000 steps, 8,000 steps. Hiss. Terrifying, truly terrifying. What manner of monster is he? Can he truly feel no pressure at all? At this moment, the representatives of the top 10 peaks stared in utter shock at Lin Yang's displayed speed, each of them involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Even the old crow from Crow Peak was left dumbfounded. Eyes wide in disbelief. 10,000 steps. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yong reached the 10,000th step, leaving the previous record holder Ling Yun far behind. Pressure finally returned somewhat. Lin Yang's eyes gleamed. Upon reaching the 10,000th step, he felt the pressure on the ascending ladder gradually re-emerge. Swish! As he activated the Kunping method once more, Lin Yong surged to the 30,000th step in one breath. At this point, he began to feel that previous sensation of bearing the weight of a mountain. Now, this feels right. Lin Yong wiped the sweat from his brow, a defiant expression gracing his face. The representatives of the top 10 peaks watched in utter astonishment. Could he possibly have more strength left? Lin Yong, go for it. Charge. Give our top 10 peaks a name, kid. I cannot believe I have recruited such an extraordinary disciple. I have no regrets in this life, no regrets at all. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the eyes of the representatives of the top 10 peaks were fixated on Lin Yang's figure, many of them unaware that their voices trembled as they spoke. Those who had previously held discontent toward Lin Yong were now completely captivated. Transforming into his fervent admirers, cheering him on. In this instant, Lin Yong represented not just himself or Crow Peak, but the entirety of the top 10 peaks. Chapter 74. Unprecedented. A true legend. 30,000 steps. Gulp. Is he even human? He is akin to a deity in our hearts, a manifestation of our faith. Oh, how many years has it been? How many years, until our top 10 peaks have finally produced such a monstrous disciple once more? To be honest, though I hold the esteemed title of an elder of a peak, I nearly fell victim to this young lad's prowess. TCH, can we even compare? The three esteemed elders of Dengtian Peak could not gain an advantage over this little fellow. At this moment, all eyes within the top 10 peaks were glued to the figure of the young man on the ascending ladder, their attention completely captivated. In this moment, Lin Yong was not alone. On the ascending ladder, Lin Yong surged to the 30,000th step, and even he, with his incorruptible body and the boost from the Kunping method, was drenched in sweat. Boom. Just as the crowd felt a pang of anxiety for Lin Yong, his aura erupted once more, a golden dragon bursting forth from him, its head resting upon his shoulder, its body coiling around him, illuminating him with golden light. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the mountains and rivers, scattering the clouds and revealing a clear blue sky. Swish! Lin Yong moved again, his speed slightly diminished yet still rapid, appearing as mere afterimages to the untrained eye as he continued his ascent toward the mountain peak. Oh yeah, he succeeded. He succeeded. He set forth once more. What defines a genius? What defines a prodigy? This is what one calls a genius prodigy.